Chapter 911. The Queen let out a sigh of relief. She had obviously gone crazy over the moonlight iron and agreed without any hesitation. However, she would only pay after she saw the goods. After a round of haggling, the Queen finally agreed to pay 50,000 crystals as a down payment. The rest would be paid after she saw the goods. Both sides agreed on a month. Once Ning Xiuma obtained the moonlight iron, she would inform the Queen. The Queen left with her 2 maids in satisfaction. The swordsmith secretly shook his head and spat out 4 words. "She's going crazy over a man." Ning Xiuma turned around and knocked on his head. "What do you mean?" 40 million crystals, more than half of the national treasury. The Queen really went crazy for that man. The swordsmith couldn't help but vent his dissatisfaction. The Queen did it for a man? What kind of man was worth the Queen doing this for? Ning Xiuma and the swordsmith exchanged a few words. From a swordsmith, Ning Xiuma learned a bit of gossip about the Queen. It turned out that 20 years ago, a handsome man came to the Immortal Kingdom. This man was good at music. The Queen fell in love with him at first sight and wanted him to be her husband. She wanted to use the power of the whole kingdom to please him. This man came to Immortal City to look for the moonlight iron. However, this was something that could only be found by chance. He searched the entire Immortal City, but couldn't find it. Moreover, he was seriously injured and couldn't go to Moonlight Mountain. When the Queen heard about this, she used all kinds of methods to find this thing for him. She had already reached the point where she didn't care about the cost, using the power of the whole kingdom to please one person. This queen had the shadow of King Yu of Zhou. King Yu of Zhou teased his vassals in order to win the beauty's smile. The Queen also didn't care about the cost to please the handsome man. The people of the Immortal Kingdom were all good-looking. The Queen was also outstanding. What kind of man could make her so infatuated with him? To be honest, Ning Xiuma was a bit curious. The swordsmith didn't want to talk too much about his king. After a few words, he didn't want to talk about it anymore. He only gave a few reminders out of kindness. He said that there was no one in the entire Immortal Kingdom who had reached the Heaven Realm. There were people who reached the 9th level of the Earth Realm who went to Moonlight Mountain and used a special method to climb up. However, they never came back down after they went up. That was why the price of moonlight iron was so exorbitant. Therefore, it was impossible for Ning Xiuma to find outside help. They could only rely on themselves. He said all this to let Ning Xiuma understand how difficult the task she had taken on was. Ning Xiuma had actually understood how rare moonlight iron was when the Queen had raised the price with all her might, so she had only smiled at the swordsmith as a reminder. He looked at Shun Jili with bright eyes. "Guru, will you send me up?" Shun Jili was speechless. This girl was so eager to agree to the Queen's deal. How much money did she need? Did she know how hard it was to find moonlight iron? He said leisurely, "All right. However, I will not help you search for it. You'll have to rely on yourself when you get to the top." He wanted to bring her to Mount Yueguang to train, and this was a good opportunity. Within the majestic Bulow City Imperial Palace, the curtain made by shark men fluttered in the wind. A red-clothed man reclined on a white jade bed. His eyebrows were like cold smoke, and his eyes were like autumn waves. He was as elegant as a poem, and as handsome as a painting. Beside it was a blue guqin. The guqin was overflowing with colors. Among the 7 strings, one of them was a strange bright red color, as if it had drunk enough blood. It made sounds without any wind, and from time to time, it would emit strange cries. Chapter 912. The sound of the zither was vague and awe-inspiring. It was as if there were countless souls struggling inside. That red-clothed man used his fingers to gently play the zither. His brows were slightly furrowed and his eyes were deep. When the unaging Queen came in and saw this scene, she waved her hand and the maid beside her silently withdrew. "Brother Shui, are you feeling better today?" The Queen walked over and her voice was incredibly gentle. That man only cared about playing the zither and didn't pay attention to her. The Queen's eyes flashed with hidden bitterness, but she immediately smiled and said, "Brother Shui, this king sees that your complexion is much better today. Many thanks." That red-clothed man finally spat out these 2 words. He slowly got up, and with a wave of his sleeve, the blue zither disappeared into his sleeve. He seemed to be really tired of lying down and got off the bed. The queen immediately walked over. "Brother Shui, I'll help you wash up." That red-clothed man pulled the corner of his lips and waved her away with a wave of his sleeve. "No need." He lowered his eyes and looked at his wrinkled red clothes. He frowned slightly and pointed at himself. A faint red light flashed, and his red clothes regained their brilliance. "Brother Shui's martial arts have also recovered. Is this a cleansing spell? It really is mysterious." The queen didn't miss the opportunity to praise him. That red-clothed man seemed to give a lazy smile. He was born very beautiful, and his smile was like a flower blooming. The queen looked at him with infatuation. "Brother Shui." The red-clothed man walked to the table and sat down. He used his fingers to comb his long hair. His every movement was graceful and full of charm. The queen couldn't move her eyes away. Her eyes became even more infatuated. She couldn't help but walk over and pick up the jade comb beside her. "Brother Shui, I'll comb your hair for you." The red-robed man's eyes turned cold. "No." Just as he was about to say no need, the queen had already faintly interrupted him. "Brother Shui, you're still not willing?" There was a suppressed resentment and anger in her voice. She was the ruler of the unaging country after all. She still had the pride of a ruler in her bones. That red-clothed man finally looked at her and revealed a smile that wasn't a smile. "If I'm not willing, what will you do?" The queen was stunned by his smile and muttered, "Of course. Of course I won't do anything. That's a good boy." The man in red stood up and ruffled her hair. "I like obedient girls." He paused for a moment and then asked casually, "You still didn't find anything today?" The queen's soul almost left her body when he touched her. She couldn't wait to grab his hand and kiss it. At the same time, she finally remembered the purpose of her visit. "Oh, right, the moonlight iron that you want might be available soon." The red-clothed man raised his head, his eyes bright. "What do you mean?" The queen then briefly recounted her encounter with Ning Xiuma and the deal they had made. Finally, he said, "I think they're reliable. Perhaps they can really succeed." After listening to her, the man in red said lazily, "The ignorant are fearless. Recently, there have been too many people who have died for money. Brother Shui, I know you feel sorry for the innocent people who lost their lives when they went to get the iron, but you have to let someone try. What if it succeeds? Does he feel sorry for those innocent people who lost their lives?" The red-robed man's lips twitched again. She finally understood. Okay? He had never felt sorry for anyone's death. Chapter 9:13. An Earth Stage Level 2 dares to take on this kind of task. "You're just throwing your life away," he said bluntly. A few days ago, there were also a few groups of people who agreed to do this job for the sake of money. However, they were all Earth rank level 8 and above. There were even 2 people who had reached Earth rank level 9, but they still left valiantly. Then, they were like meat buns thrown to dogs, never to return. Those people didn't succeed. How could an Earth Stage level 2 girl succeed? What a joke. This time, the red-clothed man didn't have any hope. He lowered his eyes to test his psychokinesis, and his fingers tightened slightly. He had at most recovered 3/4 of his power, which was barely the power of an Earth Stage level 9 expert. If he went up now, the risk would be huge, but his matter was urgent. Instead of waiting hopelessly, he might as well take the risk and fight. He didn't want to waste any more time here. He was about to say goodbye, but the queen's words made his heart skip a beat. That girl naturally can't do it, but her companion's cultivation is broad and profound. With that man's help, maybe this matter can succeed. What's the man's cultivation? The queen shook her head. I can't tell. That person seems to be hiding his strength. The red-clothed man raised his eyebrows. Although the people of the Immortal Kingdom couldn't cultivate high psychokinesis, they had a special ability that could see the level of a person's psychokinesis. The stronger the person, the clearer they could see. The queen was the leader among them. She could even see the level of a person's cultivation. She had never heard of a person that she couldn't see through, but now there was one. What does that man look like? The red-clothed man was finally a little interested. The queen paused and shook her head. I can't see clearly. That person didn't wear any mask, but she couldn't see his face. She only felt that he was very handsome and had an aura. The red-clothed man's expression changed slightly, and his fingers clenched in his sleeves. Could it be that person? That didn't seem right. That person didn't get close to women. There shouldn't be a girl by his side, unless that girl was Ning Xiaoma. No, Ning Xiaoma's psychokinesis was only a human stage level 5 or 6. It was impossible for her to reach Earth stage level 2 in such a short time. Then was it them or not? You can't see that man clearly, but you should be able to see that woman clearly, right? What does she look like? The red-clothed man asked calmly. The queen was startled for a moment and immediately became jealous. Brother Shui, that girl is just an ordinary girl, Yuan. The red-clothed man suddenly called out the queen's nickname. His voice was gentle. I just want to know their identities. I have no other intentions. Is that girl about 15 or 16 years old and has a hexagonal cinnabar mole between her eyebrows? The queen's soul melted when she heard him call her Yuan. She couldn't help but nod. Yes, she does have a snow-white cinnabar mole between her eyebrows. Brother Shui, do you know her? The red-robed man's eyes drooped. How could he just know him? There seemed to be wind and clouds swirling in the depths of his dark eyes, but when he raised his head again, it was as calm as the wind. He seemed to be a little dispirited. Got it. He waved his hand again. I'm going into seclusion for a month. I don't want anyone to disturb me. It was obvious that he was chasing him away. Although the queen was somewhat unwilling, she still did not dare to offend him, so she said a few more words of concern before leaving. Chapter 9:14. When she was about to leave, the queen paused. Brother Shui, if those two people find the moonlight iron within 30 days, should I inform you immediately? The man in red said faintly, No need. I may not even be in seclusion for a month. The length is uncertain. In short, before I come out of seclusion, no one is to disturb me. His gaze fell on the queen's face, his gaze gentle. Ah, Yuan, you can do it, right? The queen agreed and finally left reluctantly. Not only would she not disturb her lover's practice, she would also send a large number of troops to protect him, ensuring that nothing would go wrong during his seclusion. When she left, she even considerately closed the window for him. The queen's back disappeared outside the door. The man in red's eyes were cold with disgust. He lowered his head and thought for a moment. Then his figure flashed and disappeared. Ning Xiaoma finally understood why only heaven rankers could go up the Moonlight Mountain. It was because it was a mountain suspended in the air. The mountain was thousands of feet high, piercing through the clouds. The top and bottom could not be seen. The bottom of the mountain was a black, ink-colored sea of clouds. The Moonlight Mountain was in the middle of the black sea of clouds. It was faintly shining like the moon, like a jade plate held out from the dark clouds. The scenery was surprisingly beautiful. Ning Xiaoma kicked down a millstone-sized rock beside her, wanting to hear the echo to measure the depth below. However, when the big rock came into contact with the black clouds, it melted and disappeared as if it came into contact with strong sulfuric acid. In other words, the black clouds could not be touched at all. The mountain that Ning Xiaoma was standing on was the closest to it, but it was still a few thousand meters away. If one did not know how to ride the clouds, one would not be able to reach it at all. However, it seemed that when one cultivated to Earth rank level 6, one could ride a sword and fly. Since it was said that only heaven rankers could do it, there would definitely be other situations ahead. It's not too late for you to regret it now. Shen Jili said. Ning Xiaoma raised her eyebrows. I never knew how to write the word regret. Then do you have a way to deal with the guardian beast above? Different situations call for different measures. Ning Xiaoma shook her head. She had yet to see what the mythological beast looked like, nor had she fought with it, so she was unable to formulate a specific battle strategy. Going with the flow and adapting to the situation was her strong suit. However, after hearing about the characteristics of the Moonlight Pterosaur, she had a rough plan in her mind, so she wasn't completely unprepared. What an impulsive girl. Shenjili knocked on her head rudely. Ning Xiaoma snorted. I just don't want to take advantage of others. When she thought of the pair of Amei piercings, she felt as if a thorn was stuck in her heart. You're ambitious. I like it. Shun Jili reached out and grabbed her. Since that's the case, I'll send you up. He pulled her up into the air and flew towards the Moonlight Mountain. Ning Xiuma had just flown above the black sea of clouds when she felt as if there was a huge force sucking her in from below. Her body instantly became as heavy as iron. Shun Jili hugged her. She felt as if her lower body was about to be torn apart by the suction force. This black sea of clouds was simply like a black hole in the universe. It seemed that those who only knew how to ride a sword and fly wouldn't be able to pass through this place. They would be directly sucked down. She couldn't help but tug at the corner of Shun Juli's clothes, fearing that he wouldn't be able to hold her and throw her down. Fortunately, Shun Juli's martial arts had never disappointed anyone. When he carried her and flew up, his face was still calm and relaxed, as if it wasn't strenuous at all. Chapter 9:15. Are you scared? Shun Juli's lips curled into a smile as she clung onto his body tightly. Shun Juli was pleased. I'm not scared. Ning Xiuma raised her eyebrows and looked at him. I know you won't throw me down. Shun Juli's heart skipped a beat. Did she finally trust him again? He tightened his arms around her and promised, yes, I won't leave you behind no matter what. It was a very ordinary promise, but it made Ning Xiuma's heart warm. She finally asked the question that had been hovering in her heart. Great God, in the end, who do you want to give that pair of May piercings to? Who in the world had such good fortune? Would you believe me if I said that I wanted to give it to you? Shun Jili looked at her with a deep gaze. I don't believe you. Ning Xiuma replied straightforwardly. That swordsmith forged it for 30 years. I wasn't even born 30 years ago. Who was he trying to fool? Guru, are you trying to say that you have the ability to predict the future? You knew that you would meet me, so you prepared it in advance? I do have the ability to predict the future, but you are an exception. Shun Jili replied slowly. He had never been able to see through her fate. A fortune teller couldn't predict their own fate, so he couldn't see his own either. However, he was too lazy to do so. If fate was determined by the heavens, there was no point in knowing in advance. It was only interesting when everything was unknown. His fate had always been decided by himself, so it didn't matter if he could predict it or not. If you can't predict the future, then why did you prepare this for me 30 years in advance? Ning Xiuma wanted to get to the bottom of it. I might not have told you, but a day in our world is a year here. Shun Jili replied slowly. Ning Xiuma was speechless. Wouldn't 30 years here be 30 days in her world? What stage was she and the guru at 30 days ago? It seemed like when the guru used Han Shanyu identity to take her in as a concubine, so he had been preparing a weapon for her since then. Ning Xiuma's heart warmed slightly. She was a little embarrassed. Why didn't you say so earlier? If she had known this earlier, she wouldn't have come here in a fit of anger. Do you regret coming here? Do you want me to bring you back? Shun Jili took in the look on her face. Ning Xiuma shook her head. No, I won't go. There was no turning back. She had always been someone who would rather break than bend. She was now very curious about the Moonlight Mountain. She also wanted to find a piece of moonlight iron to forge a weapon for the Almighty as a return gift. Moreover, she had promised the queen that she would also find a piece of moonlight iron for her. The moonlight pterosaur is best at fire attacks, while you're a wood attack. Wood breeds fire, so your attacks will only increase its fierceness, not restrain it. You don't know how to use water attacks, so you'd better use fire attacks to deal with it. I'm going to teach you a set of fire attack spells now. Whether you can understand it in time depends on you. Shun Jili began to explain the characteristics of the moonlight pterosaur and the methods to deal with it. At this time, Ning Xiuma listened very carefully. Her memory was very good, so she remembered almost everything Shun Jili said once. What Ning Xiuma didn't know was that when she and Shun Jili flew away from the mountain, a man in red appeared. His gaze fell on Ning Xiuma's back, and his eyes showed a complicated expression. Chapter 9:16. The man in red slowly clenched his fists in his sleeves and said in a low voice, Momo, you are mine. We missed each other in our previous life, but we won't meet again in this life. Ning Xiuma felt that if there was a ranking of the most deceptive places, this Moonlight Mountain would definitely be at the top. She had never seen such a deceptive place before. There were stones all over the mountain, glowing stones, big and small, round, sharp, flat. There were more of them than the stars in the sky. Although the appearance of the stones were different, the color was the same. Every one of them glowed with moonlight, giving people the illusion that the entire valley was filled with luminous pearls. Shun Julie told her that the moonlight iron was among these stones. Only by picking them up would one be able to tell whether they were moonlight stones or moonlight iron. If one didn't pick them up, one wouldn't be able to tell. This wasn't the most deceptive thing. The most deceptive thing was that every time she picked up a stone, an Earth-ranked level 8 moonlight pterosaur would appear out of thin air. The disturbed moonlight pterosaur was like an enraged lion, attacking the culprit who disturbed their beautiful dreams. The ancestor was a man of his words. After sending her up, he kindly reminded her that she could only pick up one stone at a time, or else she would have to bear the consequences. Then, he leisurely sat at the side and arranged a chessboard on a rather flat rock. He played chess with himself for fun, leaving her to be chased by the moonlight pterosaur all over the mountain. The moonlight pterosaur was about the same size as the legendary pterosaur, but its whole body was the color of moonlight. When it flapped its wings, raging flames would cover the sky. Although this beast's body was sturdy and looked rather clumsy, its speed was unbelievably fast, just like lightning flashing. Ning Shuima's expeditious steps was unparalleled in the world, but when she encountered this beast, her hands and feet were tied. She couldn't completely avoid the attacks of the moonlight pterosaur. When she couldn't avoid it, she could only meet force with force. Fortunately, she had a weapon on her. It was a long sword, which was given to her by Yelu Jing, and for self-defense when she received the identity of a new disciple of the Sun Moon sect. Although it wasn't a rare divine weapon, it was still extremely sharp. In addition to the mental power she poured into it, it could cut through gold and jade like tofu. However, her sword did not even leave a white mark on the beast's body. Therefore, Ning Shuima wanting to use her sword to cut off its head was clearly wishful thinking. After all, it was an Earth-ranked level 8 mythological beast. Its storm-like attacks forced Ning Shuima into a fluster. There were a few times when she was almost burnt to ashes by the flames it spat out. She was almost chased and beaten up by this guy. She was tortured very badly. Fortunately, she was quick to adapt and had many new ideas in the fight. After suffering several losses, she finally used the incantation of fire that Shun Julie had just taught her. Logically speaking, this kind of spell could only be used when one's psychokinesis of fire reached the Earth rank. However, Ning Shuima's psychokinesis of fire was only at the human rank level 5, so the first time she used it, it was only a ball of fire the size of a ping-pong ball. When the small fireball rushed in front of the moonlight pterosaur, it was extinguished by the pterosaur's mouth. Quack, quack, quack. The moonlight pterosaur laughed mockingly, its laughter sounding like 1,000 ducks quacking. Shut up. Dizun, who was playing chess, was disturbed by it. With a shake of his hand, a ball of blazing white light flew over and entered the moonlight pterosaur's wide, open mouth like lightning. Chapter 9:17. The moonlight pterosaur jumped 3 feet high, and when it landed on the ground, its entire head was burnt. Naturally, it died. Ning Shuima was so tired that she was panting. She couldn't help but glance at him. Shun Julie played a chess piece by himself. Don't worry, I'm not helping you. It's just that it's too noisy. Ning Shuima ignored him. She looked at the moonlight stone in her hand that she had just picked up. All the luster had dissipated. The shining moonlight stone had become an ordinary stone, unremarkable. The difference between moonlight stone and moonlight iron is that after the moonlight pterosaur released by the stone is killed, the moonlight iron's luster will not disappear. Instead, it will become brighter. Shun Julie seemed to have eyes on the back of his head. How can I distinguish between moonlight stone and moonlight iron before moving the stones? Ning Shuima didn't want to waste more energy. Before the moonlight pterosaur is killed, it's impossible to distinguish. Shun Julie played another chess piece. So you have to be prepared to turn over all the stones in this mountain. Ning Shuima was speechless. She looked at the large and small stones in the mountain, and the corner of her mouth twitched. How long would she have to turn over all these stones? More importantly, how many moonlight pterosaurs would she have to fight with? I forgot to tell you, these moonlight pterosaurs will be more powerful than the previous one. Moreover, if you can't turn over all of them today, these moonlight pterosaurs that you have killed will be reborn. The next day, all the stones will be reshuffled and change positions, but not a single one will be missing. You have to start from the beginning. Shun Juli kindly reminded her again. Ning Shuima's mouth twitched even more. This was too perverted. How could she find a moonlight iron properly? What's the ratio of moonlight stone to moonlight iron? Ning Shuima only hoped that the ratio was higher. That way, it would be easier for her. It's hard to say. Shun Jili told her the truth. I once studied here for a month. I killed the moonlight pterosaur 30 times, and only found 4 pieces of moonlight iron. Didn't that mean that even if she searched through all the rocks in the valley, she might not be able to find a single piece? Ning Shuima's pretty face turned green from the blow of the truth. No wonder this small piece of moonlight iron was so expensive. It was actually so hard to find. It was even more difficult than winning a lottery ticket. Don't be discouraged. Maybe you'll be so lucky that you'll find one every time you kill a dragon. Try your best. Shun Juli comforted her with a few words and went back to playing chess. Ning Shuimal wished she could sweep his chessboard. If he had told her about his difficulties earlier, she might have backed out a long time ago. But now, she had already bragged. If she couldn't find the moonlight iron, she would be too ashamed to face her elders in Jiangdong. Ning Shuima pursed her small lips. In her heart, she summed up the lesson she had just learned. She steeled her heart and flipped open the second stone that looked quite pleasing to the eye. Then, a moonlight pterosaur jumped out. Because of the lesson she learned from fighting with the first moonlight pterodactyl, Ning Shuima wasn't so embarrassed this time. She was no longer chased by the moonlight pterodactyl. When she used the psychokinesis of fire again, the fireball she released began to grow bigger and bigger. It grew from the size of a ping-pong ball to the size of a steamed bun. Although it still couldn't cause any substantial damage to the moonlight pterodactyl, it could at least make it hesitate a little. In this way, she fought with the moonlight pterodactyl for a full 2 hours. The moonlight pterodactyl still couldn't defeat and tear apart this delicate-looking little girl. Chapter 9:18. The moonlight pterosaur was very unhappy and couldn't help but roar at the sky. But halfway through its roar, it was interrupted by a ball of white light flying towards it. The white light suppressed its roar back into its throat with an overwhelming attack. So, the second moonlight pterosaur couldn't get up again. Ning Shuima threw away the stone that had turned into an ordinary stone in her hand and looked at Shun Juli again. Those who disturb me will be killed. Shun Juli spat out such a cold sentence and continued to play chess. Ning Shuima let out a sigh of relief and sat down on a rock that looked quite safe. Although she was exhausted from fighting with such a strong opponent, her battle experience increased rapidly, and the fire psychokinesis in her body was also flowing faster. She closed her eyes and adjusted her inner breath for a while. Then, she stood up again, moved her hands and feet, and opened the third moonlight stone. Just like that, she fought with the moonlight pterosaurs one by one. As her battle experience increased, the small fireballs she released became bigger and bigger. When she fought with the fifth moonlight pterosaur, a circle of faint red light suddenly appeared around her body. Her fire psychokinesis that had been stagnant finally leveled up. This was simply like fighting monsters to level up. Ning Shuima looked at Shun Juli. He actually brought her here to level up, right? After all, people's potential would be completely stimulated in a fight. It was also the fastest to level up, and the skills that were cultivated would be the most firmly remembered. In fact, the 5 moonlight pterosaurs were all killed by the Almighty's big moves in the end. It was all when she was about to lose or when she was most tired. The reasons he casually came up with were all kinds of strange. They were noisy, the wind from the fan blew on him. The fire from the breath made him hot. After killing the 5th moonlight pterosaur, Ning Shuima ran to Shun Juli and sat in front of him. Almighty, I'm hungry. She was sweating all over, her hair was a little messy, and her pretty face was even a little dirty. But her eyes were as bright as stars, and her cheeks were rosy. Shenjuli's eyes flickered as he waved his hand. Come here. Ning Xiaoma had been taken advantage of by him several times, so she wasn't willing to be fooled again. She was afraid that he would pull her into his arms and kiss her until the sky turned dark again. Her tofu had already been taken advantage of by him countless times. If he continued to take advantage of her, she would become tofu dregs. She sat where she was and shook her head. No. Shenjuli pulled out a comb out of nowhere and twirled it around his fingertips. He looked at her and said, Aren't you thinking too much? I just don't want to see your messy hair. Ning Xiaoma couldn't help but touch her hair. Yes, it was indeed knotted. She looked at the Almighty again. His clothes were as white as snow, not a single bit out of place. There wasn't even a wrinkle on his clothes, not even a speck of dust. She had just been fighting with the moonlight pterosaur, and the dust had almost covered the sky. This guy could still be so perfect in the middle of the battlefield, which made her feel intoxicated. Ning Xiaoma didn't stand on ceremony with him. She walked over and squatted beside him. She turned around and faced him with the back of her head. Thank you. She felt at ease and let him comb her hair. Under normal circumstances, if a super insecure person was willing to show her back to you without hesitation, it proved that she trusted you. Shenjuli looked down at her defenseless appearance, and a touch of gentleness flashed through his eyes. He first used a cleaning spell on her body to make her look as clean as if she had just taken a shower. Then, he raised his hand to comb her hair. Chapter 919. The teeth of the comb touched Ning Xiaoma's scalp from time to time, and it had a massage effect, making her feel very comfortable. The comb went all the way to her hair, and it lasted for a long time. The comb went all the way to her tail, and it was harmonious and beautiful. Ning Xiaoma suddenly thought of a few folk songs, and then she was embarrassed. It seemed to be a wedding song, and it was a blessing for the couple to be united. The Almighty just couldn't stand her being dirty, so he was just combing her hair. Why did she suddenly think of that? Ning Xiaoma's hair was originally just casually tied up behind her back. It didn't look good, but it was neat and convenient for fighting. Now, Shenjuli had tied her hair into a slanted bun. She looked cute and charming at the same time. Shenjuli had brought a lot of things with him, so he casually took out a mirror and gave it to her. Take a look. Is it pleasing to the eye? Of course it was pleasing to the eye. Ning Xiaoma looked at her exquisite hair and was very satisfied. She couldn't help but straighten her body and pounce on him. She gave him a loud kiss on the side of his face. Great, a kiss as a reward. Before Shenjuli could react, she had already quickly sat down opposite him. She looked at him with a pair of bright eyes. Almighty, can we eat now? She was starving. Shenjuli raised his hand and touched the place where she had kissed him. His handsome face was calm. Cut corners, so you'll be punished with a meal. Ning Xiaoma was speechless. No, she was so hungry. She blinked her eyes and didn't say anything. She just looked at him pitifully. Shenjuli knocked on the chessboard and said bluntly, There's no use acting cute. I'll give you 2 choices. 1, play a game with me. If you win, you can eat. 2nd, his voice paused, and he looked at her with a smile that wasn't a smile. Don't cut corners. Ning Xiaoma looked at the chessboard and then looked at him. She decisively pounced on him and sincerely kissed him on the other cheek. Is this okay? Just as she was about to get up, he hugged her waist and pressed her into his arms. He gave her a real deep kiss. After a while, he let her get up and said slowly, This is okay. He raised his hand and put away the chessboard. There was a bowl of porridge and a few steaming hot dishes on the stone. Eat. These dishes were all Ning Xiaoma's favorite dishes. What was even more amazing was that these dishes had something that could quickly replenish her physical strength. After she finished eating, she felt that her fatigue had disappeared by more than half, and her strength had returned by quite a bit. Come here. Shenjuli waved at her again. He wouldn't ask her to kiss to the end to kiss him again, would he? Not only did they kiss before the meal, they even wanted to kiss after the meal. Ning Xiaoma was in a good mood, so she decided to satisfy him this time. She happily pounced on him, hugged his neck, and kissed him on the cheek. Is it okay? She had just eaten and hadn't wiped her mouth yet. Her mouth was still a little oily. She treated it as wiping her mouth on his face, so she rubbed against him a few more times. Shenjuli was speechless. He pulled her away from him. Naughty! He pressed her down on the stone in front of him and kept massaging her shoulders and back. It turned out that he asked her to come over to give her a massage to unblock her muscles and bones. Ning Shuima closed her eyes and enjoyed his massage. The Almighty's massage was different from the masseur she had seen in her previous life, but it was very accurate. The places where he massaged seemed to be reconnected, and all the soreness disappeared without a trace. Chapter 920. The great god's massage even made Ning Shuima's depleted psychokinesis quickly return, making her lively and full again. Shenjuli only massaged for 5 or 6 minutes, but she felt as if she had soaked in a hot bath. Her spirit rejuvenated a lot. After the massage, Ning Shuima got up and moved her arms and legs, feeling unprecedentedly carefree. Thank you, Ning Shuima couldn't help but say. Having such a master by her side was really her great fortune. You don't have to be so polite with me. Shenjuli looked at her with a smile that wasn't a smile. Quickly leveling up is important. Go turn over the stones. No one wanted Ning Shuima to level up quickly more than the great god, so that he could quickly meet his requirements. Ning Shuima now understood that the great god brought her here not only to find the moonlight iron, but also to let her gain experience. So she turned over the stones again and fought with the moonlight pterosaur that jumped out. Shenjuli was still playing chess with himself, waiting for her. If she really couldn't win, or if she was in danger, he would help her get rid of the opponent. Time passed in a cycle of killing monsters, eating, and then killing monsters again, and then again. In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. In this half a month, the master and disciple didn't go down the mountain at all. There was nothing faster than leveling up in real combat. In just half a month, Ning Shuima's martial arts had increased by 1 level. Now, her with psychokinesis was already at Earth rank level 3. Because she frequently used fire spells to attack, the fire psychokinesis in her body had also increased greatly. After half a month, she also broke through to Earth rank and had the strength of Earth rank level 1. The fireball she released was now the size of a basketball, making the moonlight pterosaur have scruples. During this period, Shenjuli also took advantage of the situation to teach her a few martial arts. There were self-defense skills, offensive skills, and even music hypnosis. There were all kinds of things, and each of them was aimed at making up for the flaws in her battle. The ancestor was indeed a good master. His eyes were like torches, and he could see Ning Shuima's subtle mistakes in battle. He could point them out in time to help her correct them, which benefited Ning Shuima a lot. Of course, Dizun didn't serve her for nothing. He took advantage of her every time he taught her martial arts. As a result, Ning Shuima's martial arts improved by leaps and bounds, but she was also taken advantage of by Dizun countless times. There was no one on the peak of Moonlight Mountain. There were only the master and disciple duo and the moonlight pterosaur that appeared from time to time. There were no other spectators. Therefore, Dizun had no qualms about taking advantage of her. He hugged her in his arms and took advantage of her. He took advantage of her in all kinds of ways. In short, except for the last step, Dizun had already taken advantage of her in every way. There were several times when she almost lost control. Fortunately, Dizun's self-control was extraordinarily strong. He was able to stop in time and let her go to kill the monsters while he sat quietly to calm the surging heat in his chest. 10 days later, Ning Shuima finally killed the first moonlight pterosaur with her own ability. At the moment when the moonlight pterosaur fell down, the stone in Ning Shuima's hand quickly shrank to the size of a fingernail, but it was still shining. It was the moonlight iron. She finally found a piece of moonlight iron. Although the moonlight iron was small and light, she was still very excited to find it with her own hands. She excitedly circled around Shenjuli several times, as if she was presenting a treasure to him. Chapter 921. Shenjuli picked it up and looked at it, saying, "It's worth 30,000 crystals. Continue to work hard." He patted her shoulder to encourage her. When his palm fell, Ning Xiuma's treasured moonlight iron had already disappeared without a trace. Needless to say, it had entered his storage space. Although Ning Xiuma didn't have anything to show off, obtaining the first moonlight iron in her life greatly increased her confidence. Once again, she confidently went to turn over the rocks. This moonlight iron was indeed extremely difficult to find. After Ning Xiuma killed the first moonlight pterosaur, her speed of killing monsters became faster and faster. The time she spent killing monsters became shorter and shorter. From the original 3 to 4 hours, it became 2 to 3 hours, and then it became 1 hour. With the time she spent killing monsters shortened, the number of monsters she killed on that day naturally increased as well. After another 10 days, she was already able to kill more than 10 monsters a day. However, there was still no trace of the moonlight iron. Her fire psychokinesis had risen to Earth rank level 2, and her wood psychokinesis had also risen above Earth rank level 4. She believed that after training for another half a month or 20 days, she would be able to rise to Earth rank level 5. Although there was no trace of the moonlight iron, Ning Xiuma wasn't anxious. This was an excellent place to level up. Even if she found the moonlight iron, she didn't want to leave for a while. Moreover, there was the great god accompanying her. With him by her side, she wouldn't encounter any real danger. There were endless kinds of delicious food, so she wouldn't go hungry. When she was exhausted, he would even massage her. After massage, Ning Xiuma couldn't help but sigh. No wonder everyone is racking their brains to worship the great god as their master. The great god really is a good master. She even gave him a thumbs up. Ning Xiuma's heart was filled with emotions. Shunjili was speechless. Did she think that he taught every disciple like this? How could he have the leisure to do that? Most of them were herding sheep to graze. However, the great god still accepted her sincere praise without reservation. That's natural. There's no better master in this world than me. He then added, I said that I would train you day and night. Naturally, I won't go back on my words. It seemed like when he officially accepted her as his disciple, he already had the intention of bringing her to the Moonlight Mountain to level up. On the 28th day after arriving at Moonlight Mountain, Ning Xiuma finally found another piece of moonlight iron the size of a baby's fist. She weighed it in her hand. It was about half a caddy. In other words, with this moonlight iron, she could finally report back to the queen. Ning Xiuma seemed to see a large pile of crystals waving at her. She had finally escaped poverty and become rich in this immortal country. I won't be unable to afford a bun anymore. Do you want to continue? Shinjili looked at her. Continue, Ning Xiuma said without hesitation. There were still 2 days before her appointment with the queen, so she decided to try her luck again. She also wanted to find another piece of moonstone to make something for him. However, in order to accompany her, the Almighty had been playing chess with himself for more than 20 days. Wasn't it too boring? She thought for a moment and said, Almighty, if you're bored, you could go down and take a walk. I'll look for another 2 days. After 2 days, whether I find the moonlight iron or not, I'll go down with you. Shunjuli tilted his head and looked at her. Are you chasing me away? No, Ning Xiuma vowed. I'm just afraid that the great god will be bored. If she played chess with herself for more than 20 days, she would have gone crazy from boredom. Chapter 922. Ning Xiuma could now easily kill a moonlight pterosaur. As long as she was careful and didn't provoke a large wave of moonlight pterosaurs, she would be safe. Shunjili ignored her and only replied, No. With her by his side, how could he be bored? He even felt a great sense of accomplishment as he watched her power rapidly increase. A month's time was finally up. On the 30th day, the god of luck finally visited her again. She obtained another piece of moonlight iron the size of a goose egg. The faint moonlight flowed on it like a tide, reflecting on Ning Xiuma's happy little face, making her pair of bright eyes even more dazzling. Great God! Great God! How is this moonlight iron? Ning Xiuma ran back to his side with a smile, holding the moonlight iron in her small hand and waving it in front of him. Shunjili only glanced at it and made an evaluation. Good iron. This moonlight iron was also divided into purity levels like gemstones. The higher the purity, the more valuable it was, and the brighter its luster. The piece that Ning Xiuma had just obtained was very pure. It could be considered an extremely rare item. He looked at the moonlight iron and then looked at her. What are you going to do with this moonlight iron? Ning Xiuma shook her finger and kept him in suspense. Heaven's secrets can't be revealed. If she said it in advance, there would be no surprise. She got what she wanted and was very satisfied. After stretching, she hugged Shun Julie's arm again. Okay, we should go down. Great God, let's go down. A month's time was up. It was time for her to go down and make money. Shun Julie was very satisfied. Since he and Ning Xiuma had reconciled, she was becoming more and more like a child when she was with him. Unintentional physical contact with him was also increasing. The defense she had against him in the depths of her heart was finally disappearing. The two of them still flew over the inky black sea of clouds, just like when they went up the mountain. This time, Shun Julie was much more relaxed when he carried her over. First of all, his telekinesis had basically recovered. Secondly, Ning Xiuma's internal energy had also greatly improved, so naturally, her body was much lighter. Naturally, it would be easier to fly with him. The two of them landed on the mountain they had come from earlier. Looking back at the Moonlight Mountain, Ning Xiuma suddenly felt like she was dreaming. Guru, let's go back here after I finish my task, okay? Ning Xiuma hugged his arm and refused to let go. This place was too good. Not only could he practice martial arts, he could also make a fortune while he was at it. Shun Julie looked at her sparkling eyes and shook his head. No, I can't. Why? Don't bite off more than you can chew. You can increase the speed of your training, but you can't be too eager for quick success. Otherwise, it will backfire and harm your body. You should first digest what I have imparted to you. Fine. Ning Xiuma also felt that she had been too impatient. All right, then we'll go back after we complete our task. Good girl. Shun Julie patted her head and kissed her forehead. Just as he was about to take her away, he suddenly sensed something and turned to look to the left. Who's there? There was a dense forest on the left. It was silent in the forest, and no one could be seen. Shun Julie waved his sleeve directly into the forest. Come out. His sleeve was like a flexible whip, and it quickly swept a circle in the dense forest. A wolf howled, and a wolf rushed out of the dense forest. It panicked and rushed to the edge of the mountain. It couldn't stop and directly rushed into the black clouds. Chapter 923. After the wolf fell into the clouds, it didn't even have time to scream before it melted into nothingness. It turned out that a wolf was coveting them in the forest. Ning Xiuma couldn't help but laugh out loud. Guru, it turns out that you can also be oversensitive. Shun Julie frowned slightly. He vaguely felt that it wasn't a wolf that was coveting them in the forest. He even felt a sharp, murderous aura just now. He originally wanted to go deeper into the forest to check it out, but he gave up the idea when he saw Ning Xiuma, who was already a little tired. He grabbed her waist and said, "Let's go." He took her to the sky and disappeared in the blink of an eye. A moment later, a faint golden light flashed in the depths of the forest, and a man in red slowly appeared. The setting sun shone on his red robes, making him look like a fire. But for some reason, it gave people a feeling of desolation. He looked at the Moonlight Mountain, and then looked in the direction where Ning Xiuma and Shun Julie disappeared. He slowly clenched his fingers. A murderous aura poured out from his body, causing the surrounding plants to wither instantly. 1 month. She actually stayed with him for a month on the mountain, and they never left each other's side. When Ning Xiuma was slaying the dragon, she never left Shun Julie's sight. Shun Julie protected her so tightly that he couldn't even get close to her. He didn't want to waste all his previous efforts, so he couldn't show himself. He could only leave quickly and wait on the mountain peak. He knew that it was hopeless even if he waited here, but he didn't want to leave. He didn't want to leave before he saw them come down. They stayed on the mountain for a month, and he also suffered here for a month. When he saw them being so intimate, he almost couldn't control the murderous aura burning in his chest and almost exposed his whereabouts. Fortunately, he prepared a wolf in advance, or else the consequences would be unimaginable. Shun Julie, he whispered with a hint of gnashing teeth. I won't give her to you in this life. Never. He fiercely flicked his sleeves, and a golden light flew out. Everywhere it passed, it turned into a barren wasteland. He stretched out his hands, and the black wave zither appeared out of thin air. The other 6 strings were fine, but the 7th string was even redder. The mountain wind blew, and the ghostly cries inside faintly sobbed with the wind. The man in red stretched out a snow-white finger and put it on the string. His sleeves suddenly filled with wind and fluttered. His handsome face showed a touch of pain, red and blue, as if he was sucking the ghost on the string. After a while, the bright red color of the zither string gradually faded, and the ghostly cries could no longer be heard. His handsome face turned a strange shade of red, but after meditating for a while, it returned to its usual sparkling white color. He gazed into the distance for a moment before his lips curled into a smile. His smile was like a flower blossoms in the spring breeze. Shinjio, you will regret for what you did today. Momo, you will belong to me, and only me. He simply sat on the ground and played the zither. Along with the sound of the zither, he sang, The sun rises in the east, red clothes like fire. The magnetic voice floated around the mountain peak with the sound of the zither. The queen was going crazy. Her brother Shui had been in seclusion in the secret room for a month. A month. He had never come out. She didn't dare to rush in to see, and didn't even dare to disturb him. She was like an ant on a hot pan. Chapter 924. After a month had passed with great difficulty, the maid sent another piece of good news. She said that the moonlight stones she wanted had finally been taken out by the other party. Now the other party wanted the money and the goods. The queen, of course, did not dare to be negligent. A gust of wind blew towards the place Ning Xiumo wanted the goods to be delivered, the first tea house. She finally saw Ning Xiumo and Shun Julie again. After not seeing them for a month, she was surprised to find that Ning Xiumo's skills had increased by 2 levels. She focused on the cinnabar mole between Ning Xiumo's eyebrows. That cinnabar mole was bright red. It was originally in the shape of a snowflake, but now it was gradually changing into the shape of a lotus. The queen looked at Shun Julie beside Ning Xiumo. She still could not see him clearly. That person's body seemed to be covered in a layer of invisible smoke, blurring his facial features. Even if she gathered all her energy, it was still useless. She could not deal with this person. Once again, the queen was aware of this. This young lady's skills have increased so quickly. The queen wanted to exchange a few pleasantries first. Ning Xiumo was in a hurry to go back, so she did not want to exchange too much pleasantries with her. She held a piece of moonlight iron in her palm. Your Majesty, this is the moonlight iron you wanted. The queen's eyes lit up. She raised her hand to take it. Ning Xiumo waved her sleeve and avoided her hand. I wonder if your Majesty has brought the 40 million crystal beads. The queen was stunned. She coughed and said, I do have these crystal beads, but there are so many that you can't take them all, right? This king will store the crystal beads in the country's largest bank for you. You can take them whenever you want. She took out a stack of banknotes and handed it over. Ning Xiumo did not take it. No, I only want the crystal beads, not banknotes. What a joke. This woman was the immortal kingdom's king. If she went back on her words, she could just give an order and these banknotes would become useless, turning them into a pile of waste paper. She would not fall for this trick. The queen looked at her. But there are so many crystals. Where are you going to put them? 40 million was not a small number. There were hundreds of boxes in total. Ning Xiumo immediately looked at Shun Julie. Guru, Shun Julie finally opened his mouth and said coolly, Reveal the crystal. If it were anyone else, the queen would have been furious. However, when she looked at Shun Julie, she knew that she could not afford to offend him. She had no choice but to order people to go to the national treasury to get the crystal beads. 2 hours later, the 500 chests of crystal beads were finally brought over. They were piled high at the entrance of the tea house, attracting countless onlookers. Ning Xiumo opened all the boxes and checked them. After confirming that there were no mistakes, she gave the moonstone to her with satisfaction. This kind of transaction naturally attracted a large group of onlookers. Although the citizens of the Immortal Kingdom did not know the truth, when they saw their queen give away such a large sum of money, they still felt pain for her. There were some who were angry, some who were shocked, some who were resentful, and some who scolded her for being a wastrel. The monarchy of this country was clearly not that strict. The citizens who lived here were still very bold. The power of the king was not like the ancient feudal kings who could use their power to kill people. Therefore, the queen's wastrel actions attracted the dissatisfaction of the citizens. There were many discussions in the surroundings. The queen was a little embarrassed. Her beautiful face turned red, but she did not say a word. After Ning Xiuma finished counting the crystal beads and handed them over to the moonstone, she turned around and left. "Your Majesty, wait." Ning Xiuma suddenly called out to her. "Is there anything else?" The queen turned around. Her tone was not good. Chapter 925. Ning Xiuma pointed at the boxes and revealed a faint smile. "Xiuma will only keep 200 boxes of these crystal beads. I'll return the rest to your Majesty and treat it as making a new friend." The queen was stunned, and the surrounding citizens all sucked in a breath of cold air. She only kept 200 out of the 500 boxes. This meant that she only kept less than 20 million crystal beads and returned the rest for free. The queen finally slowly walked back and gave a deep bow to Ning Xiuma. "Many thanks." She took out an exquisite-looking jade tablet from her sleeve and placed it in Ning Xiuma's hand. "From today onwards, the two of you are honored guests of the Immortal Kingdom. The two of you can enter and leave the Immortal Kingdom as you wish. All of your expenses can be recorded on this jade tablet." With this jade tablet in hand, Ning Xiuma had an endless cash card. She could spend as much as she wanted in the Immortal Kingdom. No matter where she went, she would be treated as an honored guest. The queen left with her subordinates and brought back the 300 large chests along the way. As for the 200 boxes of crystal beads Ning Xiuma left behind, they disappeared with a wave of Shun Jiuli's sleeve. It was very clear that he had placed them in his storage space. The surrounding citizens finally dispersed. They were originally hostile towards Ning Xiuma and Ning Xiuma, but after Ning Xiuma's actions, their hostility towards her disappeared without a trace. There were even some people who gave their specialty products to Ning Xiuma to show their gratitude. After this, Ning Xiuma quickly became famous in the Immortal Kingdom. Her name spread through the entire Immortal Kingdom at the speed of light. "You're very smart." Shun Juli looked at Ning Xiuma with eyes full of praise. "That's natural. I'm the smartest." Ning Xiuma did not hesitate to accept all of his praise. Although she had lost most of the crystal beads, she had gained the hearts of the people of the Immortal Kingdom. If she really accepted the 40 million crystal beads, she was afraid that she would no longer have a foothold in this place and would be ostracized by all the citizens of the Immortal Country. In that case, what was the point of having 40 million crystal beads? Even if a person spent a lot of money, he wouldn't be able to spend 40 million crystal beads. She might as well do him a favor. Anyway, this 10 million was enough for her to spend as she pleased. There was no need to add another 10 million for long hair. Ning Xiuma pulled Shun Juli to store the crystal beads in the most famous banks of the Immortal Empire. She was already famous, and the shop assistants and shopkeepers in the bank were extremely respectful to her, and they liked her very much. Ning Xiuma didn't know that the spiritual energy flowing through these crystals was the key to supporting the Immortal Kingdom's existence. As long as these crystal beads were still in this country, they would be able to exert their power. It didn't care who its owner was. Now that Ning Xiuma had stored all of these crystal beads in the Immortal Kingdom's bank, it was clear that she didn't plan on taking them away. Naturally, it wouldn't affect the country's fate, and it wouldn't affect the citizens. All of the citizens let out a sigh of relief, and they were filled with gratitude towards Ning Xiuma and Shun Juli. When Ning Xiuma finished dealing with all of this, it was already nighttime. She wandered around the city, going from one store to another and buying some rare things along the way. Since she had the great god's storage space, she didn't have to worry about not being able to take it all. The citizens of the Immortal Kingdom paid attention to her movements at the beginning, but when they saw that she was only shopping, they gradually lost interest in watching her and stopped paying attention to her. In the end, Ning Xuema went to the shop of the sword forger. Chapter 926. Ning Xuema had the great god drink tea in the outer room while she pulled the blacksmith into the inner room. Then she took out another piece of moonlight iron and told him to make a moonlight flute for her. This was the only gift she could think of for the great god. The blacksmith happily agreed and put away the moonlight iron. Ning Xuema left him 50,000 crystal beads as a deposit before coming out with satisfaction. Once this flute was successfully made and she gave it to the great god, what kind of expression would the great god have? Ning Xuema suddenly had some expectations. She walked out with this kind of expectation, but when she saw the scenery outside, she was slightly stunned. The great god was still sitting there, not moving at all. When Ning Xuema came in, he was drinking tea in the outer room. But when she came out, she found that he was staring at a flute. That flute was shining, as if it was surrounded by moonlight. It looked beautiful and noble, with a faint mysterious feeling. Moonlight flute. He was actually holding a moonlight flute. Beside him stood a man wearing simple black clothes. He had sharp eyes and a handsome face, but there was a trace of vicissitudes between his eyebrows. "Master!" The blacksmith behind Ning Xuema called out, and quickly walked over. "Why are you here?" His voice was filled with respect. Ning Xuema couldn't help holding her forehead. There was a disadvantage to the immortal kingdom's immortality. You couldn't judge a person's age based on their appearance. The black-clothed man slightly nodded. "Little Luo, you've done well these past few years. You've managed the shop very well." The master and disciple clearly hadn't seen each other for many years, so they chatted for a while. Ning Xuema learned the identity of the black-clothed man from their conversation. He was the most famous blacksmith in the immortal kingdom, a legend at the peak. He didn't take on jobs easily, but when he did, he would definitely make a divine weapon. He used to be the owner of this shop, but 1,000,000 years ago, he gave the shop to his disciple and went to travel. He had just returned this time. And this time, he came here to ask his disciple to help him sell the moonlight flute, because he was really too poor, so poor that he almost didn't have enough to eat. While the master and disciple were chatting, Ning Xuema moved closer to Shun Julie and looked at the moonlight flute. For some reason, her heart suddenly skipped a beat. There was a strange feeling hovering in her heart. Whether it was the style or the length of the flute, it gave her an inexplicably familiar feeling. This was clearly her first time seeing it. The moonlight flute was perfect both in terms of material and shape. Shun Julie used a cleaning spell on the flute. After cleaning the flute completely, he tried to play a few notes. The sound of the flute was clear and serene, like a small stream glistening under the moonlight, slowly flowing out. Ning Xuema's heart skipped a beat, as if someone was squeezing it. He also felt dizzy for a moment. Her body swayed slightly. Shun Julie immediately pulled her to his side and looked at her with a frown. "What's wrong?" When he spoke, the sound of the flute naturally stopped. Ning Xuema's dizziness finally passed. She rubbed her forehead. "It's probably because I've been too tired these past few days." She was also a bit sleepy. After all, she had fought for so long in the Moonlight Mountain. Now that she relaxed, she couldn't hold on any longer. She looked at the flute again and felt a bit conflicted. "Great God, do you like this flute a lot?" Shun Julie looked at the flute in his hand. He always liked to make his own instruments, so he didn't like any other instruments. Chapter 927. Strangely enough, the moment Shun Julie saw the flute, he felt a strange feeling in his heart. It was a feeling of familiarity and bitterness at the same time. It was an indescribable feeling in his heart. He liked this flute. He liked it the moment he saw it. When he heard Ning Xuema's question, he nodded slightly. "Not bad, I like it." He looked up at the black-clothed swordsmith. "Your flute." He was about to ask how many crystals the flute was worth when he saw the expression on the black-clothed swordsmith's face. He frowned. The black-clothed swordsmith stared at Ning Xuema. His eyes were filled with surprise. His mouth opened and closed. Finally, he said, "You're finally here. I've been looking for you all these years." Ning Xuema, Shun Julie, his disciple, the blue-clothed swordsmith. "Master, did you get the wrong person?" The black-clothed swordsmith rushed over. "Miss, I've been looking for you for 1,000,000 years. After you asked me to make this flute, I've been keeping it with me. I've been waiting for you to come and take it back. I've been waiting for years, but you never came. You never came. I had no choice but to go out and look for you. But I don't know your name or where you came from." He was so excited that he was incoherent. A faint white light appeared in front of him, preventing him from moving forward. Shun Julie's cold voice sounded. "You got the wrong person." Ning Shuima's face was filled with black lines from his words. 1,000,000 years ago, 1,000,000 years ago, she was just a speck of dust in the universe. "Master, you've got the wrong person." Ning Shuima also spoke up. She looked at the black-clothed swordsmith sympathetically. The black-clothed swordsmith had probably been looking for her for too long. He actually mistook her for someone from 1,000,000 years ago. How pitiful. He had been looking for her for 1,000,000 years, but he was probably hysterical. When Ning Shuima spoke, the black-clothed swordsmith stopped in his tracks and looked at her in shock. You really aren't her?" Ning Shuima shook her head. "I don't know who you're talking about, but I'm definitely not her. She was only 14 years old. How could she be related to a person from 1,000,000 years ago? Even if the way time was calculated here was different from the way she came from, where 1 year was 1 day on the other side, then the 1,000,000 years he spoke of was 3,000 years ago on the other side of the continent." Shun Julie's eyes flickered as they landed on the black-robed swordsmith. "The person who asked you to forge this flute 1,000,000 years ago was a woman who looked like her? Are you sure?" The black-clothed swordsmith studied Ning Shuima again. He was also unsure. "Judging from her figure and presence, she gives me the feeling that she is." He slightly lowered his eyes, and a trace of sadness appeared in the depths of his eyes. At the time, that woman was wearing red clothes and a curtained hat on her head. It covered most of her face, so I couldn't see her clearly. However, that woman really did have a great presence. Even if he couldn't see her face, he could still feel his heart beating wildly the moment he saw her. He couldn't move his eyes away. That woman came alone. She first came to his shop to ask about the moonlight iron. When she found out that this was a priceless item in the immortal country, something that couldn't be bought, she said that she had to obtain the moonlight iron before leaving. 3 months later, that woman finally appeared. She was extremely thin, and her body was covered in blood. As soon as she arrived, she fainted in front of his shop. He was the one who saved that woman and brought her back to the shop. Chapter 928. The black-robed swordsmith invited a doctor to examine her and found that there were countless wounds on her body. She had fainted because she had lost too much blood and was too tired and malnourished. The woman was very strong. She only fainted for a moment. Before the black-robed swordsmith could muster up the courage to remove the hat that covered half of her face, she opened her eyes. Her eyes were extremely black and bright, as if they could see into one's heart. The black-robed swordsmith's heart instantly fell for her. The black-robed swordsmith was already famous at that time. Even the queen had to speak to him politely. Therefore, the black-robed swordsmith was very arrogant and did not take anyone seriously. He had never liked other women, but he fell in love with this woman of unknown origins. He felt that it was a gift from the heavens for this woman to faint in front of his door. However, he did not expect that after sending the doctor away, the woman would say something to him that would almost send him to hell. She took out a piece of moonlight iron of excellent quality and asked him to help her make a flute. She said that she wanted to save her husband. The black-robed swordsmith could not believe his ears. The woman looked to be about 15 or 16 years old. He did not expect her to already have a husband. The black-robed swordsmith felt as if he had been hit in the head with a bat. He was speechless for a moment. The woman was clearly prepared. When she took out the moonlight iron, she also took out a piece of paper with a drawing of a flute. The drawing was very detailed. The shape and size were all predetermined. He only needed to make it according to the drawing. The design of the flute was very complicated, and the patterns on it were also very complicated. The black-robed swordsmith was also very knowledgeable. After looking at the design for a while, he blurted out, "This looks a bit like the legendary soul-gathering flute. Could it be that your husband is already dead?" His words stunned the woman for a moment. Then she nodded. The soul-gathering flute did not look very special on the outside, but the internal structure was very complicated. There could not be a single mistake. It was not easy to make. Once the forging started, the swordsmith had to be completely focused. He could not take on other jobs. It was time-consuming and risky. The black-robed swordsmith looked at the moonlight stone that the woman had risked her life for. He did not dare to take on this job. Besides, apart from a moonlight iron, that woman didn't have a single crystal bead. She simply couldn't afford the deposit. The black-robed swordsmith wanted to refuse, but the woman knelt in front of him and said that she had to save her husband. She said that she had no other way out and begged him to help her. She said that she would think of a way to earn enough crystals to make this moonlight flute, so that he wouldn't work for nothing. After all, the black-robed swordsmith liked her and couldn't bear to see her begging so humbly, so his heart softened and he agreed. Creating this moonlight flute was not an easy task. Even with his ability, it would take him 50 to 60 years to succeed. The woman made a promise with him that she would come back to retrieve it after 60 years. Then, the woman left with injuries. What the black-robed swordsmith didn't expect was that the woman never came back after she left. After he finished forging the flute, he waited year after year. He had been guarding this shop for 1,000 years. In the end, the woman did not appear again. Just like that, the black-robed swordsmith waited until he became obsessed. He really couldn't wait for the woman, so he transferred the shop to his disciple. Then, he took the flute and went out to look for her. However, in the vast sea of people, he didn't know the woman's name or identity. He didn't even see the woman's true appearance. Where could he find her? Chapter 9:29. Over the years, he had traveled to countless continents and countless countries, but there was no news of that woman. In the beginning, he would often contact his disciple and ask him to keep an eye out for that woman. After repeated disappointment, he finally stopped contacting her so frequently and only contacted her once every 3 to 5 years. He had been wandering until he was penniless. It was only when he was truly in despair that he finally returned to this shop. 1,000,000 years had passed, and he felt that the woman would definitely not come back. There was a high chance that she had met with some mishap. Although he was sad and regretful, there was nothing he could do. This flute had changed his life and left him with a psychological trauma. Thus, he decided to return to the shop and ask his disciple to find a suitable customer for this flute to sell. He did not expect to find Shun Julie sitting there drinking tea as soon as he entered. He looked like he was leisurely waiting for someone. Although Shun Julie had used a spell to hide his face, his aura was still there. One look and one could tell that he was not an ordinary person. Out of curiosity, he took out the moonlight flute and approached Shun Julie to ask if he was interested in the moonlight flute. Shun Julie was bored waiting outside. When the black-robed swordsmith approached him, he discreetly separated him. When he heard the words moonlight flute, his heart skipped a beat. He was slightly interested and asked the man to take it out to take a look. He had just received it and had not had time to study it when Ning Shuama came out. This was the black-robed swordsmith's experience. He briefly recounted his experience to Ning Shuama and Shun Julie. Ning Shuama and Shun Julie did not take it to heart. There were many people in this world who looked similar. It was not strange that the woman the black-robed swordsmith met looked very similar to Ning Shuama. Moreover, so much time had passed, and the black-robed swordsmith did not see the woman's appearance clearly. It was not strange that he mistook her for someone else. Ning Shuama took the moonlight flute in her hand and flipped it around a few times. This toy can gather souls and bring people back to life? To be honest, she didn't quite believe it. She felt a little sorry for that woman. She must have loved her husband dearly. That was why she fought so hard for even the slightest bit of hope. That was why she tried so hard to get the moonlight iron. Ning Shuama had just come down from Moonlight Mountain, so she naturally knew how difficult it was to find this thing. She didn't feel sad up there because Shun Julie was by her side. But that woman was all alone. Ning Shuama seemed to be able to imagine the woman killing the moonlight pterosaur on the Moonlight Mountain alone, turning over the rocks one by one. It was a pity that Moonlight Xiao, whom she had risked her life for, had never come to take it. Needless to say, she must have met with an accident during this period of time. Perhaps she had gone with her husband, or perhaps she had been plotted against and died. Ning Xiuma held the moonlight flute in her hand. There was a special feeling in her heart that she didn't want to put down. Great God, do you like it? Ning Xiuma wanted to ask for Shun Julie's opinion first. Shen Jili did not take it to heart. He was not interested in something that a woman had exchanged her life for. Therefore, he shook his head slightly. The black-robed swordsmith looked disappointed. He had mixed feelings about this flute. He did not want to see it again, but he also wanted to find a suitable buyer for it. If the man and woman in front of him bought this flute, it would not be a disgrace to it. He did not expect that the man was not interested. Chapter 9:30. The black-clothed swordsmith was about to take the flute when Ning Xiuma spoke. How much do you want to sell this flute for? The black-clothed swordsmith was startled. You want to buy it? Ning Xiuma nodded. Give me a price. If it's suitable, I'll buy it. The black-clothed swordsmith was straightforward. This flute was left behind by that girl. She promised to pay me 300,000 crystal beads as a processing fee, but she never came back. Now that you've taken a fancy to it, and you look like her, it proves that this flute is fated to be with you. So, you only need to pay me 300,000 crystal beads as a processing fee. She did not expect this person to be so honest. Ning Xiuma's impression of the black-clothed swordsmith improved. She took out a banknote worth 1,000,000 crystal beads and handed it over. That girl owes you 300,000 crystal beads and made you wait for so long. Plus, you had a hard time finding her, so I'll give you 1,000,000 crystal beads as compensation. 1,000,000 crystal beads was enough for a person to live comfortably until they were old. The black-clothed swordsmith naturally liked it. He faintly felt that Ning Xiuma was that girl's reincarnation. Now that she had accidentally taken back what belonged to her, it was only right for her to do so. Therefore, he agreed. After thanking her profusely, he took the banknote worth 1,000,000 crystal beads. Ning Xiuma kept the flute and called the black-clothed swordsmith over. She whispered a few words to him before she left with Shun Juli. After Ning Xiuma and Shun Juli left, the black-clothed swordsmith looked in the direction they disappeared in. Master, if you sell the flute, what if that girl really comes back? The blue-clothed swordsmith was very professional. He did not agree with his master's actions. She should be her. The black-clothed swordsmith suddenly said with certainty. The blue-clothed swordsmith raised his eyebrows, but she said that you recognized the wrong person. Also, that girl is really young. Her martial arts are not high either. That girl could find the moonlight iron alone that day. Her martial arts must be above the sky level. How can they be the same person? She should be that girl's reincarnation. The black-clothed swordsmith said calmly, I recognize the aura of her soul. It can't be wrong. Now that she has bought the flute, it can be considered returning it to its rightful owner. He yawned. All right, it's late. I should go back. Master, where are you going? Why don't you rest here? The black-clothed swordsmith was reluctant to leave. No need. I have a place to go. He turned to leave. The black-clothed swordsmith is to stay. His master had just made a fortune. With these 1,000,000 crystal beads, no matter what mansion he wanted, he could easily buy it. He wouldn't have to suffer the pain of wandering anymore. It was time for him to have a good rest. Above the cliff, swordsmith on. He of as to look as to sit to look as to look on's twos tis. The sound of clothes fluttering in the wind came from afar. In the blink of an eye, a black-clothed man ran over. When he was about to reach the red-clothed man, he stopped and bowed. Master! The red-clothed man slowly opened his eyes. His beautiful eyes flashed under the moonlight. How is it? His voice was magnetic and gentle, like an elegant prince. Chapter 9:31. Young Miss Ning is indeed interested in that flute and has already bought it. The black-clothed man reported. The red-clothed man's eyes flashed slightly, and then he nodded. Are you sure she has that flute? The man beside her didn't take it away for her? The black-clothed man revealed a faint smile. He didn't. This subordinate showed it to the man beside her first, and only after he saw it did it fall into young Miss Ning's hands, so he naturally wouldn't be suspicious. Moreover, that flute really isn't anything special, so he shouldn't steal it from young Miss Ning's hands. The red-clothed man let out a small breath and then waved his hand. "All right, you can leave." The black-clothed man bowed and left, his figure gradually disappearing into the darkness. The red-clothed man slowly stood up, and his lips curled into a faint smile. "Momo, that was originally yours, and now it has finally returned to its rightful owner. I hope you can remember the past soon. I hope you can recover your previous identity. Momo, Momo." He called out this name again and again in a low voice. His voice was filled with joy and pain, as if this name made his heart ache. However, every time he called it, there would be a lingering fragrance. He looked down at the black wave zither in his embrace. He was only one step away. Just one more step, and he would succeed. He suddenly sensed something and slightly knit his brows. His body flashed as he disappeared from the large rock. Inside the immortal country's imperial palace, the queen was currently anxiously walking around in circles outside a luxurious house. The door to the luxurious house was tightly shut, and there wasn't a single sound coming from inside. "Big Brother Shui, I've obtained the moonlight iron. Do you want to come out and take a look?" After a while, she said this again outside the door. She lowered her voice out of fear of disturbing the person cultivating inside. Of course, she still did not receive a response from the person inside. Did something happen to him in there? Otherwise, if he heard that the moonlight iron that he had been longing for was in his hands, he should have come out. The queen's heart was burning with anxiety, and her palm couldn't help but press against the thin door. She could open this door with a push, but her big brother Shui clearly said that he was not to be disturbed during his closed-door cultivation. Otherwise, there would be consequences. What should she do? What should she do? She was so anxious that she was like an ant on a hot pan. After calling out several times and going around in circles, she finally couldn't take it anymore. She would gently push open the door and secretly take a look. As long as she was sure that he was fine, she could wait outside with peace of mind. She mustered her courage and pressed her palm on the door again. Just as she was about to push it, the door suddenly opened on its own. A figure in red stood in front of the door and looked at her lazily. "Your Majesty." The queen took a step back and then rushed forward a few steps. She raised her hand to grab his hand. "Brother Shui, you scared me to death. I thought you." She didn't finish her words because she grabbed empty air. The man in red simply lifted his sleeve and easily avoided her hand. He took a step back, but his posture was still elegant. "Your Majesty, why are you looking for me in such a hurry?" A hint of hurt flashed through the queen's eyes. He was neither too close nor too far away from her. That distance was just right. Not only did it not make her fall out with him, it also made her heart itch. She had never been so madly infatuated with a man before. For him, she was willing to risk her life. Normally, she wasn't easy to get along with and was even a little irritable. However, in front of him, she couldn't help but act like a lady. Chapter 932. Even when the queen spoke, her voice was soft and gentle. She only wanted to show her best side in front of him. When she first met him, she was only captivated by his beauty. The queen didn't care much about it. She only wanted to bring him into her harem and make him her most favored concubine. But she didn't expect that after a few days of interaction, she would be completely captivated by him. For him, she disregarded the opposition of the people and dismissed her harem. For him, she spent a huge amount of money to build a magnificent palace that was almost connected to the sky. For him, she was criticized by the ministers she had done too much for him, but she had never been able to get him. This man was obviously an expert in the field of love. He was very good at grasping a woman's emotions. His control of loosening and tightening was very good, making the queen willingly do this and that for him. However, he never promised her anything. Even the physical contact between them was very little. Like right now, the queen was originally anxious and angry because she couldn't get him to open the door. But after he smiled like a breeze, all her anger disappeared without a trace. Only a little grievance was left. "Brother Shui, I found the moonlight iron and wanted to call you out to take a look. But after calling so many times, you still didn't reply." Her tone couldn't help but have the naivety of a little girl seeing her lover with a hint of anger. She was originally born very beautiful and had a lot of harem. She was also good at romance. At this moment, she was pouting her little mouth and acting coquettishly, which had a different kind of charm. Didn't I say that I'm going to cultivate in seclusion and can't be disturbed? The red-clothed man crossed his arms and looked at her with a smile that wasn't a smile. His deep eyes seemed to have light waves flowing, which was very captivating. Yuan, you shouted outside and almost caused me to go crazy. His face was indeed a little sickly pale. When the queen saw him like this, she immediately forgot the grievance in her heart and asked with concern, "It's my fault. Brother Shui, how do you feel now?" "I'm fine." I heard Her Majesty shouting outside the door, so I stopped a little too quickly. "It's not a big problem." His smiling eyes stared at her. "It's my fault for causing Her Majesty to be anxious outside. It's best if Her Majesty doesn't get angry." No. Yuan will never be angry with Brother Shui." The queen hurriedly confessed, all the resentment in her heart disappearing without a trace. She took out the moonlight iron that she had obtained with great difficulty and presented it in front of the red-clothed man. "Brother Shui, look, this is the moonlight iron you wanted." The red-clothed man took the moonlight iron in his hand and placed it flat on his palm. He stared at it for a long time before bringing it to his nose and sniffing it for a moment. He closed his eyes slightly. She was the one who had obtained this moonlight iron, and there was still a faint trace of her sin on it. "Momo, I never thought that you would be the one to bring me the moonlight iron. Is this fate? Or is it that the damned heavens are finally favoring me?" The queen watched him sniff the moonlight iron as if he was intoxicated, and a strange feeling arose in her heart. This moonlight iron had been in her sleeve the entire time, so it definitely had her scent on it. Her brother Shui had such a focused expression. Was he intoxicated by her scent? She blushed slightly. "Brother Shui, what are you smelling?" She coughed and was a little embarrassed. "There's probably a bit of my scent on it. You don't dislike it." The red-clothed man opened his eyes and looked at her. He faintly smiled. "I won't." "Yuan, thank you." Chapter 9:33. Thank you for bringing me the moonlight iron with her unique scent. It really can't be any better. His smile was as dazzling as a pearl, and the queen was stunned again. After a while, she found her voice again. No need to be polite. "Brother Shui, you don't need to be polite with me. For you, I'm willing to do anything." The red-clothed man smiled again and moved to the side to open the door, indicating for her to come in. "In order to repay your majesty, let me play a song for your majesty." Today's Brother Shui was not just gentle to her. The queen felt her heart blooming one by one as she entered the room in a daze. "Your majesty, please sit." The red-clothed man raised his hand and brought over a red agate-like praying mat for her. "Brother Shui, I already said, you don't need to be so polite with me. I can do it myself." The queen was completely confused by the red-clothed man's sudden attentiveness. She immediately sat down on the praying mat and shyly looked at him. "Brother Shui, what song do you want to play?" Actually, she said 2 words, but the rest stopped. She couldn't say it no matter what. "Actually what?" The red-clothed man sat in front of her and casually plucked the zither strings. He looked up to ask her. Actually, this king really likes to listen to zither music," the queen said against her will. She actually wanted to say, "Actually, if you really want to thank me, then spend some time with me and fly together." But when she saw the red-clothed man's eyes that were like mist, she swallowed it back down and changed it to something high and mighty. The red-clothed man gently smiled. "Since your majesty likes to listen to it, I'll play a few more songs." "All right," the queen replied against her will again. She actually wanted to push him down. She wanted to make love with him even more. That would be the most ecstatic feeling in the world. The queen's mind was filled with lust, and her eyes were so wet that it almost dripped with water. The man in red automatically ignored her flirtatious gaze and played the first note with a clang. The queen's body trembled, and she felt like her heart was shaking along with the zither strings. She widened her eyes and straightened her posture, trying to make herself appear more elegant and enthralled. "Brother Shui, you played really well." She took the opportunity to flatter and praise. The corners of the red-robed man's lips curled up slightly, but he didn't say anything. However, a hint of mockery rose in his heart. He had only played one note. This queen really spared no effort in currying favor with him. She didn't know that the music he was about to play was going to take her life. Since he had already obtained the moonlight iron, the queen was no longer of any use to him. It was time to simply abandon her. The sound of the zither rang out. At first, it was like a spring breeze brushing past the ears, bringing with it a warm aura that swept across the earth. The queen was not good at music. She did not even understand this. But since it was played by her sweetheart, she felt that it sounded good. The gentle sound of the zither seemed to be playing with her heart, making her fragile heart rise and fall with the zither music. This feeling was truly unique. The queen only felt as if her heart was being gently kneaded by a hand, and every knead made her blood flow faster. "Brother Shue," she said in a low voice, as if she was intoxicated. The red-clothed man ignored her and continued to play the zither. His snow-white fingers gently stroked the zither strings, looking elegant and relaxed. Chapter 9:34. Who would have thought that he would have killing intent like this? The sound of the zither came wave after wave, slowly increasing in speed. Very naturally, the queen's heart also began to beat faster. Gradually, she began to feel uncomfortable. Her heart began to beat like a drum, like a little girl seeing her sweetheart. She couldn't help holding her chest, trying to calm her fast-beating heart. Rather than saying that she was intoxicated by the sound of the zither, it was better to say that she was intoxicated by this spring wind-like feeling. "Brother Shue, I really like you," she said in a low voice. She had already fallen into a half-daze, saying all the things that she never dared to say in front of him. "I really like you like crazy. Whether you're cold to me or not, I like you. I like you so much that my heart hurts." The red-clothed man's fingers paused, and the sound of the zither was slightly out of tune, but quickly came back together. "Brother Shue, do you know? I was once a queen that everyone praised. My subjects all loved me, respected me, but I was poisoned by you. I love you beyond cure. I'm so infatuated with you, I can do anything for you. The subjects all say that you are a femme fatale. They wanted to chase you out. But how could I bear to do that? I like you so much." The queen's voice became even more intoxicated, as well as a bit of pain. The red-clothed man played another wrong note and finally looked up at her. Under the influence of the deadly zither, her face was already as red as an eggplant, but she did not realize it. That pair of watery eyes were filled with intoxication. "They call me a fatuous ruler behind my back, calling me a loser. They even want to abolish me. But I don't regret it. Liking you, I don't regret it." The red-clothed man's fingers that were playing the zither stiffened, and a faint light flashed in his emotionless eyes. He knew that as long as he played a few more notes, she would die from her heart beating too fast. This kind of death would not be too painful, and the imperial doctors would not be able to find out. They would only think that the queen had died from heart attack. This was the kind of death he had prepared for her. But after hearing her words, he suddenly felt like he could not do it. He was not a kind-hearted person, and his sympathy was pitiful. There were very few times when he could not bear it. But now, he couldn't bear to do it. He seemed to see a shadow of himself in the queen, to love someone madly, to love someone at all costs, but to not get a response. If he killed her now, it would be the same as killing his past self. Finally, his fingertips paused slightly, and the sound of the zither suddenly changed. It changed to a different tune, and the tinkling sound flowed out in the room. The melody was soothing, like a lullaby. The queen's heart, which was about to jump out of her chest, finally slowed down and returned to normal. She had no idea that she had just walked through the gates of hell. At this moment, the sound of the zither made her feel sleepy. She sat there and nodded. Go to sleep, go to sleep. When you wake up, you'll forget everything, and then there'll be nothing left." The man in red's voice seemed to come from thousands of miles away, following the sound of the zither into her ears. This made her even more sleepy. She could barely keep her eyelids open, but she still forced herself to stay awake. She mumbled, "No, I don't want to forget. I won't forget you." Chapter 9:35. The man in red didn't say anything. He just made the music more soothing and melodious. The queen was immersed in the sound of the zither. She did not realize that the melodious sound of the zither flowed out of the red-clothed man's fingertips and spread outside the palace. The maids and servants standing outside the palace all began to yawn. After yawning a few times, they fell asleep on the ground. In the end, the queen couldn't help but feel sleepy. She also fell asleep on the ground. The sound of the zither stopped faintly. The red-robed man stood up and walked slowly to the queen. He looked down at her with a complicated look in his eyes. After a while, he smiled gently. "Your Majesty, this is the first time I've been soft-hearted. You have to thank me. You're a little like me back then." His voice paused slightly, and the corners of his lips curled up again. "Go to sleep. When you wake up, you will forget about my existence." Sometimes forgetting is also a kind of luck. He seemed to feel something, and his eyes were a little blurred. "But since I've remembered, the other related people should also remember. How can they let me live in hell while they live happily?" His voice was cold. Whether it's bitterness or laughter, love or not, there has to be a result. "So, Momo, you have to remember too." He walked out without looking back. He didn't even bother to look at the queen lying on the ground. After a long time, the queen finally woke up from her deep sleep. She was shocked when she woke up. Why was she sleeping on the ground? She jumped up and looked around. She was unfamiliar with the layout here. She raised her hand and rubbed her forehead. She had a terrible headache, as if something in her head had been forcibly taken away. She walked around the room like a whirlwind and was furious. Who built such a luxurious and expensive palace? Didn't they know that her treasury was a little tight now? The problem was, why was she sleeping on the ground instead of the big bed next to her? The queen was very angry. The consequences were very serious. She first called for people in the room. When no one came, she was angry and surprised. She opened the door and looked outside. She was speechless. Her servants were sprawled all over the floor, sleeping in disarray. Was there an invasion? Was someone plotting against the royal family? After a period of chaos, she finally woke up the guards and maids. When she questioned them, they were even more confused than she was. None of them could remember how they got here. The queen hurriedly went down the tall building with a head full of question marks and summoned all the civil and military officials. It took her a day to finally figure out the terrible things she had done in the past 20 years. She had almost ruined the entire country for a boy toy. The queen wanted to bang her head against the wall. She did not understand why she was so obsessed. But when she thought about it carefully, she had no impression of that man at all. She wanted to find that man. She wanted to see what kind of person he was to be able to make her like this. But she had forgotten what that person looked like, and none of her maids and attendants remembered. That red-clothed man had lived in seclusion for 20 years, and very few people had seen him. The civil and military officials had only heard of him, but they had never seen him before. Therefore, even if the queen wanted to find him again, she had no way to do it. The queen felt that she had suffered a loss and ordered a nationwide search for this man. Chapter 9:36. However, when her subjects heard that the man was missing, they all clapped their hands in celebration. They were also afraid that their queen would fall into the man's gentle trap again and continue to do bad things. Therefore, when they searched for the man, they only did it half-heartedly and did not really look for him. No matter what, the queen returned to her original self. She was swift and decisive with countless concubines, however. The queen would occasionally dream of a man in red in the middle of the night. He was hidden in the fog, and she could not see his face clearly. However, there was a familiar feeling of palpitations, of course. These were the queen's afterwards. Ning Xiaomo felt that her days had been very magical ever since she followed the great god. For example, she stayed in the immortal kingdom for a whole month. When she returned to the Buddha Lotus Mountain, she realized that only 2 hours had passed here. The sky had just brightened and the white of the fish belly was showing. Ning Xiaomo followed the great god directly to the side palace where she was staying. The blanket was still there and all the items were in the same position. Even the plate of fruits on the table was still fresh and juicy. However, her level had increased by 2 levels in one night. When she went out and saw her fellow disciples from the Sun Moon sect, they would probably be shocked again. If the great god often brought her to places like the Immortal Kingdom to train, she would probably be able to reach Earth rank level 8 in less than 2 years in this world. She would become a strange existence again. Although only 2 hours had passed, she had been farming monsters for a month after all. She was still very tired. When she saw her big bed, she could not help but want to throw herself on it. Julie directly grabbed her and said, "You want to get on the bed when you're so dirty?" Ning Xiuma just remembered that she had not taken a bath for a month. Every time the great god used the cleaning spell on her, she really needed to take a bath. She simply hugged his arm and said, "Great god, can you send me to that hot spring again?" She liked that place more. Not only could she take a bath there, she could also take the opportunity to train. Jili looked at her, who was almost hanging on his arm. He pondered for a moment and asked, "Do you want to take a bath with me?" Ning Xiuma was speechless. Take a bath with the great god? She didn't dare to imagine that scene. Before they took a bath together, he had been harassing her in all aspects. Other than the last step, he had taken all of her tofu. If they were to shower together, she would probably lose her virginity in the hot spring, giving her chastity to the great god. Now that she thought about it, it didn't seem like a bad idea anymore. Ning Xiuma was shocked by her last thought, but then she felt relieved. She already understood her own feelings. She seemed to have fallen in love with him. When she was by his side, she seemed to have found her true self. She also found an unprecedented peace and happiness. She also slowly fell in love with his harassment of her. When he kissed her, she would blush, her heart would race, and she would even feel an electric shock. This should be the feeling of being in love. Although Ning Xiuma had been in contact with a lot of men, she was still a greenhorn when it came to relationships. She had never been in a serious relationship before. Therefore, he didn't have much experience. Since she officially came into contact with the great god, she felt that she was often worried about gains and losses, often fussing over some small problems. She often couldn't let go of the small conflicts that she usually laughed off. She became a bit unlike herself. At first, she was not aware of her emotions, but later she became aware that something was wrong. Chapter 9:37. She must have fallen in love with the great god, right? Under the great god's intensive and powerful attacks, she seemed to have fallen into his hands. Ning Xiuma was not a particularly pretentious girl. Since she recognized her own feelings, she naturally let go. So she couldn't help but have physical contact with him, couldn't help but want to hold his arm and walk. When she was beside him, she almost wanted to jump around. Even if she was a cool-headed secret agent, she was still a girl around 20 years old. When in love, she also liked to do what girls like to do. Of course, she was a virgin after all, even if her mouth was open. But when it came to real intimacy, she was still a little nervous. Of course, in her nervousness, there was also a hidden expectation in the depths of her heart. She actually did not reject the real intimacy with the great god, but before it developed to that point, she still had the subconscious nervousness of a young girl. Recently, she had been teased by the great god. When she heard his teasing words, she decided to counterattack. She raised her eyebrows. "Okay, let's bathe together. But, great god, can you control yourself?" Julie, before he met her, he didn't have this kind of desire. He always felt that his willpower was strong. But after being with her, he felt that it was getting harder and harder to control himself. That feeling was like a magnet meeting another magnet. He couldn't help but want to get closer and closer. It was as if she was originally a part of his ribs, and he wanted to fuse her completely into his bones and blood. At Moonlight Mountain, when he took advantage of her, he had the tendency to lose control. He used a lot of self-control to barely control himself. If he really took a hot spring bath with her now, he couldn't guarantee that he wouldn't lose control and want her, so forget it. He waved his sleeve, a light wave flashed across Ning Xiuma's body, and a cleaning technique washed her body clean of any dust. "Okay, go to sleep." He simply said these 4 words, turned around and left. Ning Xiuma The great god ran away because of her teasing. In fact, she wanted to take a bath by herself. She didn't really want to take a bath with him. She didn't expect the great god to run away. It seems that the saying is true. When the enemy advances, I retreat. When he was teasing her, the more she couldn't let go, the happier he was. The moment she retaliated, he retreated. It turned out that the Almighty only had a bad mouth when he had no principles. Then in the future, when he teased her again, she would not hold back and tease him back. She would be able to beat him back. Ning Xiaoma could almost imagine the look on the Almighty's face after she flirted with him. Humming a little tune, he fell onto the big bed. Under the soft blanket, she felt as if she was floating on a cloud of happiness. She couldn't help but roll around on the big bed a few times. Shun Jiuli, Shun Jiuli. She muttered his name in her heart, as if saying this name would leave a fragrance in her mouth and make her heart bubble. She lay on the big bed and unknowingly fell asleep. Ning Xiaoma felt like she was walking on a mountain. This mountain was full of green peaks and peaks. It was full of spiritual energy. This mountain looked vaguely familiar, as if she had seen it somewhere before. Ning Xiaoma stood in front of a barren slope, staring at the small wildflowers in a daze. She vaguely remembered that the wildflowers seemed to be the place where a little fox lay. Chapter 9:38. This is the place where the little fox lay, and where a man in white robes roasted a rabbit. Why did she come here? Ning Xiaoma was a little puzzled, lost in thought, when she suddenly heard some loud noises in front of her. Following the sound, she ran over and saw a group of people gathered in a valley. These people were dressed strangely, although they were also wearing wide robes with large sleeves, but the style was much more ancient than this era. Everyone here had a strong aura, as if they were immortals. However, even though Ning Xiaoma appeared next to them, they seemed to turn a blind eye to her. Ning Xiaoma's heart skipped a beat, understanding that they could not see her. This made her breathe a sigh of relief. Her eyes quickly fixed on a dark box in the middle of the field. Inside the box was not gold, silver, and treasures, but a girl. The girl was curled up in the box, wearing a light white dress. Black hair covered her face, making people unable to see her face clearly. She seemed to have been hit on some acupuncture point or used some kind of technique. She was unconscious, lying there motionless. There were a lot of bloodstains on her dress, not sure if it was hers or someone else's. Ning Xiaoma's heart jumped. She faintly felt that this girl was inexplicably familiar. The group of people were fiercely discussing around box. Ning Xiaoma listened for a while, and finally understood the gist of it. It seems that the girl in white was a member of the demon sect, and the group of people around her were from various immortal cultivation sections. As usual, immortals and demons are eternal enemies, like fire and water. Both sides had sent out spies. It was also a coincidence that when the leader of one of the immortal cultivation sects went to the demon sect to inquire about the news, the demon sect seemed to have an internal strife, and two groups of people fought each other until blood flowed like a river. The leader hid in the dark, patiently waiting for the two groups of people to change their positions. He circled around the pile of corpses and found the girl who was seriously injured but still had one breath left. He just wanted to find someone alive to interrogate about the mysterious demon Alpha. Now that he had found her, he did not dare to stay any longer. He brought the girl back. The people of the immortal cultivation sect hated the mysterious devil ancestor to the bone, but they had never seen his true face. Now that they had captured this girl, they naturally wanted to find out the whereabouts of the devil ancestor from her. Unfortunately, after the sect leader of the immortal cultivation sect brought the girl back, he used all kinds of methods, but was unable to wake her up. She had always been asleep. There was no lack of medical experts from the immortal cultivation sect present, but they had no way to wake her up. They had no choice but to bring her to this place to seek medical treatment. From their tone, it seemed that there was an incredible expert living in this valley. Not only was he skilled in spells, but he was also skilled in medicine. It was just that this expert didn't like to meddle in other people's business, so whether he would save this girl was still unknown. Everyone didn't have much confidence and stopped at the entrance of the valley. They had already respectfully greeted and kowtowed many times, but there was no response from inside. They called the expert supreme divinity, and their voices and tones were full of respect. Ning Xiuma also looked into the valley. She saw at a glance that there was actually a barrier in this seemingly empty valley. It was this barrier that blocked all footsteps and spying. The group of people made a lot of noise outside for a long time, but the expert still didn't appear. Chapter 9:39. However, the girl's aura was getting weaker and weaker. Someone became impatient. This girl looks like she's only in her teens. Her status in the devil realm is definitely not high. She might not know anything. Why do we have to go through so much trouble to save her? After one person spoke, several people responded, That's right, that's right. It's not worth asking the Divine Lord for her. Let's just kill her. That's not a good idea. She's just a little girl. It's against the law of the celestial realm to kill her indiscriminately. Someone objected. Even if she's a little girl, she's still a little girl from the devil realm. How many little girls from the cultivation world have died in the hands of the devil sect? Killing her is just the right way to seek justice for our fellow cultivators who died tragically. That's not right. That's not right. What's the difference between us and the devil sect? The crowd was divided into two factions. Some wanted to kill her immediately, while others wanted to investigate thoroughly before making a decision. The two factions argued until their faces turned red. No one wanted to give in. Ning Xiuma stood there, annoyed by their argument. She secretly thought that the people from the cultivation sect were really annoying. Killing or letting her go was a simple matter. It was boring to argue over this. She occasionally looked up and was suddenly stunned. A young man in green clothes was standing on a big tree next to the entrance of the valley. He was handsome and had a cold expression. He glanced down and said, What are you arguing about? If you disturb the Divine Lord, you'll have to bear the consequences. The group of people finally shut up. They bowed to the young man and explained their purpose of coming. The young man glanced at the box, then flew down. He stretched out his finger and touched the girl's wrist. He frowned slightly and said, Strange. The people next to him nodded. Venerable one, you can also see that this girl's injury is strange, right? Otherwise, we wouldn't dare to ask the Divine Lord for help. The young man nodded slightly and said, Wait. He turned around and disappeared. After a while, he reappeared. The Divine Lord has ordered that the girl can stay. You guys can leave for now. The crowd looked at each other. They were a little worried, but they didn't dare to disobey the Divine Lord's order. As expected, they slowly left. The young man in green clothes raised his hand, and the box containing the girl flew into the valley. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared into the clouds. Ning Xiuma also felt a blur in front of her eyes. When she regained her senses, she found that she had already changed the venue. There were a few buildings hidden in the lush bamboo forest. The box flew straight towards one of the buildings and into an open area. There was a green pergola covered with small purple flowers. Under the pergola was a stone table and a stone stool. A man in snow-white clothes, whose body seemed to be shrouded in mist, was sitting alone in front of a stone table, playing chess with himself. After the box flew over, it silently landed at his feet. The youth in green bowed and reported to him, Master, this is the girl with the strange illness. The white-robed man didn't even raise his head. He only responded indifferently and waved his hand. The green-robed youth went down. Only the white-clothed man and the young girl lying in the box were left on the field. The white-robed man was still playing chess. He played one game after another, as if he had forgotten the existence of the young girl. Time passed by slowly. When Ning Xiuma entered the valley, the sun had just risen. But now it had already fallen. Chapter 940. A day passed by just like that. The man in white did not go to treat the girl, nor did he even look at her. The moon rose, and it was as big as a round plate. It hung high above their heads, and the moonlight gently embraced the earth. Everything was gentle under the moonlight. The man seemed to be tired after playing chess for an entire day. He raised his hand to keep the chessboard and stood up. He did not even look at the girl in the box and turned to leave. Ning Xiuma, what was the meaning of this man in white? He took her in, but left her here for an entire day. Now, he just abandoned her and left. Wasn't he afraid that the girl would die here? She turned to look at the girl. The girl was still lying there in the same posture, not moving at all. Ning Xiuema sighed in her heart. Luckily, the girl was unconscious. If she was awake and maintained this posture, she would be exhausted to death. She was about to walk over to check on the girl's illness when she saw the girl's eyelashes tremble slightly, and she slowly opened her eyes. Ning Xiuema. This girl isn't pretending, right? What a strong willpower. The girl's eyes darted around. First, she looked around. After a while, she moved her body and slowly stretched out her 4 limbs from the box. She was obviously numb from lying down, and there was a look of pain on her beautiful face. After a while, she cursed under her breath and sat up in the box. She looked around again and muttered something, as if she was scolding the man for being cold-blooded and not saving her. This girl was obviously not someone who scolded people often. She only said the same few words over and over again. She was about to stand up in the box when she suddenly saw something. Her body stiffened, and she stopped there. Ning Xiuema followed her gaze and saw the man in white sitting on a bamboo stool not far away, looking at her indifferently. The girl's face turned slightly red. She sat there helplessly, as if she did not know whether to continue lying down and pretend to be unconscious or to stand up. After a while, the girl suddenly jumped up and looked up at the man in white. You found out that I was faking it? She spoke in a preemptive tone. Her voice was like the first song of an oriole in the valley, delicate and crisp. The man in white didn't comment. Apparently, he couldn't be bothered to answer this question. The girl looked at him. But I'm really injured. I've been bleeding. How can you watch such a beautiful girl bleed to death? Her body was indeed injured. There were bloodstains on her arms, calves, and even her chest and abdomen. The bloodstains stained her white dress like red plum blossoms in the snow. Are you dead? The man in white finally spoke. His voice was as cold as the wind, carrying a faint chill. The girl choked and pursed her lips. That's because I was lucky enough to wake up in time. Otherwise, I would have really bled to death. The man glanced at her indifferently, as if he couldn't be bothered to talk to her again. He turned around and left. Hey, aren't you going to ask me why I pretended to faint? The girl chased after him. Not interested, the man replied. He didn't even look back. Aya, aren't you curious at all? If you ask me, I might tell you. Don't you want to dig out the details of the devil ancestor for me? I don't want to. Aya, maybe I really know. If you ask, I'll tell you. The girl chased after him. Chapter 941. She was injured and limped as she chased after him. Soon, she lost track of the man. The shadows of the trees danced, and the man's figure could no longer be seen. The girl finally stopped and sat down on a large rock. Although the wounds on her body had been treated, perhaps because she had moved too vigorously, the wounds had split open again. Blood dripped down drop by drop, and soon a small pool of blood had gathered where she was sitting. The girl stared at the pool of blood in a daze. Her black eyes were as deep as a pool of ink. No one knew what she was thinking. Little girl, the Supreme Divinity wants you to leave Windhark Valley in 2 hours. The young man in green appeared out of nowhere and stood in front of the girl, looking down at her. The girl slowly raised her head. Under the moonlight, there seemed to be light flowing in her eyes. He wants to chase me away? The young man in green pursed his lips and didn't say anything. Clearly, he agreed. The girl lowered her eyes. But I have no home now. She hugged her knees with her arms like a homeless stray cat. Her eyes were especially bright, as if they were filled with stars. I don't want to go back to the devil realm, but if I go out, those people from the immortal cultivation sect will capture me and force me to tell them about the devil ancestor. They will torture me. They will beat me black and blue, and maybe even light me up as a sky lantern. The young man in green was speechless. There seemed to be some sympathy in his eyes as he looked at her. He still didn't say anything. Okay. The girl finally stood up. Her big eyes were filled with stubbornness and loneliness. I'm leaving. She turned around and walked out. She walked unsteadily, leaving behind drops of blood that meandered along the path she walked. Wait, the young man in green suddenly said. The girl stood up and suddenly turned around. Her big eyes were filled with hope as she looked at him. Big brother, you're not chasing me away? No. The young man in green was a bit embarrassed. He paused. I can give you more time. Treat your wounds first before you leave. The girl's eyes dimmed. I'll go out and treat it. I don't want to dirty this place." She turned around and wanted to leave. The girl's back was lonely and pitiful. Coupled with her beauty, she was truly pitiful. Seeing her like this, there wasn't anyone who wasn't moved by her, and that green-robed youth was no exception. In the end, he couldn't bear it any longer. With a flash of his figure, he blocked the girl's path. The girl looked up at him in surprise. The green-robed young man's face turned slightly red. He extended his hand to her, and there was a bottle of medicine in his palm. "Your injuries are not light. Use this to stop the bleeding first. It's very effective." The girl smiled gratefully. "Thank you." She reached out to take the bottle of medicine, but before she could open it, her body suddenly shook violently, and she fell to the ground with a plop. The medicine bottle in his hand fell to the ground and shattered into pieces. The green-robed youth jumped in fright and hurriedly looked at her. He found that the place where she had fallen, her forehead had knocked against a sharp stone, and blood was flowing out. Her eyes were tightly shut, and she seemed to have fainted. The green-robed young man checked her pulse, and his expression changed. He didn't care about anything else, and hurriedly picked her up. His figure flashed, and he flew toward a large hall. "Master," Ning Xiuma finally realized that her vision changed according to the girl's position. Chapter 942. For example, right now, Ning Xiuma found herself in a large hall. In the main hall, the white-clothed man was drinking tea, while the white-clothed girl was lying on the cold ground. The green-clothed youth was bending over and begging. "Master, she really fainted. Please save her. You can save her." The man in white was unmoved. He didn't even look at the dying girl. "Master, her injuries are very strange. I can't do anything." The young man in green knelt down. "Long Chuan, you're not a soft-hearted person. Why are you doing this?" The man in white's eyes fell on his disciple. Long Chuan lowered his head. "I just can't bear to see her die here at such a young age." "Young age?" The man in white repeated. His voice was unfathomable. "Long Chuan, don't be fooled by appearances." He glanced at the girl on the ground. "She is not young. She's older than you." The young man in green was stunned. His eyes swept over the girl. "She looks like she's only in her teens." The man in white didn't say anything. He just waved his sleeve at the girl. A white light flashed, and the girl on the ground disappeared. In her place was a snow-white nine-tailed fox. However, it had suffered severe injuries. Droplets of blood were emerging from its fur, dyeing its white fur red. "She's a nine-tailed fox." The young man in green cried out. "She's been cultivating for at least 1,000 years." The man in white glanced at the fox. His eyes moved slightly. He nodded. "She should have been cultivating for more than 1,300 years." His eyes were like torches. He could tell the true age of the nine-tailed fox. Long Chuan naturally trusted his master's eyes. He murmured, "She's older than me. Older than me by 300 years. But she looks really young." He paused. Then he suddenly said, "However, Master, I heard that nine-tailed foxes only reach adulthood when they're 2,000 years old. She's still considered underage. She's still a child." While the master and disciple were talking, the nine-tailed fox on the ground suddenly trembled. Droplets of blood seeped out of her body quickly and urgently. The little nine-tailed fox curled up into a ball, her sharp little mouth opening and closing as she mumbled, "Don't you recognize me? I'm Momo. I'm Momo. I've been looking for you for hundreds of years. You don't recognize me." It seemed to be speaking nonsense, and the green-robed man clearly did not understand. The white-robed man's eyes flashed slightly. Finally, he took a closer look at the nine-tailed fox. Seeing that the little fox's breathing was getting more and more intense, as if she would breathe her last at any time, the green-clothed youth became anxious. "Master, please save her. She really doesn't seem to be able to make it. What kind of injury is she suffering from? Why is he bleeding all over? Skin changing." The white-robed man said in a low voice. He raised his hand, and a ball of white light completely enveloped the little fox. As the white light flowed, the bleeding on the little fox's body finally slowed down. It was really unconscious. It struggled slightly in the white light. "No, don't. You can't die. Don't leave me alone. I don't want to be alone. Its voice trembled, as if it was a lonely little beast. Big drops of tears rolled down from the corners of its eyes. Those tears seemed to burn the green-clothed youth's heart. His face was a little pale. Chapter 943. Skin-changing technique? Heavens, she actually experienced the skin-changing technique? What did the people of the demon realm do to her? Treating a little girl like this. Get out. The white-clothed man spoke. His gaze was also sizing up the little fox, his eyebrows slightly furrowed under the mask. His fingertips continuously flicked the little fox's body, shooting wisps of wind at the little fox's body. Those wisps of wind were like silk threads, tightly wrapping around the little fox. The blue-clothed youth breathed a sigh of relief, knowing that his master was willing to save her. He looked at the little fox one more time, then turned around and walked out, considerately closing the hall's door, making it convenient for his master to heal the little fox's injuries. Ning Xuema's heart also surged like a storm. She had already recognized this girl as Shui Emo, the red-clothed demoness who killed people with her zither while laughing. And although this white-clothed man was wearing a mask, she still recognized him. Great God, Shun Jiuli. Watching the great god heal Shui Emo, Ning Xuema strangely didn't feel jealous. On the contrary, she felt somewhat gratified, as if the one being healed was herself. Her dream was not coherent, so she couldn't guess why Shui Emo was injured and captured by the Immortal Cultivation sect. In the end, did Shui Elan die or not? Ning Xuema felt that she couldn't guess at the moment. She only faintly felt that something was wrong, but she couldn't tell what was wrong. What was even more surprising was that when she saw the great god heal Shui Emo, there was a strange sadness spreading in her heart. It made her inexplicably want to cry. She looked at Shun Jiuli in a daze, lightly pursed her thin lips, and indifferently said, "Idiot, I told you to fight for what you deserve. I didn't tell you to lose your skin to fight for it." He obviously also recognized the little fox, pressing his palm on the little fox's head. Waves of white light gushed out from his palm, enveloping the little fox. The little fox's body trembled under his palm. It seemed to have found its savior. In a daze, it rubbed its head against his hand, muttering, "Don't leave me." The light in Shun Jiuli's eyes deepened, but he remained unmoved. He urged the white light even more urgently. The little fox began to tremble. "It hurts. Ooh, it hurts. Momo, it hurts. Bear with it." The Almighty's words were as simple as usual. His voice was cold, but his actions were gentler. As its injuries improved, the little fox's body finally stopped trembling. Its long eyelashes fluttered a few times, and it opened its eyes in a daze. It looked at its furry paws in front of it and muttered, "I don't want to become this." There was a flash of light on its body. As a result, the little fox under Shun Jiuli's palm disappeared and turned back into a young girl lying in front of him. She had lost too much of her power. Although she could barely transform into a human form, she could not conjure any clothes. Therefore, under Shun Jiuli's palm was a naked girl. Her back was as clear as jade, her waist was as thin as a scallion, and her legs were as straight as a pencil. She appeared in Shun Jiuli's line of sight without any concealment. His palm was originally on the little fox's head, but after transforming into a human form, his palm was now on the back of her head. Shun Jiuli's palm paused, and the corner of his eye twitched. He urged the white light to force the girl back into her fox form again. Snowy looked at its furry paws in a daze. It was obviously not reconciled. It struggled under his palm, as if it wanted to change back. Shun Jiuli pressed its head down without any restraint. "If you change back into a human again, this lord will throw you out." Chapter 944. The little fox's body stiffened. Sure enough, it didn't dare to struggle. It whimpered twice, as if afraid that he would really throw it away. Then it rubbed its sharp beak against his palm in a fawning manner. Shun Jiuli looked down at it for a moment, whispering, "You actually learned to act spoiled." This scene was somewhat heartwarming. Ning Xuema's heart suddenly felt somewhat warm. She couldn't help but take a step forward. With this step, the scene changed again. Dense shade covered the sun. Lotus Lake was vast and boundless. Under the dense shade, Shun Juli was sitting by the lakeside fishing, his posture very leisurely. Shui Yimo energetically rushed over from afar, with Long Chuan closely chasing after her. Miss Shui, slow down. You can't disturb the supreme god. Shui Yimo turned a deaf ear to Long Chuan's shouts. She gasped for breath as she rushed to Shun Juli's side. Supreme god, you want to drive me away? Shun Juli's eyes were fixed on the fishing rod, too lazy to look at her. Your injuries are already healed. What are you still doing here? Shui Yimo squatted beside him. But I'm already homeless. It has nothing to do with me. Supreme God, you can't be so cold-blooded. Even if you keep me here, I won't be able to eat much. I've already fasted, so I don't need to eat. This valley never keeps idle people, whether they eat or not. I could do a lot of things. I don't eat idle food, so I can't be considered idle. Shui Yimo desperately fought for the right to stay, bargaining with him. I don't need anyone to work here. You can leave. Shun Juli remained unmoved. But if you can keep Long Chuan, why can't you keep me? We used to have a bit of friendship. He's my disciple, you're not. Shun Juli bluntly denied her. Then I'll take you as my master. Shui Yimo also threw caution to the wind. No. Shun Juli was straightforward. Shui Yimo was anxious. She couldn't help but raise her hand to pull at his sleeve. Why can't you take me? I'm so smart. Shun Juli raised his sleeve, causing Shui Yimo's hand to fall on empty air. He finally glanced sideways at her, his eyes faintly displeased. Don't carelessly pull a man's sleeve. Didn't your parents teach you? Shui Yimo pursed her lips. I don't have parents. I grew up in the demon realm. No one taught me. Shun Juli paused. So you know now? Shui Yimo nodded, her eyes blinking as she looked at him. Are you teaching me? Do you agree to accept me as your disciple? In your dreams. Shun Juli replied with 2 words. He was just casually teaching her the principles of life. He had no intention of taking her in as a disciple. What will it take for you to let me stay? Shui Yimo's eyes sparkled as she looked at him. Her eyes were sparkling and translucent, shining brightly under the sunlight. She wanted to tug at his sleeve again, but when she reached out, she retracted her hand. Her innocent little face carried a touch of tenderness, making people unable to help but feel pity for her. That green-robed youth clearly wanted to plead for Shui Yimo. He opened his mouth and mustered up his courage to say, Master, she looks quite pitiful. Why don't we keep her? She can also do chores like cleaning the courtyard. Do you want her to do something that can be done with a cleaning technique? Shun Juli didn't even turn his head, his voice cold. I don't keep useless people here. Shui Yimo was provoked by his last sentence. I'm useful. How can I be useless? Supreme divinity, you can't look down on people. I have a lot of skills. What skills do you have? I can play the zither. You can't play as well as me. This won't do. Change it. Chapter 945. Shui Yimo choked and rolled her eyes. I can embroider. No one here needs your embroidery. This skill was rejected again. I can sing. Shui Yimo finally thought of her own specialty. I'm afraid of noise. This skill was rejected again. What about dancing? I don't care. Shui Yimo racked her brains to think of several skills, but they were all rejected by Shun Juli in a few words. She finally became angry, her eyes wide open. Then what skills does Supreme Divinity want from me? Do you know how to play chess? Shun Juli seemed to loosen up a bit. Shui Yimo's eyes drooped. No, I don't know. What about painting? No, I don't know. The things she knew were either killing people or seducing people. The only thing she didn't learn was these elegant arts. Since you don't know, I won't keep you. Shun Juli's voice was cold and indifferent. You can go. Long Chuan, see the guest out. Shui Yimo was anxious. I can learn even if I don't know. I'm so smart. I'll be able to learn quickly. No one is born knowing these things, right? Supreme Divinity, please give me another chance. I don't have time to wait for someone to learn. Shun Juli raised his hand, and a silver-scaled fish was pulled out of the water. The fish wasn't small, and it desperately swung its tail on the hook. The fish fell into a nearby basket. Shui Yimo had an idea. Supreme Divinity, I know how to cook. You have to eat the fish you catch, right? How about I make it for you? Shun Juli finally looked at her. How many cooking methods do you know? Shui Emo paused. Well, quite a few. Her confidence was somewhat lacking. Shunjili picked up a fish and threw it to her. Okay, then let's try one first. Send it over in half an hour. The fish shook its head and struggled in her hand. Shui Emo looked at the fish in her hand and pursed her lips. She took the fish and left. Ning Shuama saw everything from Shui Emo's point of view, so when Shui Emo ran, the scene in front of her also changed. When she saw Shui Emo's method of killing the fish, she couldn't help but cough. This Shui Emo's method of doing things was surprisingly similar to his own. When killing a fish, he would first slap it unconscious, then scrape off its scales and remove its innards. It was obvious that she was not used to doing this kind of work. She was not very skilled at it, and even scraped her hand when she was scraping the scales. Her fire magic seemed to be very strong. She opened her hand, and a ball of flame immediately ignited the pile of firewood on the ground. She used her left hand to ignite the flame and her right hand to skewer the fish on the tree branch to roast it. Due to the unprofessional roasting method, the fish was not properly roasted. Several branches of the skewers broke off, and when the roasted fish fell onto her palm, it was scalded red. After a long while, Shueyamo looked at the black fish in a daze, muttering in a low voice, "It's clearly the same cooking method as Lan Shan, so why can't I roast it properly? This fish, I'm afraid I won't be able to report back. This is the fish you roasted." That green-clothed youth had appeared behind Shui Emo at some unknown time. Looking at the fish in her hand, his face was full of disbelief. Shui Emo hung her head dejectedly and sat down with the fish in her hand. "I'm afraid it won't pass." The green-clothed youth looked at her rather sympathetically. "You don't need to report back for this fish. Otherwise, I'm afraid the Supreme God will directly throw you out. He hates it when people spoil his fish the most. But if I don't report back, he'll kick me out. I really can't stay." She anxiously wrinkled her eyebrows. Her eyes were filled with tears, as if she was about to cry. Chapter 946. Tenderness rose in the eyes of the blue-clothed youth. He thought for a moment, then took out a small jade tablet and handed it to her. "Take this. When you go out again, no one will make things difficult for you." Shui Emo looked at the jade tablet in her hand, then looked at him. It's my thing. It's the symbol of my Qilin clan. The people of the cultivation sects know my identity. If you take this, they'll know that you're under my protection and won't dare to make things difficult for you. This is all I can do for you." Shui Emo lowered her eyes for a moment, then solemnly put away the jade tablet. "Long Chuan, thank you." Her charming face finally showed a little smile. She was born beautiful, so this smile was like a strange flower blooming, captivating and soul-stealing. Long Chuan quickly moved his eyes. "No need to be polite. You can go now." He didn't want to see her being rebuffed again. Shui Emo took the fish and ran towards the lake. "Retreating without a fight isn't my style. I'll try again." Long Chuan, Ning Shuama couldn't help but clap her hands. Shui Emo's way of doing things was quite to her liking. If it were her, she would also try. She was just like this. As long as there was a 1% chance, she would do her best. She wouldn't shrink back, she wouldn't run away. However, what would Shinjuli's reaction be if he saw her roasted fish? Would he really throw her out directly? Ning Shuama's guess was very accurate. She felt that when she ran in front of Shinjuli with Shui Emo and offered the fish, Shinjuli just glanced at her. I didn't say a word. He just waved his sleeve. Shui Emo's body was directly sent flying. Shui Emo fell outside the valley, but she didn't suffer any injuries. She stood there, looking at the valley in a daze for a while, then slowly found a big stone to sit down on. She hugged her knees, lost in thought. Ning Shuama also watched from his side. She felt that Shui Emo's purpose in pestering Shun Juli this time wasn't simple. Ning Shuama couldn't move away to look elsewhere, so she could only sit on the side. With her sharp eyes, she saw a figure flash not far away, then disappear in an instant. This was a spy from the Immortal Cultivation sect. It seemed like they hadn't left yet. They hadn't given up on Shui Emo and still wanted to capture her. Ning Shuama's guess was right once again. A large net fell from the sky, wrapping around Shui Emo, who was lost in thought. By the time she realized something was wrong and wanted to jump away, it was already too late. The net wrapped around her whole body. That net was clearly a treasure, glittering with golden light. The more it wrapped around her, the tighter it became. Shui Emo simply couldn't struggle free. A few sage-like people appeared and looked at her struggling in the net. Their faces were filled with joy. It really is her. The supreme divinity saved her life and sent her out to us. Hurry up and ask her. Ask her about the devil ancestor. Someone was impatient. The supreme divinity is afraid of noise. Don't make a ruckus here. Take her away first. It wouldn't be too late to find a quiet place to interrogate him slowly. A few people used a net to drag her away quickly. Obviously, he was afraid of alerting the people in the valley. Shui Emo was tightly bound by the net's threads almost cutting into her flesh. She frowned in pain, then suddenly raised her head and let out a long howl. It was a mournful fox's howl, like crying and screaming. The howl soared to the sky. She's a fox demon. Don't care what kind of demon she is. Take her away first. Ning Shumo looked on helplessly as Shui Emo was dragged to another valley. Then, this group of people began to interrogate her. They interrogated her about the devil ancestor. Chapter 9:47. What does the devil ancestor look like? Is he a man or a woman? How old is he? Where does he live? Little girl, you'd better tell the truth, or else you'll suffer. These people asked a series of questions. The last person's voice carried a cold threat. Shui Emo was trapped in that big net, her body twisted. After they finished asking, she said, "This broken net is hurting me. I can't remember anything because of the pain." These people from cultivation sects were obviously experts, so they weren't afraid of a little girl playing tricks. The owner of the treasure net loosened the net a bit. Of course, they also said some threatening words. Shui Emo stretched her body inside the net and tilted her head to look at them. Do you really want to know what the devil ancestor looks like? Those people gave her a "you're asking nonsense" expression. Shui Emo raised her small hand to cover her mouth and yawned. Then, she said a rather earth-shattering sentence. "The devil ancestor is me. I'm the devil ancestor." Those people, they naturally didn't believe that this seemingly tender little girl in front of them was the devil ancestor. When they heard this sentence, their first reaction was that they had been played. They all flew into a rage and scolded her one after another. They told her to tell the truth as soon as possible. Otherwise, they would peel off her skin and break her bones and send her soul to the 18th layer of hell or something. In short, all kinds of terrifying and bloody threats were said. However, Shui Emo insisted that she was the devil ancestor and even raised her head high. Finally, those people were angered, and the treasure net binding her tightened once more. This net was clearly a rare treasure, and at the same time, it emitted waves of light. Shui Emo was obviously in extreme pain. Her small face was deathly pale, but she was still smiling, still saying that she was the devil ancestor. Her stubbornness made those people furious. The one who had the treasure net was a rather irascible immortal. In his anger, he did his best to tighten the net, and the pale golden net directly wrapped around Shui Emo's body. Probably because she was in extreme pain, she finally let out a cry and showed her true form. When she showed her true form, a small jade tablet fell out of the net. It was the one that the blue-clothed youth gave her. A sharp-eyed person picked it up and took a look. His expression greatly changed, and he looked at it with his colleagues. Everyone couldn't help but look at each other. Their mouths were moving, but Ning Shumo couldn't hear what they were saying. It was obvious that they were using the secret voice-sending method to communicate, so outsiders couldn't hear them. However, Ning Shumo knew how to read lips. She could guess what they were talking about just by looking at their expressions and movements. It was nothing more than some people advocating for the sake of Long Chuan's face to be released, while others said that it was not easy to catch a demon alive, and after releasing him, it would be too difficult to catch a new one. This was because most of the people in the devil realm were proud and arrogant. When they were caught, they would immediately seek death. There was no way to save them. Now that he had finally met someone who wasn't seeking death, it would be a waste if he didn't interrogate him properly. There were also people who said that the little girl looked young, so she might not know about the demon ancestor. She was just joking. Even if they interrogated her, they might not be able to find anything. They might as well give Long Chuan some face. The people continued to argue. In the end, the owner of the treasure net lost his patience and hid the jade tablet in his sleeve with a ferocious look on his face. Chapter 948. Although this girl is young, she's still a demon. All demons deserve to die. My daughter is about the same age as her, but wasn't she strangled to death on the battlefield? Interrogate her again. If we still can't get anything out of her, we might as well. The owner of the treasure web made a kill gesture. But she has Sir Long Chuan's token. If we really kill her, I'm afraid Sir Long Chuan will blame us. Someone shook his head. Sir Long Chuan's father also died at the hands of the demon ancestor. Presumably, Sir Long Chuan also hates the demon ancestor to the bone. If we really dig out the details of the demon ancestor from this little demoness, Sir Long Chuan won't blame us. Then what about Sir Long Chuan's token? Seeing the token is like seeing him in person. Token? What token? We didn't see any token at all. The man who hid the token sneered. Everyone stared blankly for a moment before finally understanding his meaning. There were only a few of them here. If they said that they didn't see the token, no one would refute it. They would just pretend that they didn't see the token. Since the situation had developed to this point, these people clearly wanted to kill Shui Emo naturally. They wouldn't have any scruples when interrogating her. One of them took out a boning knife and waved it in front of the little fox. He gloomily said, "Little girl, if you don't tell the truth, this elder will let you have a taste of being skinned. Your fox skin is very good. If I peel it off, I can make a fox skin shawl for my youngest daughter." The little fox slightly narrowed her eyes. Her glass-like pupils flashed with a watery luster, but she still stubbornly said, I'm the demon ancestor. Damn it, this little fox really doesn't want to live anymore. The man was so angry that he cursed. The boning knife flashed in the air. I'll gouge out her eyes first. I have Sir Long Chuan's token. You can't hurt me. The little fox shrieked, her voice tender. Token? What token? I don't see it. The man sneered. He made a hand seal and was about to stab down. The little fox shrank back, seemingly frightened. Her small claws also made a hand seal, intentionally or unintentionally. Chi. The boning knife in the man's hand suddenly shattered into powder. A cold voice rang out. Let her go. Everyone raised their heads, and their expressions changed. Standing on top of a distant mountain peak was that green-clothed youth called Long Chuan. The little fox Shui Emo was saved. When those people saw Long Chuan, they were like mice seeing a cat. They obediently handed Shui Emo over to him. The little fox lay in Long Chuan's arms and complained, Master Long Chuan, he stole the token you gave me and said he didn't see it. She pointed a paw at one of the men. Long Chuan coldly glanced at the man. With a slight bend of his finger, the man suddenly groaned and jumped 3 feet into the air. When he landed again, he was missing an arm, and there was an exquisite jade token on the ground. Long Chuan no longer looked at those people. He carried the little fox and left. The little fox reminded him, Lord Long Chuan, your jade tablet, it's dirty. I don't want it. Lord Long Chuan replied coolly, someone will pick it up. No one can take it away. Long Chuan carried the little fox away. The jade tablet slowly cracked on the ground and finally turned into powder and disappeared. Master Long Chuan, did the Supreme Divinity send you to save me? The little fox was finally saved, and she became more talkative. Chapter 949. No, the little fox was disappointed. Then I can't enter the valley. Long Chuan paused and took out a chess manual. He pondered for a moment and said, the Supreme Divinity likes to play chess and can't find an opponent. If you can learn this, the Supreme God might let you stay. Do you want to learn? The little fox stretched out its claws to grab the book and directly replied with 2 words, I'll learn it. Ning Shuimo watched all of this as if she was watching a movie. This Shui Emo was very obsessed with staying by the great god's side. Did she really fall in love with him, or did she have other plans? She took another step forward, and the scene in front of her began to flash. She saw Shui Emo living outside the valley. With Long Chuan's help, she built a thatched house that could barely shelter her from the wind and rain. Every day, she madly studied the Go manual and found a pile of small stones to practice on the ground. Long Chuan occasionally came out and played a few games with her. It had to be said that Shui Emo was very talented in Go. On the third day, she was able to easily defeat Long Chuan. 7 days later, she had become a master in Go. Long Chuan, who was not proficient in Go, was no longer her opponent. Finally, under Long Chuan's lead, she once again entered the valley and arrived in front of Shunjuli. Shunjuli was painting in the courtyard. The sunlight was just right, projecting a faint silver light on his body. Long Chuan brought her to a stop not far away, not daring to disturb him. Long Chuan, you are becoming more and more bold. Shunjuli seemed to have eyes on the back of his head as he lightly threw out this sentence. Master, she really has no home to return to. The people outside are also unwilling to let her go. This disciple feels pity for her. Long Chuan bowed. A pitiful person must have a hateful side. Shunjuli did not buy it. I don't want to be pitiful. Shui Emo suddenly opened her mouth, her clear voice echoing in the courtyard. Long Chuan was shocked by her rebellious words. Supreme God, I came to challenge you. Shui Emo, don't talk to the Supreme God like that. Long Chuan hurriedly pulled her sleeve. Shui Emo, however, didn't buy it. She stared at the Supreme Divinity, a proud and handsome smile on her lips. I came to challenge him. Do you need to be polite and respectful when speaking to your opponent? Long Chuan's forehead was dripping with cold sweat. He probably didn't think that this little girl would be so ignorant of the immensity of heaven and earth. He was about to criticize her again. Shunjuli finally turned around slowly. You want to challenge me? What are you going to use to challenge him? Go. Shui Emo's hair fluttered. Her small stature was quite imposing. You dare to challenge me after learning for 7 days? Shunjuli raised his eyebrows. It seemed that he wasn't unaware of the matter of Shui Emo learning Go outside the valley. 7 days is enough. Shui Emo raised her eyebrows even higher than his, her eyes bright as she looked at him. I won't compete with a little girl who doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Shunjuli obviously didn't take her seriously. He turned around and continued to draw. Supreme Divinity must be afraid of losing to a little girl like me, right? Today, Shui Emo's words were increasingly arrogant, causing Long Chuan to be taken aback. He desperately pulled at Shui Emo's sleeve from behind, hinting at her to speak more slowly. Shui Emo ignored him. Instead, she raised her head high, looking like a king. It's useless to provoke me. Shunjuli still didn't turn his head. Long Chuan sent her out. Long Chuan awkwardly looked at Shui Emo, then looked at his master. His steps were slightly hesitant. Chapter 950. Long Chuan coughed. Master, her chess skills are really good. Disciple is not her opponent at all. Your chess skills, can you watch? Shunjuli bluntly attacked his disciple. No one knows his disciple better than him. Long Chuan is a promising talent in other aspects, but chess skills, after following him for so many years, he still hasn't learned a single thing. Long Chuan's chess skills are only at the level of an ordinary master, unable to advance any further. Other skills may be made up for by hard work, but chess skills require too much talent. Long Chuan embarrassedly lowered his head, but still not convinced, muttering, But, Miss Shui's chess skills are really high, very high. She only learned for 7 days and can defeat Disciple in a moment. Doesn't that mean she really has talent in chess? In time, she may really become Master's opponent. Master, why don't you keep her and try? Shunjuli's painting hand paused slightly, lifted his sleeve, and pointed to the side. A chessboard appeared on the big stone next to him, and in the middle of the chessboard was half a chess game. You take the white pieces. If you can solve this chess game within an hour, I will fight you. His words were naturally directed at Shui Emo. Okay. Shui Emo went to look at the chess game without saying another word. Since Ning Xiuma and Ning Xiuma were one body, Ning Xiuma could see everything clearly. It was a delicate chess game. In Ning Xuema's eyes, it was not too difficult, but if one was not a master among masters, this chess game would not be solved. This chess game seemed to have really stumped Shui Emo. She frowned and pondered. Ning Xuema sincerely hoped that she would be able to pass. She hated that she couldn't be by her side to remind her. However, in this world, she was like air. She could see these people, but they couldn't see or hear her. So she could only look on helplessly as time passed by, feeling anxious. Almost an hour later, Shui Emo suddenly moved, as if she was flying. Strangely, she placed the white pieces, but the black pieces seemed to be controlled by someone in the dark. When she placed a piece, the black pieces followed suit, not lagging behind in the slightest. A moment later, the black and white pieces became clear. Although the outcome has not yet been decided, this delicate chess game was solved. Master, Master, she solved the chess game. Master. Long Chuan couldn't help but report to Shun Jiuli. Shun Jiuli turned around and glanced at the chess game, then looked at Shui Emo with her bright eyes wide open, a glimmer of light in his eyes. Supreme God, can I stay now? Shui Emo's eyes shone brightly, full of hope. I only promise I will fight you. Shui Chuan 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 Chuan. Shui Emo, Shui Chuan Chuan. Chuan 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 Chuan. Chuan 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 Chuan. Ning Xuema knew how abnormal Shun Jiuli's chess skills were. How could it be easy to win against him? She watched Shui Emo and Shun Jiuli play. Shun Jiuli didn't sit in front of the chessboard. He was still painting. Every time Shui Emo placed a piece, he would also place a piece. His speed was extremely fast, and he didn't even turn his head. His attention was still on his painting and only a little bit on the chess game. In less than an hour, the outcome of the game had been decided. Shui Emo lost. You lost. Shun Jiuli's voice was cold and indifferent. Yes, I lost. Shui Emo was somewhat dejected, tightly pursing her lips. Chapter 9:51. What if you lose? Shun Jiuli finally looked back at her. I'll leave. Shui Emo clenched her teeth and said. Her eyes were red, but she still held her head high. But in time, I won't necessarily lose. After saying this, she turned and strode out. Just as her figure was about to walk out of the courtyard, Shun Jiuli's voice faintly came. You can come back in a month. Shui Emo's footsteps paused, her eyes shining. Okay. This time her answer was much louder. Ning Xuema felt that Shui Emo's temperament was very similar to her own. They both had the spirit of a cockroach that refused to admit defeat. She watched Shui Emo leave the valley and return to her small thatched hut. She began to practice her chess skills day and night, to the point where she forgot to eat and sleep. Ning Xuema felt like she was watching a blockbuster. The rhythm of the blockbuster was very good. When it was time to fast forward, it was fast forward, and when it was time to be normal, it was normal. She watched as time flowed through the camera lens one after another. She watched about a month later. Shui Emo once again entered the valley to challenge Shun Jiuli. Unsurprisingly, she was once again defeated. However, this time, she persisted for a much longer time and lost fewer chess pieces. This distracted Shun Jiuli, who was fishing a little bit more. Halfway through the game, he didn't notice that a fish had bitten the hook on his fishing rod. Shun Jiuli seemed to be a little interested in this little girl's indomitable spirit. He made another appointment with her 2 months later. Ning Xuema felt that time passed very quickly here. She remembered that when she first saw Shui Emo entering the valley, it was still spring when the mountain flowers were blooming. When the camera paused again, it was already winter with heavy snow swirling in the air. Outside the valley, the 4 seasons were clear, but inside the valley, it was always as warm as spring. Ning Xuema watched as Shui Emo went in and out. Every time, she stayed longer and longer. Although she lost every time, she persisted longer and longer. When Shun Jiuli played chess with her, he gradually became undistracted and started to treat her as an opponent. Originally, she was allowed to enter the valley once every 2 months to compete with him. Later on, the time limit was shortened to once a month. Shun Jiuli was the type of person who didn't show his emotions on his face. It was very difficult to see any emotion on his face, not to mention that every time he saw Shui Emo, he always wore a mask. However, Ning Xiuma could see from his eyes that his attitude towards Shui Emo had gradually changed. Initially, he had looked at her like she was a furry little pet. Later on, when he looked at her again, there was a hint of complexity in his eyes. There was admiration, amusement, and a touch of doting. Shui Emo studied chess very hard. She practiced chess during the day and at night. As long as she opened her eyes, she would be practicing chess all the time. Because she was concentrating on one thing, she didn't pay attention to anything else. For example, clothes. She always wore a white dress made of fur. Her hair was always casually draped behind her head. Every day, she would comb her hair and use a wooden hairpin to tie it up. Although it looked a little wild, after looking at it for a long time, it would cause visual fatigue. Ning Xiuma vaguely remembered that Shui Emo didn't know how to tie up her hair. For hundreds of years, her hair had been tied up by Shui Ilan. Now that Shui Ilan wasn't by her side, she could only make do like this. Outside, it was snowing heavily. Inside the thatched hut, a drop of water turned into ice. Shui Emo curled up on a rough wooden bed. Her bed only had a thin quilt. Her clothes were thin, so she looked a little cold. As I said before, this chapter won't be too long. It's about 10 or 20,000 words, but it has to be explained. This matter may be the previous life for the female lead, but for the other two people involved, it's not the previous life. It's the present life. The latter part of the story had a lot to do with this so-called previous life, so it has to be written. Dear friends, if you want to read a complete story, a truly soul-stirring story, don't curse at the bottom without taking a bite of the stuffed bun. This will affect the author's performance. It will only cause the author to waste a good story and rush the ending. In fact, readers who often follow Mumu know that the ending is usually a comedy. There has never been a tragedy. So for those who can't wait and want to rush the ending, I can responsibly tell you that this story is still a comedy. In the end, the male and female leads will definitely be happy and reunited. Then, are you satisfied with this one-sentence ending? Do you only want to read the ending? I've already tried to simplify the story as much as possible. I only described a few events that affected the overall situation. If I simplify it further, it will become an outline. The story of the previous life is absolutely soul-stirring. I don't want to write such a good story into an outline that doesn't give you any feelings, so, dear friends, please don't be impatient. Chapter 952. In fact, Shui Emo only needed to meditate to get rid of the cold, but she didn't want to meditate. Instead, she spent every second studying chess. Her small body curled up on the bed, her face blue and white from the cold. She was still fiddling with the cold chess pieces, murmuring, "I must win tomorrow. I must enter the valley." She was probably too cold and too sleepy. After fiddling with the chessboard for a while, she unknowingly fell asleep. She wasn't very good in her sleep. She was already uncomfortable from the cold, but she still kicked off the quilt and curled up into a ball, wearing only a thin layer of clothing. Not long after she fell asleep, a white light flashed in the room, and a person appeared in the room. Shunjili. He actually graced her humble abode with his presence. He looked down at the girl sleeping there. With a lift of his hand, the thin quilt she kicked to the side was put back on her body. Looking at the furnishings of her small room, his eyebrows slightly wrinkled. It was truly a humble abode. Besides a bed, a table, and a stool, there was nothing else. "I must win," Shui Emo murmured on the bed. She didn't open her eyes, obviously talking in her sleep. Shunjili was just about to go out when he heard her sleep talk. His footsteps paused, and then he disappeared at the door. On the bed, Shui Emo slowly opened her eyes. She looked in the direction Shunjili disappeared, seemingly lost in thought. After a while, she closed her eyes slightly, her fingers clenching the thin quilt covering her body. She sighed and encouraged herself. "I must win. I have no way out." Ning Xiuma's heart jumped, and she almost blurted out, "Why are you so determined?" Naturally, she didn't get an answer from Shui Emo. Shui Emo closed her eyes again. This time, she should have really fallen asleep. Because Ning Xiuma also saw darkness in front of her. After the darkness passed, Ning Xiuma was already in Shun Julie's palace in the valley. Shui Emo and Shun Julie sat across from each other. On the small table in front of them was a black and white chessboard. This game of Go went on for a long time. On the small table beside Shun Julie was the tea that he often drank. After nearly a year, Shui Emo still looked like she was 15 or 16 years old. She had also lost a lot of weight, making her pair of big eyes look even bigger and brighter. Shun Julie took a sip of his tea, then looked at Shui Emo across from him. She was propping up her forehead, seemingly hesitant about what to do. Her little mouth was slightly dry, and she looked a little dehydrated. When she finally placed her chess piece, she suddenly discovered that there was a cup of tea beside her. The tea was light green and fragrant. She raised her head and looked at him, her eyes shining. "Thank you, Supreme Divinity." She smiled like a flower and drank the cup in one go. She gave him a thumbs up. "Good tea." After drinking the cup of tea, her little mouth moistened a lot, like a dewy flower. Shun Julie looked at the empty teacup, then looked at her. "Tea should be savored. Don't drink it like a cow." Shui Emo smiled. "I'm too thirsty. One more cup, and I'll drink it." Shun Julie calmly took another sip of tea, then put the teacup closer to her. "Pour it." Shui Emo stared blankly. They had known each other for a year, but this was the first time he had ordered her to do something. Although this task was very insignificant, it was clear that his attitude towards her had changed. This is a good sign. Shui Emo immediately picked up the teapot and poured a cup for him. Of course, she also poured a cup for herself. Chapter 953. The teapot is not big, but after pouring out 2 cups of tea, it's still full. Obviously, it's a treasure. Because Shui Emo was fasting, she hadn't eaten or drunk anything for a year. This tea was obviously not ordinary tea. It should have something to replenish her strength. Not long after Shui Emo drank it, her little face looked rosy, and she became much healthier. "You haven't eaten or drunk anything this year?" Shun Julie began to chat with her about daily life. "I don't eat." Shui Emo's confidence is somewhat lacking. She does know the art of Anidia, but the reason why she doesn't eat or drink is because she doesn't know how to do it, and also focused on honing her chess skills. As soon as her voice fell, a plate of pastries appeared in her hand. The pastries look, smell, and taste good. At first glance, you can tell it's a delicacy. Although she doesn't need to eat for a long time, it doesn't mean she doesn't have cravings. Now that she suddenly saw a plate of pastries, she couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of saliva. She looked up at him. "For me? A prize." Shun Julie briefly answered with 2 words. "If you win, not only can you stay, this plate of pastries is also yours." "What if I lose again?" Shui Emo doesn't fight a muddled battle. She has lost too many times, so she has to consider what to do if she loses. "If you lose, leave here forever and never come back." Shun Julie stated his conditions. Shui Emo's fingers stiffened. Her little face slightly changed. "My chess skills have improved fast enough." "It's quite fast. That's why I accompanied you for half a year." Shun Julie's tone is still indifferent, his eyes falling on her. "So, this game is a crucial one. Do you understand?" "I understand." Shui Emo's little face also became serious. Every single piece was carefully calculated before it was placed. In the first half of the game, Shui Emo showed signs of losing. Her fingers holding the chess piece faintly turned white, and her little mouth was tightly pursed. Shun Julie calmly looked at her and lightly said, "The more you lose, the more you have to stabilize your mind." It's the first time he said such a long string of words, but what he said was the truth of doing things. Shui Emo took a deep breath and steadied her mind. Black and white stones continued to fall from the fingertips of the 2 people. Ning Xiuma was now also an expert in Go. She had been immersed in this path for many years, so her Go skills were naturally much better than Shui Emo's. She had also played against Shun Julie countless times, so she knew that his actual level was much better than Shui Emo's. If nothing unexpected happened in this game, Shui Emo should still lose. But at the end of the game, Shun Julie was defeated by a single piece. Shwe emo won. He won. Shwe emo stared blankly at the chessboard for a long time. I won. Shun Julie calmly picked up the teacup next to him and took a sip. Not bad. You won this round by luck. Ha, I won. I finally won. Shwe emo was not interested in the word luck. She beamed with joy, suddenly stood up and spun in a circle. Her skirt fluttered, like a flower blooming under the sunlight, making her excited little face even more tender and beautiful. After working hard for a year, fighting hard for a year, now she finally got the results she wanted. She was naturally very happy, her smile as bright as a pearl in the dark night. Shinjuli also seemed to be infected with her joy, his pair of black eyes slightly flashing. He did not speak, just leisurely sipped his tea. Supreme God, can I stay? Happiness did not come easily. Shwe Emo was skeptical. Chapter 954. Shwe Emo clearly didn't believe in this good luck. Yes. Shun Julie replied with 2 words. Shwe Emo's eyes curved like the moon. She was eating her victory pastry, her fingers trembling a little. Why do you have to stay here? Don't tell me you're homeless. With your intelligence, you can live well anywhere. Shinjili looked at her and asked. Because Shui Mo's eyes returned to Shun Julie's face. She tilted her head and looked at him for a moment, then finally said an earth-shattering sentence. Because I like you, supreme divinity. M-O-M-O. I've liked you for several hundred years, Pa. Shun Julie's teacup fell to the ground. Ning Xiu Ma, who was watching the fun with her arms crossed, also trembled in her heart. This Shue Mo really won't stop until she's shocked to death. Just as this thought came to her mind, she heard a voice that seemed to come from thousands of miles away. Master, Master, are you awake? Are you still going to Yifeng's place? Kiran, Yifeng, Ning Xiuama quivered. The dream she couldn't dispel just now suddenly melted like spring snow. The bed curtains of lotus leaves, the soft bedding, and the warm sunlight shining into the room. This was Tianyin Peak's Supreme Divinity Hall, and also her temporary residence. As soon as she woke up, she was a little dazed. Lifting her hand to tidy up her hair, she vaguely remembered having a very long dream. In the dream, there seemed to be a great god and a girl. She could actually vaguely remember a bit of the dream. This had never happened before. This should be a good thing, right? Was she going to be cured of her problem of not being able to remember her dreams? She hurriedly tried to recall the scene in her dream, but could only remember a few fragments. These fragments were very scattered, and she almost couldn't piece them together. She only remembered that great god seemed to be playing chess with a girl, and in the end, he even let the girl win. TCH, great god didn't even let her win. She didn't even get to eat a single pastry. While her mind was in a mess, Kiran's telepathy came again. Master, Master, are you awake? Tomorrow was Yin Ziyuan's wedding day. Didn't you say you want to take a look? Yin Ziyuan? Yifeng. God, she had been so busy these past few days that she had forgotten about her 2 friends. Oh no. Tomorrow was Yin Ziyuan's wedding, and her Buddha Lotus Mountain was 4,000 to 5,000 miles away from Daliang City. Even if she flew, she wouldn't be able to get there in a day. She thought about Yifeng's loneliness and how well Yin Ziyuan treated her. Ning Xiuma couldn't help but pat her forehead, and all her sleepiness disappeared without a trace. There was obviously something strange about Yin Ziyuan's wedding, and Yifeng was not good at stirring up trouble. He would only grieve silently and protect her in silence. He might not be able to stop it in time. Once this happened, these 2 people would regret it for the rest of their lives. Therefore, no matter what, she had to rush over before Yin Ziyuan's wedding. With her current ability, she obviously couldn't do it, so she could only ask for help from Great God. She jumped up from the bed, but something hard bumped her. She looked down and found a shiny object next to her pillow. The moonlight flute. She remembered that she had always kept it in her Chinquan bag. When did it come out by itself? And it happened to be under her pillow. Maybe she wanted to see it again before sleeping. So she groped it out in a daze. Ning Xiuama was in a hurry to get out, so she didn't have time to think about it. Chapter 955. Ning Xiuama grabbed the moonlight flute and stuffed it into her chinquin bag. She didn't even bother to wash up and ran to find the Almighty. In the bedroom, Shun Juli was meditating. A faint light circled around his body, and he sat there like a high and mighty god. Ning Xiumal paused at the door. Seeing him like this, she didn't dare to disturb him. It was best not to be disturbed while meditating. If she went in rashly, it might cause him to go crazy. But if she didn't disturb him, she didn't know how long he would meditate. Her matter was very urgent, so it wasn't an exaggeration to say that she was on fire. She was in a dilemma and couldn't make up her mind. Master, are we going today? Kieran's voice urged her in her mind. We can't get there in a day with our own speed. Ning Xiumal calmly replied Kieran. We can make it. Kieran continued to transmit its voice. I learned a flying technique. Although I can't fly 1,000 miles in a second, I'm confident that I can fly 7,000 to 8,000 miles in a day. Its voice sounded proud as it reported the good news to her. Master, there's a big lake here. The spiritual energy inside is very abundant. I can cultivate for a year in there. That Yelu Jing is really good. He even taught me a manual for Kieran cultivation. It's very useful for me. It's as if it was written for me. This flying technique is the martial art inside. I've already learned it. Once Kieran contacted Ning Xiumal, it started to chatter nonstop. A little Qilin had this kind of ability. Ning Xiumal was happy. She didn't need the Almighty to investigate this matter. She looked at Shun Juli again. He was still cultivating. The light around his body was like a rainbow halo. It was very beautiful. What kind of martial art was the Almighty practicing? It looked so high and mighty. She didn't know when she could reach this level. It seemed like the Almighty was not going to stop anytime soon, so she decided to go with Kieran. In any case, her martial arts had already reached Earth rank level 4, and it would not be easy for her to meet an opponent. He was completely different from before. He was no longer a piece of trash that could be bullied by others. She was just investigating Yan Ziyuan's situation, so she shouldn't be in any danger. The Almighty was at a critical juncture in his training, so she didn't want to disturb him. She was used to solving some things by herself and didn't like to always rely on others. Thinking of this, she immediately used telepathy to reply to Kieran. Come to the Tianyin Peak and wait for me. I'll be out soon. Okay. Kieran agreed without hesitation. Ning Xiumal looked at Shun Juli again. After thinking for a while, she picked up the pen and paper on the table and left him a letter. After he finished writing, he put it under the paperweight and ran out. As soon as she left, Shun Juli opened his eyes. His gaze fell on the letter on the table. He raised his hand, and the letter flew into his hand. He opened it and glanced through it. His eyebrows furrowed slightly. This was the first letter that this little girl had written to him. He thought that it would at least be a few warm words, but he didn't expect it to be a few stiff sentences. Almighty, Little Apple and I are going to Daliang City to investigate Yan Ziyuan's wedding. We'll be back soon. Don't miss us. After all, Ning Xiumal was a modern person. She wrote in plain Chinese and couldn't be bothered to use those scholarly classical Chinese words. Therefore, although she didn't leave many words, her instructions were very clear. Chapter 956. Shun Juli lowered his eyes and stared at the last two words. Don't miss me. How could he not miss her? This girl was destined to lead the Axemen, and every step she took brought disaster. How could he be at ease when she went out alone? The journey to Daliang City was thousands of miles away, and she hadn't learned how to ride a sword yet. If she went there, she could only rely on that unreliable Kieran. He suddenly regretted letting Yelu Jing and teach Kieran that spell book. That Kieran was smart enough, but it was a little impetuous and unreliable. It must have just mastered that kind of flying spell. With its half-baked personality, to use that kind of flying spell to carry people. That girl must have offended him badly. He looked at the letter in his hand and couldn't help but rub between his brows. Yan Ziyuan and Yi Feng were destined not to be together. Now that this girl was involved, he didn't know what kind of changes would occur. He slowly stood up. Since that girl was involved, then he should be involved too. He was just sitting down for a while, and that girl dared to abandon him and run away. It really made him unhappy. He narrowed his eyes and spun the jade flute in his hand. After a moment, He smiled lightly and began to slowly prepare. Ning Xuema's current status in the Sun-Moon sect was very high, so no one dared to stop her when she wanted to go down the mountain. However, even though they didn't stop her, the news of Ning Xuema leaving the mountain soon reached Shinjuli. Master, I've already sent the 8 great enforcers down the mountain to support little junior sister's safety. Do we still need to activate the hidden posts everywhere to prepare for any accidents? Yalu Jing, Anne's voice floated over from the voice transmission talisman. No need. Withdraw the 8 great enforcers, and don't move the hidden posts. Shinjuli's voice was heard. Yes. Yalu Jing replied. He still didn't understand. Master was very nervous about this little junior sister. He was afraid that she would melt in his mouth and fall off his head. Now that little junior sister had gone down the mountain alone. How could Master let her go? Although he didn't understand, he still followed his master's instructions and sent a message to the 8 guardians of Dharma to come back. He asked them a few more questions and learned from them that Ning Xuema had gone down the mountain. After thinking for a while, he decided to report to his master. Master, the 8 guardians have already retreated. Little junior sister has already reached the bottom of the mountain. She is accompanied by Ji Yinhuang and his wife. Helian Xiao is also sending her off. Shun Julie's fingers, which were sorting out the medicinal pills, suddenly paused. After a while, he replied, "Got it." The sound-transmitting talisman returned to its original color. Yalu Jing and rubbed his nose. He didn't know why, but he felt that his master's last 3 words weren't very good. When entering and exiting the Sun-Moon sect, no disciple was allowed to come and go as they pleased. Aside from the ancestor himself, everyone else had to take the normal path to enter and exit the sect. Otherwise, they would not be able to leave. When Ning Xuema reached the mountain gate, she didn't expect to bump into Ji Yunhuang and Tian Xueqing. They were obviously going back to Chongkong country. Daliang City was a frontier city of Chongkong country. When Ji Yunhuang heard that Ning Xuema wanted to go to Daliang City, he immediately suggested that they go together. He had an extremely fast flying carriage at the bottom of the mountain that could send her there. Even a blind person could see Ji Yunhuang's feelings for Ning Xuema. Tian Xueqing didn't say a single word during the whole journey. When Ning Xuema and Ji Yunhuang were talking, she walked far ahead of them. Ji Yunhuang's carriage was called Auspicious Cloud Crane. It was on the back of a golden-winged Great Pung. Chapter 9:57. The Great Pung bird's flying speed was extremely fast. It could travel 4,000 to 5,000 miles in a day without any problems. According to Ji Yunhuang, he could make the Great Pung bird fly even faster. They wouldn't need to rest at night. According to his estimation, they should be able to reach Daliang City by tomorrow morning. Ning Xuema calculated the time. Yin Ziyuan's wedding should be tomorrow at noon. She had to get there in the morning. If she didn't investigate clearly before speaking up to stop them, she was afraid that she would be too late. She had also asked Kiran. According to Kiran, they should be able to arrive by tomorrow morning. They should arrive 8 hours earlier than Ji Yunhuang's carriage. Right now, Ning Xuema was in a race against time. 8 hours was extremely precious to her. Furthermore, she didn't want to have anything to do with Ji Yunhuang, so she tactfully declined his offer. Ji Yunhuang was naturally disappointed. He was about to persuade her again when he met Helian Xiao, who had just returned to the mountain. Helian Xiao was a bright and enthusiastic youth. He was very happy to see Ning Xuema. When he heard that Ning Xuema was going down the mountain, he immediately wanted to send her off. No matter what, he had to send Ning Xuema off the mountain. Just like that, the 3-person group became a 4-person group. Helian Xiao pestered Ning Xuema and asked her many questions, pushing Ji Yunhuang to the side. Although Ji Yunhuang was unhappy, he couldn't do anything about it. According to seniority, Ji Yunhuang and Helian Xiao were senior and junior brothers. They were of the same generation. Moreover, the other party was the son of a prince of the Facian kingdom. Regardless of his status in the Sun-Moon sect or his status as a commoner, Ji Yunhuang couldn't suppress him. Ji Yunhuang's temperament was rather gloomy. He belonged to the type of people who didn't express his emotions in words. This kind of person also had a fatal flaw. He wasn't used to fighting with others openly. Simply put, he wasn't as thick-skinned as Hellion Xiao. Furthermore, Ji and Huang disdained to fight with a half-grown child like Hellion Xiao. Moreover, Ning Shuama's attitude towards him was sufficiently polite and cold, which greatly damaged his confidence. Therefore, after he smiled slightly, he automatically fell back a step, allowing Ning Shuama and Hellion Xiao to walk side by side in front of him. Although Ning Shuama's body was about the same age as Hellion Xiao, her mental age was older, so she only treated Hellion Xiao as a child. Naturally, she was unrestrained when talking to her child, so she seemed to be one step closer to Hellion Xiao. This made Ji Huang, who was watching from the back, feel rather uncomfortable. He looked forward again and saw Tian Xueqing walking alone in front of him. She didn't even turn her head back. There was a slightly complicated look in his eyes. The night before yesterday, he had a merry party with his senior and junior brothers and junior brothers. Due to his melancholy, he drank until he was dead drunk. It was only yesterday morning that he returned with his junior brothers and junior sisters. However, on the way back, he bumped into Tian Xueqing. When he saw her, he felt an indescribable anger in his heart. Thus, he could not help but speak coldly to her. After provoking her to leave, he went to fourth junior sister's room and poured a few large cups of hangover soup to sober her up. After he sobered up, he didn't want to return to his room. Instead, he went to train with his fellow disciples for a day. However, due to carelessness, he missed the last 2 hours of his return and fainted on the martial arts field. He heard from his fellow disciples that they were very anxious at that time and were about to find a doctor from a Sun Moon sect. However, Tian Xueqing came and carried him back to his room without any explanation. Her fresh blood woke him up, and the moment he opened his eyes, she silently burrowed into his arms as usual. He wished he could kill her. However, he couldn't leave her. He hatefully pressed her under his body and entered her without any warmth as usual. He took her without any pity. Chapter 958. After a round of lovemaking, Ji and Huang regained his strength and pushed her away in disgust before turning around to sleep. However, she did not try to hug him from behind like before. Instead, she got up and left. She did not return for the entire night. She only came back this morning and went down the mountain with him as if nothing had happened. These days, other than being forced to be intimate with her, Ji and Huang was too lazy to talk to her. On the other hand, she was always trying to talk to him, always trying to get close to him. After she came back this morning covered in dew, she did not say a single word to him. Before bumping into Ning Shuama, he and Ning Shuama walked one after the other without talking to each other. Ji and Huang was too lazy to talk to her. Perhaps she was aware of this and did not force him to. After he and Ning Shuama bumped into each other, Tian Xueqing automatically moved a long distance away from them, as if she was trying to avoid arousing suspicion. It was still the same now. She walked alone in front at moderate speed and maintained a certain distance from them. Ji and Huang unintentionally saw her back and suddenly realized that she had lost a lot of weight compared to when she first came to his side. Her slender waist looked like it would be blown away by a gust of wind as she walked on a mountain road. His heart skipped a beat, and inexplicably, a bit of pity rose from the bottom of his heart. However, he seemed to have thought of something, and his eyes suddenly turned cold as he looked away. This woman used an improper method to obtain him. Why should he pity such a scheming woman? He would rather pity a beggar on the side of the road than pity her. This group of four was rather strange. While Ning Xiuma and Hellion Xiao were talking, they also noticed the abnormality between Ji Huang and Tian Xueqing. That girl was obviously the crown prince's consort, but he treated her worse than a stranger. What happened between the two of them that made them treat each other with such respect? Ning Xiuma thought for a moment. Although she did not have any feelings for Ji and Huang, she still saw him as a friend. Seeing her friend's situation, she could not help but want to care for them. They were her friends, so she wanted to see them well. She fell a step behind and walked shoulder to shoulder with Ji and Huang. "Your Highness, is there a misunderstanding between you and Miss Xueqing?" Ji and Huang was obviously unwilling to talk about it. He only said, "It's not a misunderstanding. You don't like her?" "Of course. Then why did you agree to marry her as the crown princess? Ning Xiumao was somewhat displeased. Ji Yanhuang gave a short laugh. His smile contained a hint of mockery. Xiumao, in this world, you can't marry someone just because you like them. Even if they don't like each other, they still have to marry. How many couples in this world marry because they love each other? Ning Xiumao. She was stumped. This world was not much different from the feudal society of her time. The marriage between a man and a woman depended on the orders of their parents and the words of a matchmaker. Most people did not even know what the other party looked like when they got married. However, Jian Huang should be different, right? Rumor had it that Lu Hinti had arranged for him to marry a lot of noble ladies, but he had rejected them all. Even Lu Hinti had a headache over his son's marriage. Then now, could it be that because Tian Xueqing was bestowed to Jian Huang by the great god, Jian Huang did not dare to reject her? However, Jian Huang should not know that Han Shanyue was the ancestor, right? Then why was he so obedient? Ning Xiumao had many questions in her mind. Chapter 9:59. She looked at Jian Huang and said, "Your Highness, I thought you could make your own decisions." Ning Xiumao thought for a moment and said, "If you really don't like her, you can reject this marriage. Otherwise, you'll be wasting her youth." Ji Yanhuang's gaze turned to Ning Xiumao and said indifferently, "If I can't marry the girl I like, then to me, all the girls in this world are the same. It doesn't make a difference who I marry. It's just to carry on the family line." Ning Xiumao was speechless. Ji Yanhuang's way of thinking was common among the men in this continent, so it was understandable. Then you should treat her better. Ning Xiumao couldn't stand Ji Yanhuang's coldness towards Tian Xueqing. Her. Ji Yanhuang glanced at Tian Xueqing and said, "She's not worthy." Ning Xiumao was speechless. It seemed like Ji Yanhuang's hatred towards Tian Xueqing was not ordinary, but he was unwilling to talk about it. Ning Xiumao tried to probe him a few times, but to no avail. She was too lazy to care about it. She was in a hurry to rush to Daliang City, so she didn't have time to talk to Ji Yanhuang. After thinking about it, she decided to forget about it. Everyone had their own fate, and it wasn't something she could control. When she parted ways with Ji Yanhuang, Ning Xiumao said, "Your Highness, I don't know what's going on between you and Miss Tian Xueqing, but from what I've seen, she's a good girl. You have to learn to cherish the people in front of you. Don't regret it after you lose them." "All right, that's all I have to say. Take care." She said a few more words to Heli and Xiao before jumping onto Kieran's back. She patted its head and said, "Little Apple, let's go." After leaving Buddha Lotus Mountain, Kieran was already able to fly. It was eager to try, so it immediately rose into the sky like a rocket launcher. Ji Yanhuang stood in place and watched as Ning Xiumao was carried by Kieran and turned into a small black dot in the sky. He lowered his eyes and clenched his fists in his sleeves again. He missed it. He really missed it. She had never felt the distance between him and her so clearly before. A few months ago, they were still walking hand in hand. She was still a little dependent on him and still had some hazy feelings for him. However, after he slapped her for Ji Yunyao that day, everything changed. Now she only treated him as a friend, a true friend. No matter how close he got, he couldn't get any closer to her. "Xiumao, without you, what's the difference between the women in this world?" Occasionally, he would turn his head and see Tian Xueqing standing far away. She was also looking at the place where Ning Xiumao had disappeared, lost in thought. Her expression was a little dazed, and no one knew what she was thinking. Ji Yanhuang suddenly became impatient and whistled. A moment later, the golden-winged rock that had been searching for food nearby landed in front of him. The great pung bird was very big, and on its back was a carriage that was the size of a small house. He and Tian Xueqing had come in this carriage. Just as he was about to call Tian Xueqing to get on the carriage, the sound of a crane suddenly came from the sky. A red-crowned crane carrying a woman landed on the ground. "Brother Crown Prince." Ji Yunyao jumped down from the crane's back and threw herself at Ji Yunhuang. She wanted to throw herself into Ji Yunhuang's embrace as usual. Ever since Ji Yunhuang knew that this sister of his had some abnormal feelings for him, he had subconsciously distanced himself from her. These days, every time he saw Ji Yunyao, he wouldn't let her throw herself into his embrace. It was the same now. Chapter 960. Ji Yanhuang raised his hand to stop her, but he seemed to have thought of something and his hand fell back down. Ji Yunyao was the best at seizing every opportunity. She immediately jumped into his embrace and hugged his neck. "Brother Crown Prince, I have been waiting for you for a long time. Why did you only come down today?" She often did this action, so Ji Yanhuang didn't mind it. He casually pulled her arm away from his neck and asked, "Yunyao, why are you here?" Ji Yunyao pursed her lips. "Father is sick. He was afraid that you would not return, so he asked me to hurry you." Ji Yanhuang's expression slightly changed. "Father is sick? What kind of illness? Did you ask the imperial physician to check on him?" "Naturally, I asked the imperial physician to check on him. He should have caught a cold, but I don't know the details." Ji Yunyao lowered her head. "You didn't ask?" Ji Yanhuang's eyes showed his disapproval. Ji Yunyao's eyes showed her resentment. "Recently, father is not willing to see me, so Ji Yanhuang did not say anything else." "Then let's go back quickly." Luhinti's psychokinesis was not low, and he usually took good care of himself, so he was not someone who fell sick easily. This time, his sudden illness was not as simple as it seemed on the surface. He immediately jumped onto his golden-winged rock. Ji Yanyao's eyes turned, and she also jumped up. "Brother Crown Prince, I'm also worried about father. I will go back with you." Ji Yanhuang was slightly startled and glanced at Tian Xueqing, who was walking over. The cabin on the golden-winged rock's back was quite narrow. It could fit 2 people, but it would be too cramped for 3 people. Moreover, it would be difficult for the golden-winged rock to carry 3 people at the same time. Its speed would also be much slower. "Yunyao, take your red crown crane back," Ji Yanhuang said. Ji Yunyao immediately pursed her lips and pulled up her trousers. "Brother," Yunyao was too anxious on the way here and accidentally fell. "My leg hurts. Yunyao has lost a lot of my power, and now it is cold. I have a headache from the wind on the red crown crane." She looked at Ji Yanhuang pitifully. Yunyao doesn't want to be blown by the wind anymore. She glanced at Tian Xueqing again. "If brother thinks that the cabin is too cramped, why don't you let the future crown princess ride my red crown crane?" Ji Yanhuang frowned and glanced at Tian Xueqing. Tian Xueqing originally walked over quickly, but at this moment, she stood there and looked at them. She pursed her lips slightly and did not have any intention to speak. Seeing her like this, Ji Yanhuang felt an indescribable irritation in his heart. His head heated up. He immediately said, "All right, we'll do as you say." He then glanced at Tian Xueqing and said, "You can sit on Yunyao's crane at the back." After saying this, she entered the carriage. Ji Yunyao naturally followed behind her. Before entering, she smiled at Tian Xueqing. "Then I'll have to trouble the crown prince consort." The golden-winged rock seemed to have sensed its master's impatience and immediately soared into the sky. The huge wings flapped violently, causing Tian Xueqing's clothes to flutter wildly. She staggered 2 steps back, and the golden-winged great pung flew away in the blink of an eye. She was abandoned by him again. As long as there was someone else, she would always be the one left behind. Tian Xueqing looked in the direction in which the great rock flew off, and then lowered her head to look at her pale and thin wrist. There was a deep scar on it, and the wound had just scabbed over. It looked a little hideous. She stared at the wound in a daze, somewhat lost in thought. Ji Yanyao's leg was only bruised, but she couldn't sit on the red crown crane. What about her? With her current physical condition, could she even sit on it? Chapter 961. Tian Xueqing laughed bitterly in her heart. She lowered her eyes and was about to put down her sleeves. "Hey, what happened to your wrist?" A voice suddenly sounded from behind her. She quickly took 2 steps to the side and looked at the handsome and childish young man behind her. She pursed her lips and said, "It's nothing." Then she turned around and walked towards the red crown crane. She had to rush back within 2 days, or else Ji Yanhuang would faint. The continuous blood loss made her dizzy, and her steps were slightly unstable. "Your face is too pale. This is a symptom of excessive blood loss." Helian Shao was a warm-hearted young man. He looked at Tian Xueqing and frowned. Why did you cut your wrist to commit suicide? There are many ways to seek death in this world, especially in this continent where psychokinesis was common. It was extremely easy for a person to seek death. No one would choose to cut their wrist, which was a traditional and painful way of seeking death. Therefore, Hellion Xiao looked at the cut on her wrist and felt that it was very strange. I didn't commit suicide. Tian Xueqing's eyebrows jumped. Then what happened to your wrist? It can't be someone else who cut it, right? I think you cut yourself. Hellion Xiao dealt with weapons every day, so he was very familiar with all kinds of wounds. He could tell by looking at the length and depth of the wound on her wrist. Moreover, you use a short blade to cut yourself. Looking at the shape of your wound, it should have cut your artery. Tian Xueqing didn't want to explain to him and didn't want to pay attention to him. She said, "It has nothing to do with you." She walked in front of the red-crowned crane and wanted to jump on it. This was obviously not an ordinary red-crowned crane. It was twice the size of a normal red-crowned crane. It probably didn't recognize Tian Xueqing. When it saw Tian Xueqing landing on its body, it let out a long cry and subconsciously dodged to the side. It even pecked at Tian Xueqing at lightning speed. Tian Xueqing dodged. She didn't know if it was because she had lost too much blood, but her movements were much slower than before. Seeing that she couldn't avoid the red-crowned crane's huge mouth, she steeled her heart and raised her arm to block. Damn it! Fortunately, Hellion Xiao saw that the situation was bad and acted in time. He sent a palm towards the red-crowned crane's huge mouth. His kung fu was very high, and he did not want the beast to hurt people, so his attack was very heavy. The red-crowned crane cried out in pain and flew out horizontally. After the red-crowned crane flew out, it rolled on the ground before barely jumping back up. Blood flowed out of its huge mouth, and it opened its mouth to let out a mournful cry. It didn't dare to stay any longer and didn't care about Tian Xueqing anymore. It flapped its wings and flew away. Tian Xueqing, her face was pale as she looked at Hellion Xiao. You? Now that even the red-crowned crane had flown away, how was she going to go back? Hellion Xiao raised his head and said, "This kind of beast needs to be taught a lesson." He then looked at Tian Xueqing and said, "Strange, I remember that your martial arts are quite high. How come you almost couldn't dodge this beast's attack?" Tian Xueqing took a deep breath and suddenly grabbed Hellion Xiao's collar. "Think of a way to help me catch up to that crane." She was small in stature, but her strength was not small. Hellion Xiao was caught off guard by her and staggered. He quickly used a pole to stabilize himself. "Hey, let go of me. Men and women shouldn't touch each other. Why are you chasing that beast?" Tian Xueqing finally let go of him. "I want to return to Chongkong country within 2 days, so I can only ride that crane. Is there any way to catch up to it?" Hellion Xiao tidied up his collar and looked surprised. Chapter 962. That Ji and Wang has already treated you so badly. Why are you in such a hurry to go back? There is a relay station 100 miles away from here. You can rent a flying beast there. You can rent one and fly back slowly. Your body is not suitable to ride fast flying beasts. Otherwise, if the wind is too strong, you won't be able to. Where is the relay station? Which direction? Tian Xueqing interrupted Hellion Xiao's chatter. Do you see the small left path in front? Follow it until you reach the end. Hellion Xiao pointed in the direction. Tian Xueqing did not say anything and turned around to run towards the small path. Hellion Xiao was speechless. Tian Xueqing was running while gasping for breath when she heard the sound of galloping behind her. "Hey, that Crown Prince Consort!" Tian Xueqing was stunned. She turned around and saw Hellion Xiao running towards her on a lion. "Stop right there." Tian Xueqing raised her eyebrows in surprise. "Why are you chasing after me?" Hellion Xiao stretched out his hand to her from the lion's back. "Come up, I'll send you there." He beat her red-crowned crane away and felt bad seeing a weak girl running on foot. After much consideration, he decided to send her off. Tian Xueqing's face was slightly red because of running. She looked at the lion and then at him. She took a step back. "No, I can run there myself." Hellion Xiao was not in a good mood. "Your body should be resting. It's not suitable for such intense activities. I'm just sending you off." I don't have any other intentions. Tian Shiweching paused. All right, then I'll have to trouble you to send me off. She flew up and sat behind Helian Xiao. Helian Xiao suddenly felt uncomfortable. Although he was still a child, he felt that he was a man. A man letting a weak girl sit behind him like she was hugging him. Hey, you sit. He was about to say, you sit in front, when he suddenly felt a hand on his waist. He was not prepared at all and flew out like a cloud. When he landed on the ground, Tian Shiweching had already flown away on his lion. She only left a sentence in the air. I'll borrow it temporarily. I'll let it go when the time comes. Helian Xiao was speechless. He did not expect Tian Shiweching, who looked so delicate and timid, to have such a valiant side. He was stunned for a moment, and by the time he reacted, Tian Shiweching was already far away. He couldn't help but smile bitterly. In fact, he only needed to whistle once, and the lion would run back. But in that case, this crown prince consort probably wouldn't be willing to ride it, right? Forget it. His lion knew the way anyway. This crown prince consort would probably release his lion once they reached the relay station. The carriage on the back of the golden-winged giant eagle was specially made. Ji Yanhuang sat in the carriage without any expression on his handsome face. His eyes were slightly lowered, and no one knew what he was thinking about. Big brother crown prince. Ji Yunyao squeezed into the same carriage as him. That familiar feeling of happiness welled up, and her heart was filled with joy. I'm tired, don't talk. Ji Yanhuang closed his eyes. All right. Ji Yunyao obediently agreed. After a moment, she comforted him as if she was afraid that he would be worried. Big brother crown prince doesn't need to worry about imperial father's illness. When I came here, I heard the empress say that imperial father's spirit is quite good. He only caught a slight cold. There's no need to worry. She looked outside the carriage window again. The clouds were rapidly retreating. It was obvious that the golden-winged giant eagle was flying at an extremely fast speed. Chapter 963. Brother, tell the rock to slow down. There's no need to rush. She only wanted to be alone with Ji Yanhuang. Every second counted. This time, Ji Yanhuang was surprisingly easy to talk to. He whistled, and sure enough, the Great Peng's flying speed slowed down. Ji Yunyao was delighted. It turned out that brother crown prince still treated her so well. Without that woman by his side, he finally returned to being the brother crown prince she was familiar with. Although Ji Yanhuang did not say anything and did not even look at her, she felt that as long as she could stay by his side, she would be the happiest. She saw that Ji Yanhuang had his eyes closed, so she did not dare to disturb him. She leaned against the window and looked at the scenery outside. While she was looking, she suddenly saw a familiar figure catching up from behind. It was her red-crowned crane. How did it catch up with that woman on its back so quickly? Ji Yunyao was slightly displeased, but when she took a closer look, she was stunned for a moment and let out a small sound of surprise. The red-crowned crane flew over on its own. How could there be a person on its back? Where was the crown princess? Did she fall down? When the red-crowned crane caught up with the rock, it finally saw its master and let out a long cry of grievance. Ji Yanyao's heart sank. She wanted to stop the crane, but it was too late. She could not help but look at Ji Yanhuang. Ji Yanhuang opened his eyes and casually looked out of the window. He saw the crane and his golden-winged rock flying side by side. There was nothing on the crane's back. His expression changed slightly, and he suddenly straightened his body. Where is Tian Shiweching? Ji Yunyao was tongue-tied. I don't know. I only told Bai to carry the crown princess. Ji Yanhuang looked at her with a sharp gaze. Did you do something to the crane? No. Ji Yunyao quickly denied. However, she was not confident. She did tell her red-crowned crane to teach that woman a lesson. Her gaze suddenly fell on her crane. Abai is injured. Who attacked it? Damn it. Who bullied my Abai? She obviously felt sorry for her red-crowned crane more than the crown princess. Ji Yanhuang coldly said, Ask it where the crown princess is. Do you still need to ask? Someone must have attacked her. What did that woman do? You actually summoned the enemy and caused my Abai to be injured as well. Ji Yunyao complained. Ji Yanhuang ignored her and suddenly whistled. The golden-winged Great Peng that was in the middle of flying made a turn, and flew back. Jianyao was shocked. "Brother, you want to go back and look for her?" If she had fallen from the sky, she would have died a long time ago. It would be useless even if you found her. He might as well instruct his men to search for her body along the way. "Let's hurry back to the city. Father is still waiting for us." It's good that that woman fell to her death. It could also be considered as removing the thorn in her heart. Big Brother Crown Prince was hers, and any woman who coveted him deserved to die. Before Ji Yunyao could finish her rambling, the carriage door suddenly opened. Her body was pushed out of the carriage door by a strong force. Her body immediately floated into the air. She screamed in fright. Before she could stop screaming, she had already landed on the red-crowned crane's back. The crane swayed and almost threw her off. She desperately grabbed onto the crane's feathers and barely stabilized her body. When she raised her head again, Ji and Huang's golden-winged rock was already far away. Only one sentence was left floating in the air. "You go back first, I'll catch up later." Chapter 964. Ji Yunyao stared blankly on the back of the red-crowned crane and clenched her fists tightly. Needless to say, Ji and Huang must have gone back to find his crown princess. Could it be that Brother Crown Prince had fallen in love with his crown princess? When Ji and Huang found Tian Shiweching, she was riding on the back of a curtain-winged bird and flying in his direction. The curtain-winged bird's flying speed was considered fast among birds, but it also had a bad habit. This bird had a violent temperament. No matter who wanted to ride it, they had to tame it first. This bird was even more unruly than a wild horse, and was the hardest to rent out. Ji and Huang did not expect that she actually dared to ride this kind of bird, and was slightly moved. Tian Shiweching seemed to have sensed him and raised her head to look at him. Since Ji and Huang was close, he naturally saw her clearly. Her face was pale, and her hands were tightly grabbing onto the feathers of the bird. Her palms were covered in blood. It was obvious that Tian Shiweching had suffered a lot in order to tame this bird. At this moment, her petite body was curled up on the bird's back. Her clothes were obviously thin and fluttered wildly in the wind. When she saw Ji and Huang's carriage, her eyes lit up and she stared at him with wide eyes. Seeing her like this, Ji and Huang's indescribable irritation rose up again. He glanced at her indifferently and whistled. The golden-winged rock turned around again and flew forward. The light in Tian Shiweching's eyes dimmed. She thought that he would let her enter the carriage on the golden-winged rock's back, but she did not expect, perhaps, he flew back just to see if she was dead. After all, she was his cauldron and the source of his recovery. He did not really care about her. He just did not want her to die now. She tightly pursed her lips and felt even dizzier. She knew that she was running a fever and urgently needed rest and nourishment. However, she did not have the ability to fall sick. The wind was strong, but she was so weak that she did not have the strength to take any protective measures. She could only subconsciously grab onto the feathers of the bird and bite her lips in torment. Because of her special fate and physique, she was nurtured as a medicine person. In order to make the medicine in her body better and purer, she had suffered unimaginable hardships since she was young. Therefore, her endurance was especially strong. If it was another woman who was as weak as her, she would have fainted by the wind. However, she was still able to hold on. However, the journey was too long. She didn't know how long she had been holding on. Finally, she exhausted all her strength and fainted. His body tilted to the side, and his fingers slowly loosened. She didn't notice that Ji Yunhuang's golden-winged great pung was actually not far from her. Although Ji Yunhuang hated her, he couldn't really ignore her. He seemed to be resting with his eyes closed, but he was also paying attention to her movements. He saw that she had been blown by the wind until she was leaning against the back of the curtain bird. Her clothes, skirt, and hair were pulled back in a line by the wind. He knew that she had not taken any protective measures. He was infuriated. Was this woman trying to trick him again? He picked up a book beside him to read, but his mind was in a mess, and he couldn't continue reading. When he glanced out of the window again, he saw her little hand slowly letting go of the feather and her body sliding down. Damn it! If she were to fall from such a height, she would only be smashed into a meat patty. Ji Yinhuang quickly ordered the golden-winged roc to approach the large bird. Then, in a flash, he leaped onto the back of the large bird and caught her just as she was about to slide down. Chapter 965. The moment Ji Yinhuang held Tian Xueqing in his arms, he realized that her body was burning hot. She was having a fever. Damn it! He cursed under his breath and carried her back to the carriage on the golden-winged roc. Although her body was burning hot, her hands and feet were ice cold. Her body was trembling like a pendulum, and her small face was pale with a hint of greenish yellow. Her hands were dripping with blood, and there were deep and shallow wounds on her palms caused by the bird feathers. She had completely fallen into a coma and was murmuring from time to time. Her words were vague, and he could not hear them clearly. He could only hear her shouting, "Mother, save me." Occasionally, she would say, "Qing Qing is so sad." Ji Yinhuang looked at her with an indescribable feeling in his heart. This woman had schemed against him, and he had no choice but to be together with her. He had always been distant, cold, and courteous towards girls. However, towards this woman, he had always been blunt. He had never really hated a woman, but he hated her. Every time he saw her, he could not help but think of his fate of being schemed against. He could not help but feel angry. He had used all the cold words he had used on women in his life on her. Now that he saw her like this, a familiar feeling of irritation rose in his heart. He cursed under his breath and roughly shoved a pill into her mouth. However, she did not know how to swallow. Ji Yinhuang picked up the teapot beside him, but the water in the teapot had been emptied. He cursed under his breath again and lowered his head. He used his lips to block her lips and pried open her teeth. He pushed the pill to her throat, and with a swipe of his hand, the pill was successfully swallowed. Although Ji Yinhuang had already had intimate contact with her many times, he always went straight to the point. He had never kissed her and had never touched her lips at this moment. When he touched her hot yet soft lips, a strange feeling emerged in his heart. But soon after, an even deeper sense of powerlessness and disgust emerged. He quickly let go of her lips and helped her treat the wound on her hand to stop the blood flow. Because he was unwilling, his actions were not gentle and even somewhat rough. He could not help but hurt her. She groaned and opened her eyes. When she saw Ji Yinhuang, a faint light flickered in her eyes. She muttered, "Is this a dream?" Ji Yinhuang coldly glanced at her without saying a word. His pills were from the Sun Moon sect and had special effects. Her fever was subsiding, so she shouldn't die. The light in Tian Xueqing's eyes shifted slightly, and she finally realized that she was in Ji Yinhuang's carriage. She raised her hands, and when she saw that both of her hands were properly bandaged, the light in her eyes became even more intense. However, Ji Yinhuang was pierced by the light in her eyes. He coldly said, "Don't misunderstand. This prince's life is still tied to your body. Naturally, I can't let you die." Tian Xueqing's body stiffened and her eyes dimmed. She smiled and said, "Xueqing understands." She laughed sarcastically. "That's why I have to keep Xueqing alive no matter what. I still want to be your crown princess because no matter how much you hate me, you can't leave me." Ji Yinhuang, he clenched his fists. "You? What about me?" The smile on Tian Xueqing's face deepened. "Did I tell you the truth? Your Highness, since you know that my life is so important, please don't leave me behind so easily in the future." Ji Yinhuang was so angry that his face turned green. "You got injured on purpose." Chapter 966. Tian Xueqing was stunned, and pain flashed through her eyes. However, she raised her head and smiled. "Yes, I did it on purpose." Ji Yinhuang was choked by her words, and after a long while, he coldly laughed. "Tian Xueqing, you've probably misunderstood. This prince indeed cannot let you die, but I have 10,000 ways to make you beg for death, unable to die. You may be the crown prince's wife, but don't even think about getting any favor from me." Tian Xueqing's face was pale, but she still smiled lightly. "I only covet your position as the crown prince's wife. Why would I want your favor?" Ji Yinhuang, "Tian Xueqing, you will pay the price for what you have done." Tian Xueqing closed her eyes slightly. Her chest felt as if it was drowning in water. "The price?" She had already paid the price, and it was impossible to take it back. The two of them stopped talking. The golden-winged rock carried them and flew into the distance, into the unknown future. Ning Xiuma was extremely regretful. She regretted listening to Kieran's words. Kieran's flying speed was indeed extremely fast. It was comparable to a jet, and its speed was as fast as 1,000 miles per hour. However, Kieran did not know how to set up a wind barrier. Ning Xiuma's defensive technique could be easily blocked if she was riding on an ordinary bird. But on the little Qilan's back, which was so fast, her defensive technique was obviously not enough. One could imagine the feeling of flying on a plane without a cabin. The oncoming hurricane could almost cut a person into pieces. Fortunately, Ning Xiuma's clothes were specially made and were imbued with the ancestors of psychokinesis, so they wouldn't be torn or blown away by the wind. Otherwise, this hurricane would definitely rip her clothes apart and make her run around naked. The wind made it difficult for her to open her mouth and eyes. She desperately used her psychokinesis to protect herself, but her face and body were still in pain. At such an extreme speed, not only was the wind strong, it was also very cold. She only felt that the heat in her body was rapidly disappearing, and her hand that was holding the Kirin horn was so cold that she could barely feel it. After all, Kirin was a divine beast, and its skin was naturally resistant to the wind, so it didn't feel much discomfort. It flew happily in the air. This feeling of being able to completely let go was really good. Its flying skill was amazing. Master, how's my flight technique? Isn't it fast? Huh, Kirin said proudly. He was eagerly looking forward to being praised by his master. Because they were so close to each other, it spoke normally and did not use telepathy. Using that kind of spell would consume a little bit of telekinesis. Therefore, Kirin preferred to communicate with Ning Xiuma normally when they could. Ning Xiuma's mind was completely focused on resisting the heavenly wind. Her ears were filled with whistling sounds that tore through the air. Her ears were ringing so badly that she couldn't hear what the little Qilan was saying. Kirin asked twice but didn't get a response. He was a little puzzled, so he could only use telepathy. Master, can you hear me? Ning Xiuma heard it this time, but she didn't have the energy to respond to it. She couldn't be distracted at all. Once she was distracted, she might be blown away by the wind. Damn it. If she had known it would be like this, she would have fastened a safety belt on Kirin. Kirin's body was covered with slippery scales. She could only rely on the Kirin horn to support herself while riding on its back. Chapter 967. Ning Xiuma's wrist felt like it was going to break, but she didn't dare to relax. Kirin didn't get any response from her, so it was puzzled. In addition, she kept grabbing onto its horn, which made it uncomfortable. It couldn't help but ask again, Master, are you distracted again? Did you hear what I said? Master, don't grab my horn so tightly it's hard for me to turn my head. Walk your ass. If you didn't grab onto its horn, I would have flown out. Ning Xiuma wanted to bite this unreliable Kirin. Her wrist was so sore that it was about to fall off. It couldn't go on like this. She felt that she could only hold on for another 7 or 8 minutes. If Kirin didn't slow down, she would really fly out. Because the wind was too strong, she couldn't open her mouth, so she used telepathy and shouted, "Slow down." She only said a few words, but her body almost slipped out of the Kirin's back. It was the first time she swore in front of Kirin. Kirin was shocked and slowed down a little. Master, what's wrong? Didn't you say that we have to go as fast as possible? She did say that, but it was under the condition that she could save her life. Ning Xiuma was already uncomfortable because of the wind. Little Apple, didn't you learn how to defend against the wind? We don't need to defend against the wind when we fly. Kirin refuted. Our scales are the best protection. No matter how fast we fly, we won't feel uncomfortable. You don't need it, but what about your master? Doesn't your master need protection? Ning Xiuma almost wanted to pull its scales. Kirin rarely has a master. Those who can tame a Kirin are all above the heaven rank. Kirin said proudly. It was a child after all, so it said whatever it wanted to say. It seemed that she was still too weak. Ning Xiuma was speechless. Kirin was right. There weren't many people who could tame a Kirin in this world. She had gotten the little Qilin by accident. She needed to be stronger, stronger. Only then would he be worthy of being the master of Kirin. Kirin had slowed down a lot, and Ning Xuema could finally breathe a sigh of relief. Kirin was worried. Master, we won't be able to reach Daliang City in a day if we're so slow. It was traveling at a speed of 200 miles per hour. While that was fast enough, it was obvious that it would not make it to Daliang City in time. Ning Xuema inwardly sucked in a breath of air. She stretched her sore wrists on his back and steeled her heart. Go faster. Fly at full speed for an hour. Then slow down and let me take a breather. Good. Hold on tight, Master. Kirin was immediately energized. He sped up again and shot out like a cannonball. Just like that, Kirin alternated between going fast and going slow. After 6 hours, they had flown more than 2,000 miles. Those who had never experienced flying at full speed without any protection would not know how it felt. Ning Xuema persevered for 6 hours. She felt as if all the bones in her body were going to fall apart. Her wrists were so sore that they were numb. It felt as if they were going to break. However, this was also a great training for her skills, as she had to withstand the bone-piercing cold wind. The fire psychokinesis in her body automatically circulated faster and faster. It also became more active. After 6 hours, it had improved to a new level. Although it had not leveled up, Ning Xuema could already feel the increase in its power. Chapter 968. Sure enough, Kung Fu improved the fastest during hardships. During another round of rapid flight, Ning Xuema also deliberately used her fire psychokinesis to make it flow in her body like a small stream. Wherever it passed, her skin was no longer so stiff and cold. While she was doing this, she suddenly felt a faint pain in her lower abdomen. It was so cold that she felt uncomfortable. Almost subconsciously, she used her fire psychokinesis to move to her lower abdomen. After she used it, she suddenly woke up. Oh no! Her lower abdomen could swallow her psychokinesis. Usually when she used her Kung Fu, she deliberately avoided that area because there was another channel for her psychokinesis to move through. Now, she was careless and used her psychokinesis to move in that direction. She hurriedly wanted to adjust it, but it was too late. The fire psychokinesis that was protecting her body had just reached her lower abdomen when it was sucked in like a dark whirlpool and disappeared in the blink of an eye. That place was simply like a black hole, sucking in all the fire willpower she had just cultivated like a whale sucking in a river. Ning Xuema could not use any other psychokinesis to protect herself when her psychokinesis was suddenly sucked in. She immediately felt the wind cutting her. She almost couldn't breathe. Just at this moment, a speck of dust hit her finger in the air. Under normal circumstances, this speck of dust was naturally nothing, but when she was flying at such a high speed, this speck of dust was not inferior to a bullet, and it instantly cut her finger. Her whole palm was numb and painful, and she immediately let go of the Kirin horn. With a scream, her body flew out like a kite. She did not know how to fly. So when she fell off the Kirin's back, she immediately fell down like a meteor. She was finished. Kirin was flying at a height of 3,000 to 4,000 meters. If she fell from such a height, she was afraid that she would fall into a pile of mud and could not be put away. Kirin was also scared out of its wits, but its speed was too fast, so it could not make a turn and could not rush down to rescue her in time. Just as Ning Xuema was about to fall down, a white light suddenly flashed in front of her eyes. A gentle force abruptly turned her body, easily dispelling the force of her fall. Then, Ning Xuema threw herself into a person's embrace. A familiar, faint fragrance lingered her nose. Ning Xuema was still in a state of shock. She hurriedly opened her eyes and looked at the person hugging her. Great God! The one who saved her in time was naturally Shunjioli. His bearing was very free and easy. He carried her and floated in the air. Not a single strand of his hair was out of place. He put her down and rubbed her messy hair. You seem to be addicted to falling from high altitudes. Aren't you afraid of being slapped into a meat patty? Ning Xiumal wanted to cry. Ever since she came to this time and space, she seemed to have fallen from the sky. She couldn't count the number of times she had fallen from a high altitude. She hugged his arm. Almighty, when are you going to teach me how to fly? She had to learn how to fly first, or she would fall to her death sooner or later. You want to learn how to fly before you learn how to run? Shun Julie glanced at her. Wait until you reach Earth rank level 6. She wanted to level up. Almighty, your appearance is like a timely rain. Ning Xiumal sighed. Of course it was timely. He had been following her and Kirin invisibly, afraid that something would happen to her. The corners of Shun Julie's lips curled up slightly as he said, I happened to be passing by and saved you. Passing by? Ning Xiumal looked at him. Where are you going? Chapter 969. Daliang City, Shun Julie said. Suddenly, he raised his hand and threw her out. Coincidentally, she landed on the little Qilin's back as it turned back. Ning Xiumal was shocked. She grabbed Kirin's horn tightly and turned to look at Shun Julie. The Almighty did it on purpose. She immediately smiled at Shun Julie, who was walking at the same speed as Kirin. What a coincidence, Almighty. I'm going to Daliang City too. Let's go together. Together? Shun Julie glanced at Kirin slowly and said, It's too slow, and I'm in a hurry. You can continue to walk with it. I'll go first. He made a gesture with his fingers, indicating that he was going to escape immediately. Ning Xiumal was anxious. Hey, Almighty, carry me. Shun Julie was unmoved. I see that you're riding on its back. It's fast and slow, and you can practice martial arts. You should go with it. No, I want to go with you. Ning Xiumal wanted to pull his sleeve. Shun Julie dodged to the side. No need. All right, I'll take my leave first. His figure flashed and turned into a shooting star in the sky. Then, he disappeared in the blink of an eye. Ning Xiumal was speechless. Was the Almighty jealous of Kirin? Wasn't he too vengeful? Kirin was excited. Master, should we go after him? Go after him? It would be strange if they could catch up with him. Ning Xiumal let Kirin fly forward and shouted, Almighty, bring me with you. I'll count to 10. If you don't come back, I'll jump. 1. Kirin was shocked. Master, you can't jump. You'll fall to your death. Ning Xiumal said too. Master, don't do anything stupid. He has already flown far away. He can't hear us. 3. Master, we can just walk a little slower. There's no need to be angry with him. 4. No matter what Kirin said, Ning Xiumal continued to count the numbers loudly. Finally, she counted to 10. The sky was filled with clouds and mist. Where was Shun Julie's shadow? He didn't even come back. The little Qilin hastily said, Didn't I say so? He's already far away. He won't be able to hear. Before it could finish its sentence, it suddenly felt the weight on its back lighten. Ning Xiumal had really jumped down. Ah, master. The little Qilin shouted. Fortunately, it was flying slowly this time, so its forward inertia was not so strong. Fortunately, it was able to turn around in time. Kirin was about to dive down when it saw Shun Julie appear not far away. He raised his hand and caught its falling master in his arms. Kirin felt its little heart was about to jump out of its body because of its master. Well, Master won. Dizun really didn't go far. Master is too fierce. She dared to gamble. If Dizun didn't come back, wouldn't she really fall to her death? Shun Julie pulled her into his arms, his face also unkind. Are you looking for death? Fortunately, he came back. Fortunately, he also didn't go far. Otherwise, he would have to summon her spirit. Ning Xiumal wrapped her arms around his neck, smiling. I knew you couldn't bear to part with me. I knew you would come back. What if I didn't come back? Shun Julie's tone was very unpleasant. No, you'll come back. Ning Xiumal was full of confidence. Her move seemed reckless, but in fact she was 99% sure it would work. Chapter 970. Ning Xiumal never fought an unprepared battle. Of course, she was 1% unsure, but as a secret agent, sometimes she had to take a gamble. If she was 99% sure, she would not let it go. Moreover, she did give him some time, so he did not count quickly. She was getting more and more unruly in front of him. Even someone as powerful as Shun Julie felt helpless facing her. He glanced at her. Where is your integrity? She was now sticking to him like a dogskin plaster. She no longer kept a little distance from him as she had in the past. It's gone, Ning Xiuma answered without hesitation and hugged his arm instead. Guru, Kiran is too unreliable. You should bring me to Daliang City. It's on the way anyway. Shun Julie was a little dazed. The way she hugged him gave him a sense of déjà vu. It was as if she used to stay by his side like this many years ago, and she used to be so shameless. If Kiran is reliable, you won't pester me anymore, right? Shun Julie looked down at her doubtfully. Why would I? I trust the Guru more. Ning Xiuma's tone was firm. She thought that if she did not suffer so much on Kiran's back, she might still want him to carry her, but she would not take the risk. Shun Julie's eyes moved slightly, and his gaze softened. It was not easy to gain her trust. God knows how much effort he had put in to make her trust him again. However, he did not plan to let her go. Why did you leave without saying goodbye? Ning Xiumal widened her eyes. I left a letter. She did not leave without saying goodbye, right? Why didn't you tell me face to face? Shun Julie asked in a different way. You were practicing martial arts at that time, and my matter was very urgent. I did not want to disturb you, as I was afraid that you would go crazy. Ning Xiumal explained. So that was the reason. Shun Julie's faintly unhappy heart finally flew away. He looked at her hair that was blown around like a madwoman by the wind, and then looked at her small hand that was cut by the wind. He sighed softly, pulled her down, and placed her on the cloud under his feet. Stand properly. Could this smoke-like cloud really stand? Ning Xiumo was very suspicious of this. She subconsciously grabbed a corner of his sleeve. You won't fall, will you? With me here, what are you afraid of? Shun Julie simply pulled out his sleeve and glanced at her appearance with disdain. You're as dirty as a beggar now. How can you be my disciple like this? Ning Xiumo stood on his cloud for a moment, trembling in fear. Although the cloud was soft, it felt very firm under her feet. It seemed that he had used a spell to condense it. She was finally relieved. She used her hands to tidy up her messy hair. I'm at most messy, not dirty. Her hand was caught by Shun Julie. He took out a bottle of ointment from nowhere and applied it on the wound on her hand. The ointment was a little like alcohol. Although it was cool, it was also a little stinging. It hurts, it hurts, it hurts. Ning Xiuma shouted unceremoniously. She hurriedly pulled her hand back. But how could she pull her hand back when he was holding it? If you know it hurts, don't take risks. I can't always save you in time. Shun Julie unceremoniously applied another layer of ointment on her wound. He was a little angry at her recklessness. Chapter 971. I didn't take any risks. I only did it because I was confident, Ning Xiumo retorted. I didn't mean that you jumped down on purpose. You didn't know that I was beside you just now. How did you fall down from Kylan's back? Shun Julie was scared when he thought about it. This girl's little life seemed to be hanging on a thin line, and she could lose it at any time. Ning Xiuma also remembered that her psychokinesis was swallowed. Her energy center was too strange. It swallowed her psychokinesis without any hesitation. My psychokinesis went to my energy center by mistake and was swallowed. Ning Xiuma was distressed. Your psychokinesis was swallowed? It was the first time that Shun Julie heard her mention this. He raised his eyebrows and looked at her. What do you mean? My body's dantian is a little strange. The moment the psychokinesis that I cultivate reaches this place, it will be swallowed up. Usually when I cultivate, I will go around this place and find another channel. Great God, tell me what's wrong with my dantian. Is there a little monster that specializes in absorbing psychokinesis? Shinjuli's eyes flashed slightly. He raised his hand and held her wrist. Take my psychokinesis to your energy center. He passed his psychokinesis through her wrist. Ning Xiuma was still a little worried. Guru, if your psychokinesis is swallowed, will we fall from this cloud again? If we fall, I'll be your scapegoat. What are you afraid of? Shinjuli said bluntly. Quickly, Ning Xiuma had to use her psychokinesis and carefully move Shinjuli's psychokinesis toward her energy center. A moment later, her and his psychokinesis made a circle in his dantian and passed through safely. Passed. It was not swallowed. There were no signs of being swallowed at all. There was nothing unusual in her energy center. The black hole-like existence seemed to have disappeared into thin air. How could it be? Could it be that her energy center was also a bully? Were they afraid of the Almighty's telekinesis? You don't dare to do anything funny anymore. Ning Xiaoma couldn't figure it out. Unwilling to give up, she took the Almighty's psychokinesis and circled around her dantian a few times. Her dantian didn't move at all. In the end, she gave up and stopped. She couldn't help but explain to him, "Great God, I really didn't lie to you. My dantian does have the devouring power. I've tested it many times, and it works every time. There has never been an accident. When Crown Prince Jian Huang was treating my injuries, he had also detected it and almost swallowed his psychokinesis." Shun Jili retracted his hand and looked at her. His eyes flickered slightly, but he did not say anything. Did he still think that he was lying? Ning Xiaoma couldn't help but say, "As the saying goes, even ghosts are afraid of evil people. Is it because you're too evil?" So, Shun Jili pursed his thin lips and raised his hand to knock her. "If I were evil, would I allow a little girl like you to be so presumptuous in front of me? Then do you trust me?" "I do. I do," Shun Jili answered simply. Ning Xiaoma's heart relaxed, and she was touched. This matter was so strange. If she didn't experience it personally, she wouldn't believe it even if someone else told her. But he believed her. She opened her mouth to say something, but Shun Jili added, "Ji Yun Huang treated your injuries? What injuries? How did he treat them?" Ning Xiaoma was speechless. That was when she was injured by Ji Yunhao's soul-searching whip. Chapter 972. When Ji Yun Huang was treating her injuries in the palace, she had exposed her entire back in front of him. Although it was nothing to show her back in front of a man for treatment, she was a magnanimous gentleman. However, if she said it out loud, the Almighty might get jealous. She didn't know what the Almighty would do if he got jealous. So Ning Xiaoma smiled vaguely. "Haha, it's just a small injury. It's okay." "Small injury? Do you need him to use his psychokinesis to treat a small injury? When his psychokinesis entered your energy center, it should be to push your blood through the palace. When his psychokinesis passed through your energy center, he was able to stop it in time when it was being devoured. This proves that his psychokinesis entered through the Tianshu acupoint on your back. You should be injured on your back at that time." Shun Jili deduced step by step and said it almost exactly. Ning Xiaoma was speechless. The Almighty's deductive ability was too abnormal. He said it as if he had seen it himself. Shun Jili's palm landed on her back, and he squinted his eyes slightly. "He saw your back." His voice was cold and eerie, and Ning Xiaoma felt goosebumps all over her body. She laughed again. "Almighty, it was an emergency at that time, so I just let him see a little bit. Well, in our era, it was actually quite normal for a woman to show her back. There were backless outfits inside the gown, and no one cared about it." Her explanation was worse than not explaining at all. Shun Jili's expression became even worse. "You've worn backless outfits before? How many people have you shown it to?" Of course, she had worn it before. As a qualified agent, in order to get the information she wanted, she would naturally attend all kinds of banquets. She had even pretended to be a prostitute to socialize with others. Not to mention her backless. Even her cleavage was exposed before. However, she definitely couldn't let the Almighty know about this. So Ning Xiaoma immediately shook her head firmly. "No." Shun Jili looked into her eyes. "You really didn't?" "I really didn't," Ning Xiaoma vowed solemnly. Sometimes, lying was a common thing for her. Shun Jili finally stopped pursuing her. He took out a comb and combed her messy hair. "You don't dare to lie to me." Ning Xiaoma coughed secretly. A white lie that didn't affect the overall situation shouldn't count as cheating, right? "Guru, since you already knew that Yan Ziyuan was crazy enough to save Yifeng, you should know that she still has feelings for Yifeng. Now that she suddenly got married, there must be something fishy about it, but you didn't say anything." Ning Xiaoma began to change the topic and settle accounts with him. "No matter what, it has nothing to do with me." Shun Jili's voice was still indifferent. "That's right. How could you forget that the Almighty wasn't a busybody? Guru, Nduin and Yifeng are both my friends. I don't want them to regret it for the rest of their lives. So I must investigate this matter thoroughly. If Yin Ziyuan was willing, then I have nothing to say. If she was forced, then I might have to interfere. Ning Xuema's tone was full of determination. Shun Julie's fingers that were combing her hair paused for a moment. After a while, he slowly said, Yi Feng and Yinzhen are destined not to be fated. Why do you have to interfere? What do you mean by destined? I don't believe in fate. Ning Xuema raised her head. My fate is up to me, not the heavens. When she said this, her eyes were shining, filled with invisible determination and dominance. She had never believed in fate. She had always relied on her own abilities to fight against fate. Chapter 973. Maybe 30% of it was fate, but 70% of it depended on her own efforts. If she didn't fight for it, she would never get what she wanted. She wasn't someone who would go with the flow and submit to fate. Shinjili let out a rare laugh. Good, you're ambitious. Ning Xuema had never heard him laugh before, so she couldn't help but look back. The Almighty was so beautiful when he laughed, as if countless flowers were falling with his laughter. She was stunned for a moment. Once Shun Julie revealed his true colors, many people would be stunned. When others were stunned, he only felt annoyed, so he wore a mask all year round. But Ning Xuema was stunned, and he only felt happy. He lowered his head and kissed her slightly open mouth. Are you stunned? Almighty, you look so good when you laugh. You should smile more. Ning Xuema couldn't help but suggest. One smile could overturn a city, and 2 smiles could overturn a country. This was referring to him. In your eyes, I'm beautiful? Shun Julie remained calm. Ning Xuema nodded generously and praised him generously. Beautiful. Then compared to that Stallone, he didn't forget that her idol was that muscular man. Yeah, how did he know that her idol was Stallone? She thought for a moment. I think you're as beautiful as him. Shun Julie's face didn't look good. He had seen Stallone's appearance in her illusion, and in his eyes, he was a boorish man. Shun Julie's appearance was far better than Stallone's. This little girl was good at everything, but her sense of beauty was a bit strange. He was too lazy to argue with her. At least in her heart, he was comparable to her idol, which was a big improvement. He quickly combed her messy hair and used a cleansing spell on her body. Then, he helped her tidy up her messy dress. Thus, Ning Xuema once again became beautiful and was no longer in a sorry state. Ning Xuema took the mirror that the Almighty handed to her and looked at herself. She nodded in satisfaction. The Almighty was so skillful with his hands. The way he styled her hair was simply too beautiful. She looked beautiful and playful, which was in line with her usual style. Was the Almighty's ability to comb his hair innate? He didn't look like a novice. There seemed to be a messy image flashing through her mind. Supreme Divinity, can you help me comb my hair? No. Aya, you're so capable. You'll be able to learn it quickly. Help me comb it. Are you my maid? Or am I your servant? Of course I'm your maidservant. But if your maidservant goes out with a messy hairstyle, won't it be embarrassing for you? An inexplicable conversation that seemed to have crossed thousands of cliffs and tens of thousands of ravines, traversed mountains, and waded through rivers to arrive at Ning Xuema's mind. She couldn't help but be startled. She frowned and was about to think carefully, but the voice disappeared in her mind again. She couldn't find it. Shun Julie pressed her shoulder. What are you daydreaming about again? Ning Xuema turned around and hugged his hand. She blurted out, Almighty, did we know each other before? Why do you ask? Shun Julie turned her around and combed her bangs. I don't know why, but I feel that we used to know each other before. She couldn't help but think of Baoyu's words to Dayu and dream of the Red Chamber. I've seen this sister before. She was also embarrassed. She was from the modern era. So how could she have known the Almighty before? Chapter 974. This thought of hers was rather nonsensical. So after Ning Xuema casually asked this question, she threw this thought to the back of her mind. Shun Julie's expression changed slightly. After seeing her grow up, he also had an inexplicable sense of familiarity. Was this fate? Or was it a coincidence? He didn't say anything, so Ning Xuema didn't ask anymore. She occasionally turned her head and saw the white cloud beside her fly past her like a whirlwind. In the blink of an eye, it was far behind her. God, this speed. It was much faster than Kieran's top speed. The Almighty was indeed the Almighty. He chatted with her and even did her hair for her. He could even do it so quickly. What was even rarer was that she couldn't feel any wind or even any vibration. She almost suspected that if she put a cup of water on the cloud, it wouldn't spill out. She looked around again and didn't see Kieran's shadow. He must have been left far behind by the Almighty. This kind of ability was indeed a little abnormal. No wonder he could surpass everyone. He really had the ability. Great God, when will I be able to cultivate to the same level as you? Ning Xuema felt envious. Work hard. Shun Julie hugged her as they sat on the cloud and watched the clouds move. At least cultivate to Earth rank level 8 as soon as possible. He added this sentence in his heart. He didn't want to think about his previous life. He only wanted to grasp the present. He only wanted to hold her in his arms. Ning Xuema was faintly sleepy in his arms. She really didn't have much time to rest recently. Sleep if you're sleepy. I'll wake you up when we arrive. Shun Julie's fingers played with her eyelashes. Oh, it was rare for her to be so obedient. She arched in his arms and fell asleep without worry. The red wedding dress was neatly folded on the spring stool. There was a phoenix coronet on it. The coronet was inlaid with various gems that sparkled brightly. Yin Ziyuan sat in front of the dressing table and looked at the reflection in the mirror. She was lost in thought. Miss, this is the wedding dress that Master sent 100 top embroiderers to prepare for you. Do you like it? Sheer, the little maid beside her, was full of joy. Do you like it? Yin Ziyuan raised her hand to touch the fabric of the wedding dress. The smooth fabric was as soft as water in her palm. She should like it, right? She was finally going to marry the man she liked. How could she not like it? She had been looking forward to this day, even in her dreams. Tomorrow, she would be able to wear this phoenix coronet and robe and become the bride of her beloved. She should be very happy, but she felt like she had lost something in her heart, and she was a little distracted. As the day of the wedding approached, she was even a little scared and had a desire to escape. Miss, you seem a little unhappy? Sheer, he was keenly aware of her mood. He thought for a moment and said, Miss, you don't have to worry about Rongyan. She would only be married in 3 days, and Child Gu would only take her as a concubine. She wouldn't even be considered a co-wife. No matter what, she is still below you. When she enters the door, she has to kowtow to you and offer you tea. Yin Ziyuan's fingers froze on the wedding dress. She slowly withdrew her hand. Yes, Gu Ziyan had told her that he owed Rongyan's father a favor. He had promised Rongyan's father that he would take care of her for the rest of her life. In other words, he had to marry Rongyan. Of course, that day, Gu Ziyan also said that the one he liked the most was Yin Ziyuan, so he wanted to marry her as his wife. As for Rongyan, he could only pity her and take her as his concubine. Chapter 975. He said that he would only marry the 2 of them in this lifetime and would not marry a 3rd one. He told her not to worry. Being able to marry Gu Ziyan was something that she had longed for even in her dreams. Unfortunately, the falling flower had always been the heartless brook. Gu Ziyan had always been cold to her. She really did not expect that after a zither recital, Gu Ziyan's attitude towards her would suddenly change so much that he would personally propose marriage. Although Gu Ziyan was born poor, he had used his abilities to earn a lot of money for his family. Although proposing marriage to the daughter of the city's governor was out of his league, it would not be a disgrace to her. Not to mention that Yin Ziyuan was very willing. So City Lord Yin agreed without hesitation. The marriage was set. After Yin Ziyuan agreed, Gu Ziyan seemed to be afraid that she would change her mind and sent people to set the wedding date. From the proposal to the wedding, there was only half a month's time. Yin Ziyuan really felt that it was a bit rushed, but since she was marrying her sweetheart, it did not matter how rushed it was. In this half a month, Daliang City was full of joy. Everyone knew that the governor's beloved daughter was about to get married. The Yin residence was unusually busy. Yin Ziyan was dragged by people every day to either get her clothes measured or try on various accessories. She was so busy that she did not have any free time. However, in the midst of the joy, she was always a little distracted. She always felt like she had forgotten something and would occasionally feel inexplicably anxious and depressed. She had also asked her wet nurse for advice. Her wet nurse told her that this was a normal emotion for a girl before marriage and that there was no need to take it to heart. She also felt that she probably minded that Gu Zian still wanted to take Rong Yin as a concubine, so she would occasionally feel uncomfortable. Forget it, being able to marry him was already a rare blessing for her. If he wanted to take another concubine, she could only endure it. At most, after marriage, she and that woman would mind their own business. Miss, that day on the ship, the only reason you were able to escape was all thanks to Child Gu's bravery. I heard that Child Gu was injured because of that incident. It can be seen that he still has you in his heart, so you don't have to mind that woman, Rong Yen. Shi'er chattered on. On a boat? Yin Ziyuan rubbed her forehead. Just as he was about to say something, the candlelight in the room suddenly dimmed, and a figure appeared out of thin air. Shi'er was shocked. She opened her mouth and was about to shout assassin. But before she could even open her mouth, that person pointed at her out of thin air. Her vision turned black, and she fell limply onto the chair and fainted. Yin Ziyuan was also shocked, but after seeing who it was, she blurted out, "Shue shue." It was Ning Xiuama. The great god's speed was very fast, and he arrived at Daliang City when the sky turned dark. Ning Xiuama first asked around in the city, and all she heard was that Miss Yan was getting married. As expected, Yin Ziyuan was going to marry Gu Zian. Tomorrow was the day of their wedding. When the people in the city talked about the two of them, they were full of praises, saying that they were a match made in heaven. Ning Xiuama had heard too many of these words in the past 2 hours. She did not manage to find out any valuable information. However, she heard from the people that they occasionally saw Miss Yin go out, and they saw that she was always beaming and very happy. For what the people said, Yin Ziyuan did not seem to be forced into this marriage. Shun Jili had been by her side the whole time. Of course, when he appeared, he was using the identity of Han Shanwei. He used a spell to blur his face, so no one could see his face clearly. Chapter 976. Of course, this did not include Ning Xiuama. She could still see him very clearly. The Almighty was born with an aura that kept people away. Although people were very curious about him, they did not dare to get close to him. Even when he was around, people did not even dare to speak loudly and automatically kept quiet. Because of this, Ning Xiuama did not hear a lot of gossip. What she needed to hear the most now was gossip. Many truths were hidden in gossip. Therefore, after Ning Xiuama wandered around the streets without any results, she decided to look for Yin Ziyuan directly. Only by looking at the person involved could she determine what went wrong. The Almighty's aura was too cold. Ning Xiuama was afraid that he would startle Yin Ziyuan, so she asked the Almighty to hide himself temporarily and let her appear alone. At that time, the Almighty seemed to be a little unhappy. She went to see her good friend, but hid him, as if he could not be seen. Ning Xiuama probably sensed the Almighty's unhappiness, so she coaxed him, "Almighty, your aura is too strong. I'm afraid that any woman who sees you will go crazy." Ahem, even her best friends are no exception. Isn't there a saying, guard against fire, theft, and best friends? What if my best friend falls in love with you too? I don't want to be stolen away. Her nonsense worked a lot on Shun Jili. He rubbed her head and smiled. What you mean is, have you fallen in love with me too? Don't worry, although there are many women who like me, you are the only one. After saying this, he left contentedly. After Ning Xiuama entered Yin Ziyuan's house, she saw him sitting in the hall opposite. He rested his chin on his hand and looked like he was watching a show. Of course, he was invisible, and only she could see him. The teams of night patrollers who occasionally flashed by below would not be able to see him. "Shue shue, you're finally out of danger?" That was filtered out by evil people. I have been very worried. Father also sent many soldiers out, but there has been no news. Was it Heavenly Master who saved you and brought you back? Yin Ziyuan pulled Ning Xiuama's hand and chatted with her like a bamboo tube pouring beans. Her concern was evident in her words. Ning Xiuama's heart sank. She had suspected that Yin Ziyuan had amnesia, but now it didn't seem like it. Was she really willing to marry Guzian? She congratulated Yin Ziyuan and briefly told her how she got out of her predicament. Of course, she emphasized Yifeng. As she spoke, she secretly observed Yin Ziyuan's expression. When Yin Zin heard Yi Feng's name, she frowned slightly and said, "So he's also out of danger." Then, she didn't mention it again. Her expression was as if Yi Feng was just a normal person and her secret guard. She didn't seem to be particularly concerned about him and couldn't see any abnormalities. Back on the ship, Ning Xuemo was detained by Shuilan. She couldn't see the situation outside, so she didn't know about the interaction between Yin Ziyuan and Yi Feng. She also didn't know about their subsequent development. When she was with Yin Ziyuan, she saw Yin Ziyuan's feelings for Guzian. Even a blind person could see that Yin Ziyuan liked Guzian. So at this moment, even after analyzing it in her heart, Ning Xuan didn't feel that there was anything strange about Yin Zin marrying Guzian. She chatted with Yin Ziyuan for a while. After beating around the bush for a long time, she didn't find anything wrong. Instead, she found out some inside information about Yi Feng's visit to the Yin Manor 3 years ago. Chapter 977. It was said that Yi Feng had asked City Lord Yin to be Yin Ziyuan's personal bodyguard the moment he arrived. Because City Lord Yin didn't know his background, he didn't dare to agree. Yi Feng forced City Lord Yin to eat a type of poison and threatened to give him the antidote every 6 months. Finally, he achieved his goal. These 3 years, City Lord Yin lived in fear, afraid that he would harm his daughter. This time, after Yi Feng's accident, Yin Ziyuan returned home and City Lord Yin told her the truth. Only then did Yin Ziyuan know that her father had been threatened with drugs for 3 years. When Yin Ziyuan and Ning Xuema talked about this matter, there was a sense of disgust towards Yi Feng and her words, which made Ning Xuema speechless. Thinking about how Yi Feng had risked his life to protect her in exchange for this result, Ning Xuema also felt a bit sad. In love, it wasn't about who sacrificed more for the other party to win love. From ancient times until now, the most heartbreaking thing was this kind of unrequited love. No matter how much Yi Feng sacrificed for Yin Ziyuan, if she didn't like him, there was nothing he could do. There was no reason to say anything. However, when Ning Xuema heard the disgust towards Yi Feng in Yin Ziyuan's tone, she still felt a bit uncomfortable. She felt that it was unfair for Yi Feng. Thus, she said a few words for Yi Feng. "Ziyuan, ever since Yi Feng became your bodyguard, has he ever harmed you in the slightest? Has he ever tried to harm you?" Yin Ziyuan was stunned. She thought for a moment and shook her head. "No." After a short pause, she said, "But he used drugs to control my father. Perhaps he had no other choice." "Is there anything wrong with City Lord Yan's body?" Ning Xuema's expression was serious. Yin Ziyuan paused for a moment, then shook her head. "Father's spirit has always been very good, but this is only because Father agreed to his conditions, and he gave him the antidote in time. If you don't agree, the consequences will be unimaginable." Ning Xuema couldn't help but smile. "Ziyuan, any poison in this world is harmful to the human body. Even if the antidote is given in time, it will still cause some irreversible damage. It's impossible for people to not notice it, and your father is still hale and hearty. This only proves that he hasn't been poisoned. The medicine that Yi Feng gave him might not be poison. It might just be some ordinary nutritional medicine that he used to scare your father." Ning Xuema had seen City Lord Yin before. That person walked with vigor, and he was in good spirits. How was it possible that he was poisoned? Ning Xuema was a famous doctor, after all, so she could tell. It didn't matter if Yin Ziyuan didn't love Yi Feng, but Ning Xuema didn't want Yin Ziyuan to continue misunderstanding Yi Feng. Yin Ziyuan was clearly shaken by this explanation. She stared blankly for a while before finally letting out a long sigh. "I hope so. I was worried about my father's antidote in half a year, but it seems that I don't have to worry about it anymore. But I don't understand. Why did Yi Feng do this? We didn't even know each other 3 years ago, so why did he scheme to become my personal hidden guard?" Ning Xuema sighed. "Because in your previous life, you were his younger sister." She originally wanted to say his sweetheart, But then she remembered that Yin Ziyuan was about to get married, and that it wouldn't be appropriate to talk about Yi Feng's deep love for her, so she changed her words at the last minute. Yin Ziyuan's eyes widened. What do you mean? Ning Xuema told her what she heard from Yi Feng about the entanglement between him and Yin Ziyuan in their previous life. Chapter 978. Ning Xuema told her what she had heard from Yi Feng about the entanglement between him and Yin Ziyuan in their previous lives. Yin Ziyuan looked as if she was listening to a heavenly book. After listening to Ning Xuema's words, she paused for a moment and her face turned slightly red. So, I fell in love with Mr. Gu in my previous life. For him, I didn't hesitate to suffer the pain of having my legs separated. Ning Xuema. A woman in love is really scary. Her focus is always on her lover. What do you think of Yi Feng in your previous life? Ning Xuema asked what she wanted to know. Yin Ziyuan lowered her eyes slightly and muttered to herself for a moment. Then, she said faintly, Yi Feng is a good brother. He has done enough for me at that time, and I am grateful to him. However, the previous life is the previous life, and this life is this life. In this life, he and I are of different races. I only hope that he will not disturb me again. At this point, Ning Xuema had nothing else to say. She chatted with Yin Ziyuan for a while longer before she left. Before she left, Ning Xuema did not forget to unseal Shi Er's acupoints and return everything to normal. She flew out and met up with Shanjuli. How is it? Shanjuli pulled her to sit on the roof. Ning Xuema shook her head. She is willing. I can't see anything strange. Shanjuli's eyes flashed slightly. He held her hand and said, since that is the case, you can let go. Let's go. Ning Xuema thought for a moment. Wait. She glanced at a dark corner and paused for a moment. Then, she waved her hand in that direction. A moment later, a man in black who almost blended into the night appeared in front of Ning Xuema. Nimble movements and a handsome face. It was Yi Feng, whom she had not seen for several days. He was much thinner than before, and his face was as pale as snow. He cupped his hands towards Ning Xuema and said, Thank you, Miss Ning. He knew that Ning Xuema had come for him. He had also heard the conversation between her and Yin Ziyuan in the room. Ning Xuema looked at him. Have you been by her side all this time? Yi Feng pursed his lips and did not answer. Ning Xuema couldn't help but sigh. Yi Feng, I think it's time for you to let go. Sometimes, letting go was a form of fulfillment, and it was also an expression of love. Otherwise, it would only cause more trouble for the other party. Yi Feng slightly lowered his eyes. I will let go after she obtains true happiness. His tone was firm, but his voice was slightly trembling. He let go of his hands to fulfill her happiness. But who would fulfill his happiness? Ning Xuema saw him like this and felt a little sad. She couldn't bear to see him like this, so she pointed outside. Yi Feng, we haven't seen each other in a long time. Why don't you go out for a drink with me? That day, it was Yi Feng who helped her walk out of the shadow of her fear of water. Now, she also wanted to talk to him. Yi Feng naturally understood her thoughts. He slightly shook his head. Xuema, thank you for your kindness, but I can't go. Ning Xuema raised her eyebrows. What? Yi Feng looked back at Yin Ziyuan's room. She will get married tomorrow. I will guard her for one more night. After tonight, he would silently leave. From now on, the world would be his home. He would wander the world and never return to this sad place. He would only bless her from afar and would not cause her any more trouble. Ning Xuema heard him say this and did not want to force him. She sighed and was about to say goodbye when Shun Julie, who had been invisible, suddenly appeared and said lightly, There is something strange about this. Chapter 979. His sudden appearance startled Yi Feng. He took a step back and asked, You are Mr. Han? Shun Julie was currently wearing Han Shanyue's attire. Yi Feng had seen him from afar before, so he recognized him. Shun Julie glanced at him and grunted in response. Ning Xuema immediately grabbed his sleeve and asked, Guru, what's so strange about this? She had been talking with Yin Ziyuan for so long, but she didn't find anything strange. How did the Guru find out? Shinjuli was very satisfied with her body language, but he obviously didn't want to talk here. Let's find a place to talk. He looked at Yi Feng again and said, "If this is the result you want, then you can wait here for a night." Yi Feng didn't know what he was trying to do, but it gave him a glimmer of hope. He took a deep breath and said, "There's a tea house in the city. It's quiet and elegant. It's a good place to talk." Shinjuli nodded slightly and said, "Let's go there." Ning Shuima couldn't help but glance at Shinjuli. The guru was indeed the guru. He managed to trick people into drinking tea with just one sentence. The three of them left quickly, without alerting anyone in the Yin residence. Inside the room, Yin Ziyuan didn't hear anything outside. After sending Ning Shuima away, she sat at the table in a daze for a moment. These days, no one mentioned anything about Yi Feng to her. She just subconsciously felt that she hated him. Especially after hearing about her father, her disgust for him doubled. This time, Ning Shuima's words made her understand some things. She felt that her hatred for Yi Feng didn't change much, but she didn't know why. But when she heard his name, her heart ached. Especially after Ning Shuima told her about her past life. She felt even more upset. An inexplicable bitterness surged in her chest. It made it hard for her to calm down. Her fingers once again stroked the wedding dress and phoenix coronet. Tomorrow, she would be Xian's bride. Being able to marry big brother Xian was the greatest happiness in her life. As for other people, it was better not to think about them. At the same time, inside the Gu mansion, there was a big red 11 character, a big red lantern, and an endless stream of servants and officers. The entire Gu mansion was preparing for the wedding tomorrow. It was destined to be a sleepless night. Gu Xian sat alone in the bridal chamber. He touched the quilt on the bed, and then touched the curtains of the bed. Tomorrow, he would be able to marry her. He would finally be able to have her. He only knew the pain when he lost her. After she resolutely let go, he realized that he actually loved her and had always liked her. He thought that he had no fate with her in this life, but he never thought that there would be a day when he would see the light at the end of the tunnel. Tomorrow, she would go through the wedding ceremony with him. She would sit on the wedding bed, waiting for him to remove her veil, drink wine with him, let him take off her hairpin, hold her hair with him, and enjoy the pleasure of being intimate with him on this bed. He would be gentle with her, pamper her, love her, and make her heart return to him. "Young master, Miss Rong Yin is here," a servant outside reported. Gu Xian woke up from his daydream and slightly frowned. What is she doing here? After thinking about it, he still walked out. The wedding hall had already been decorated beautifully and magnificently. Although Gu Xian wasn't from a rich family, Mayor Yin was. He didn't want his daughter to marry in a shabby manner. So he secretly sent Gu Xian a batch of silver to make sure that the wedding ceremony was beautiful and grand. Chapter 980. Gu Xian naturally also wanted to give Yin Ziyuan the most unforgettable wedding. He initially felt that he had lost face and didn't want to accept the money sent by his future father-in-law. But Lord Yan's words made him change his mind. Ziyuan will recover in the future. At that time, although what's done can't be undone, if your wedding is too shabby, it will inevitably make her feel worse. It's better to do your best to make it grand. First, it won't be a disgrace to her. Second, when she recovers, she will think of the wedding you prepared for her today and know that you are full of feelings for her. Her heart will be a lot better. She loves you, and it will be easy for her to fall in love with you again in the future. It was these words that made Gu Xian harden his heart and accept the money from his future father-in-law. He would do everything he could to make a big deal out of it. Of course, he also wanted to save face. He didn't want to be laughed at for living off a woman. So he wrote an IOU to his father-in-law. In the future, he will have to pay back the money. Lord Yin knew that his future son-in-law was proud and arrogant, so he accepted the IOU. In his heart, he planned to prepare more dowry for his daughter, so that his daughter won't suffer when she marries him. As for Gu Xian having to take Rong Yin as a concubine, Lord Yin didn't think it was a big deal. After all, which man doesn't have 3 wives and 4 concubines? What's more, this Rong Yin is his adopted daughter. As long as his baby daughter becomes the legal wife, he can be relieved of one of his worries. Because the father-in-law and son-in-law reached an agreement, the wedding was exceptionally grand. From the layout of the wedding hall to the arrangement of the wedding procession, to the printing of the invitations, every process strived to be perfect and luxurious. For example, the wedding hall at the moment was decorated magnificently, comparable to a luxurious palace. At the moment, Rong Yin was standing in the wedding hall. Her eyes were filled with anger and envy. When Gu Zian came, she rushed over with grievance. "Brother Zian." Gu Zian faintly frowned and supported her. "What's wrong?" Rong Yin looked at him with tears in her eyes. "Brother Zian, in 3 days, Rong Yin also wants to have a wedding like this." Gu Zian frowned. "Nonsense." Taking a concubine was just a matter of carrying a small sedan chair over. At most, they would perform the ceremony in the side hall, and that would be giving her enough face. She still wanted the same wedding ceremony? How could this be? "Brother Zian, this is unfair to Rong Yin." Rong Yan's tears immediately fell. If my father was still alive, he would never let his daughter suffer such grievances. Gu Zian was annoyed by her crying, but he couldn't scold her. He could only coax her with a soft voice. "Rong Yin, there is no concubine in this world. People will criticize you. In fact, the wedding is just a formality. The most important thing is the husband's love for you. After you marry me, I will spoil you as much as I spoil her. I won't let you suffer too much, but in 3 days, Rong Yin will have to kneel down and offer tea to her. I'm not willing. It's just a kneel, that's all. Ziyuan is a woman with a strong sense of righteousness. She won't let you suffer too much, and she won't embarrass you either. At most, you can kneel to her when you marry into the family. You don't have to do that in the future. You two are sisters, and in the future, you should live in harmony with each other in the Gu residence." Rong Yin pulled his sleeve. "Brother Zian, in the future, I want to be your co-wife. I don't want to be suppressed by her." At this time, Gu Zian only wanted to coax her away. "We'll talk about this later. In short, in the future, I won't let you suffer.